Hey, Ruby.
Hey, girl, what's up? What's happening?
Nothing much. I'm excited about tonight's show. We have a guest, BMT. It looked like he's busy right now, though, over there. So.
See, that's the problem when you don't tell people how long your intro is, right? Because he's chilling, maxing, and relaxing over there. But yes, y'all, we do have a guest for y'all tonight. We have a guest conversation or debate, rather, that I don't know. I don't know how our audience is going to feel about this. I don't know.
Look, he's drinking over. He getting ready. Look at him getting his drink on. He's ready for this debate. What's going on?
What's going on, everybody? Welcome. This would be the first of, we'll see, probably many conversations. I'm actually glad to be here. One of the pinnacle co-hosts of BMT, Ruby, as well as the co-host to your lovely show that y'all ladies have, has invited me to come here to have a conversation with y'all. If y'all don't know who I am, I'm BMT. I am the founder and writer for BMT, Business Minded Talk, Black Male Talk, as well as 9 other YouTube channels, 6 podcasts, 2 radio shows, and I run 3 businesses as well as a few other things. Pretty much, I'm a huge component in that of building a lot of y'all channels or a lot of channels, and that's just what I just like to do for a hobby. I'm retired military. I'm an instructor as well as a teacher, and definitely I'm not no author. I don't know a lot of Negroes say they're authors, but I'm definitely here to have a conversation with you two, and definitely we'll see where it goes, and as well as also let that everyone know that we have already officiated our side of the deal for Melody and Ruby to be streaming as well as a partnership on the Business Minded Talk channel. So we give y'all that. I think y'all qualify for the job.
Thank you, thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
Hmm.
Awesome.
Now, I would like to say this, okay? First and foremost, y'all, it was just like a stroke of luck almost that we have BMT finally gracing our panel today. And it had to do with me just mentioning the Pickme sphere yesterday, right? I feel like the Pickme sphere, right? So let me ask you now, BMT, have you learned more about the Pickme sphere since we were talking yesterday?
Yes, 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 yes. I have, and there's quite a few channels.
And what do you think about them? This is just in general, right? Because I want to kind of ease people in to your opinions and the subject matter of the day. So, what do you think about the Pickme sphere?
Going through with me and two other admins looking through and then bringing me the research as well as um, paper on y'all channels. Um, they pretty much are a waste of resource. Y'all could be doing other better things other than coddling lost begotten men and women, predominantly men. Y'all pander too damn much. Y'all tell them things of life that they are afraid to handle or deal with that need to go to actual therapy. These are failed men in life, in marriages, in household, in duty. That honestly, y'all tell them it's the woman's fault and X, Y, and Z, and y'all the reason why these are weak men that we drag along too much. But however, I understand that y'all want to see the best in men while
Mhm.
bringing up that of the weak. So that's why I'm here. And
Interesting. Well, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you still talking?
no, 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 no. I've been
Yeah,
here.
so from what I understand, you guys were having this conversation on your channel, and
Yes, we.
I came up as a pick me. So what makes me a pick me? What makes me part of the pick me sphere? Because I don't feel like I agree with every single thing that men say. I agree with a lot of the points, but not everything.
From the time that I met you, about I say a good 3 years.
No, I haven't been on for 3 years.
I probably seen your social media and looking at your
Probably.
social media. It's three
Okay.
years old. It's 3 years old.
Okay.
Trust me, we do our research. Um, yeah, I think I've seen you on a few channels. And the thing about it is, some of the most craziest, egregious stuff has gone about being said,
Hmm.
and it's like pandering to the max. Now, the thing about it is this, and it's not like you say it out your mouth. I will give you that. You don't say it, and I know that they use a lot of your instances of trauma of things that have happened to you. They use them as their talking point. Your colorism situation, or you being light skinned, or you remember the time when somebody did something to your hair, and then they
Hmm.
say, "You see, this is what dark skinned girls do." Yeah,
Yeah.
we did our research on a lot of stuff, but the thing about it was, it's these dusty Negroes that use these talking points as why they do what they do or why they fail where they fail. Um, and that's not a good enough reason um, to go about this type of behaviorism. I mean, we're looking at it right now where the black Negro, um, he's looking for a way out, especially social media wise. Very unrealistic talking points. I mean, I get it. I get it. You want somebody beautiful, and that's another thing about it. Check out the mannerism of how they act or react when a woman, like you, or even sometimes with Ruby, how they act when you get on. Now, Ruby, she doesn't have as much of a soft touch like you do. That I love you.
Mhm.
I love you very much, Ruby. You do, and so in the same sense, it's kind of like baby wiping their ass. And it annoys the fuck out of me to no end because I'm like, okay, so now that she's here, you turned up differently, you act differently. It almost makes me start looking at like this is why we had such an egregious split of this space because of how a lot of these men carry on, how they actually go about talking points. They like talking about the 1950s and 1940s, like way of life when none of y'all are qualified to even talk about that or have even been about that type of lifestyle. So I find it very egregious that y'all even speak like y'all are qualified in that manner. But
Mhm.
however, I understand that. I'm actually holding restraining back what I feel because it's not about what I feel, but it's about that of the topic. That is why you're labeled as a pick me. A few other women are, and we're not throwing salt at them. We understand it's a lucrative business in the male space to pander to men because what is the best way to get your coin, to get your validation, or to pretty much get accepted is to literally pander towards weak-minded men, and they will
Hmm.
pay you quite handsomely.
Okay, well,
I mean, that is true.
yeah, but in my situation, I don't think I'm pandering
Mm,
because number one, I don't get paid that much. Like I'm not getting paid like Danica Marie and all these other women. I sincerely like to have the conversations. I'm sure you can agree a lot of times what the men are saying, it makes sense. Like a lot of times women are overweight, or a lot of times women are not wifey material. I mean, you were lucky enough to find a great woman and settle down and have kids and get married. You were lucky enough to do that. You have a good wife from what I understand, from what Ruby tells me. So you probably don't experience what a lot of men in the space go through. And I see it. I'm not a man, but I see it with my own eyes, especially, growing up in the hood and around the hoods. I see how women are ratchet and how they act and how they treat men, how they're not wifey material, how they don't cook, how they don't clean, how they don't keep their hair done, how they treat lighter skinned women, how lighter skinned women treat them. I'm not saying only light skinned women go through colorism. I've said it millions of times. Dark skinned women do as well. It's just women in general. They don't know how to act these days. And
mm.
that's what I agree with the men's talking points.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a real good conversation. If we could tell. So first off, let's tackle the weight thing. Let's talk about the weight proportion of the body. So when it comes to that weight for or most people do not fit that of the tape caliber. Whenever have y'all ever taken a pair of jeans and wrapped it around your neck to see? That's how I was taught by my aunt. That's how you could tell about your waist size or your waistline. Um,
Oh no.
when I hear a lot of people talking about most women are fat, and then we actually start looking at these men or these women. Most people when they actually start into a life cycle or they start stabilizing, we have a big issue with depression as well as mental health, as well as eating certain types of having the same type of access to food or
Mhm.
healthy food um, than other people would, should, or could. Or some people they just choose to eat a certain type of portion of food. Now, when it comes about looking at that, right? Because we're talking about overweight, and I find it very interesting because a lot of the men in these same spaces that are talking about body weight, we see them that they're croaking and dying for heart condition and diabetes and all kind of things about that deal with that of they check your weight and your height and your blood pressure. I find it very interesting that they're talking about the women, yet we haven't seen any of these women croak or hit the bucket. Now, in that same instance of bringing that up, most women that if they're married or in a situation or a lifestyle, they kind of already start catching their stroke. Same thing as men. Men, when they start getting with a woman or they start getting into a lifestyle with somebody that they feel comfortable with, you kind of like eating, you get a work body. Now, in saying that, and I've seen a lot of these Negroes, I've seen a lot of their pictures. I know what a lot of them look like, and I'm not going to dox them on that. But these mofos ain't no Adonises. Like
Mhm.
I can take off my shirt and be very confident. I've actually already done that before.
Well, I can
Plenty of
see that physically. I can see that. You're in shape.
so uh
Mm-hmm.
so But the thing about it is, when you're with your woman or you're with your woman, how she looks, her only eyes of how she feels about her body should be that a concern of that man that's with her. I can promise you right now. And most men that are in relationships, they're not complaining about their woman's body. They're not, oh my God, babe, you should go hit the gym. Like, no. In the average couple household or people in pertaining relationships, it's not like they're eating healthy like that. And if they do, this is why I say these conversations of obese America, which is obese America all around the board, um, have the biggest issue with obesity. But looking at it, I've seen it from the Indian, the Asian, the Latin. Yes, go to Walmart on Sunday. Them short little, thick little, chunky little chicas. Nothing wrong with them. But
Mhm.
Poppy still be popping them booty holes and stuff. Still be laying with them. I don't see them complaining that their women are too big. I mean, when you start having kids and gravity starts hitting them little knockers or your ass, you're not going to be sitting wearing the same type of pants and jeans as you were when you were probably a teen. Now, is again, this is funny because black men, you have the highest death rate when it comes to that of colon and diabetes, heart
Mhm.
and blood pressure. And yet we hear these guys talking about, I don't want a fat chick. Okay, that's fine and cool.
Mhm.
But it's funny that the body shaming shit when everybody body shames that of the Negro. Like again, it's one little out. Colorism nowadays, I get it. That was something dawned on us before that of the Americas, um, but something that's not really a deal breaker. I've been over to the UK, in different other countries that are more of the old world. They don't make a big stink about colorism as Americans do.
Mhm.
If any
Whoa,
of our,
whoa, whoa, whoa. Which countries do not make a big stink about colorism? I just need to be clear about that one.
okay, so I can hit up on a few. So
Mhm.
if you want to try that of Germany, does Germany hit on do a white German and a black German? Do they bank on colorism as hard?
No, because Germany is like 99% white, and then there's like a 1% of anybody else. Not like 1% each, like in grand total, right?
But
They don't even have really like an immigrant class like that, first of all. But second of all, let me see. In the past 5 years, I've heard of white German people attacking a white American visiting and wanting to hit on one of their girls, a total of 0 times. I've heard of them attacking and killing a black man 1 time. Considering the fact that the black man was very dark, and there was a lot of talk about how he came and disrespected the German women, and da, da, da. It was a whole thing. I'm going to suggest that while they don't have a caste system there because there's not enough darker skinned people for there to be a caste system per se, they certainly within the last not that long ago, let's be real, recent history, um, started kind of like a world war, and a lot of
really, are you
atrocities
going to grab
against
the World War?
humanity, against a lot of atrocities against humanity based on the caste system.
Is
Blonde
it
hair, blue eyes versus brown hair and brown eyes. I'm just
caste
saying, it's a caste
system?
system. It's a caste
Okay,
system.
okay, but here, caste system, racism. Come on, Ruby, your college. Come on now, caste system,
Is
racism.
literally, but that's the thing. When you have a
Caste
caste
system
system, yes, it's the
and
same
racism.
thing.
Okay,
But
now,
but that but colorism is a caste system. It's a version of a caste system, right? Because you are literally saying, for example, right, dark skinned women are less valuable because they are dark skinned, and we attribute all these negative things to dark skin. That is the same thing they're doing with the caste system in India and all these other countries that have caste systems
Exactly.
based solely on skin color. So yes, the caste system and colorism are the same thing.
And let me say
Absolutely.
this, let me say this. Colorism definitely agree. I mean, exists in other countries. Like
Mhm.
darker skinned Indians, they're bleaching themselves because their own people don't accept their brown skin. I know Asian people who say that
All
they,
Asians.
yeah,
It's like
all
across
Asians,
Asia.
yeah,
Yes.
they don't want to be dark. They want to be light. So colorism really affects everyone in the world.
Okay.
Nobody want
I
to
would
be
say a
mixed.
caste system. I will give you so much of the colorism argument to an extent that, and this is why I look at it as to this is why I look at it like, okay, if you want to use the dark skin, right, then I would have to say that people look at light skinned people as weak. That they just look at light skinned people as the weaker ones of the blacks. Is
Mm-hmm.
that fair to say? That nobody looks at no light skinned person like getting buck or getting turned up at, oh, that's a threat, or that girl right
Mm-hmm.
there gonna kick some butt.
So if one does, look at what he just said about me. He just said that Ruby doesn't seem a pick me. She has masculine energy. So I don't know. I guess they do.
No,
It
they don't.
depends.
They, I'm gonna say it like this, and the problem when it comes to that of how Negroes bank on that, we definitely understand that how we play that of the light, the brown. I mean, look at the conversation when it comes to that of reparations or anything like that. I don't agree in letting anybody outside of Black Americans in that conversation. However, they
Mm-hmm.
seem to let everybody else that is mixed blood. Like I don't call mixed people black. I don't call them black. I just say that you're
Mhm.
mixed. I don't think you are black. I just think you're mixed. Like just like a light skinned person, um, just like a light skinned person. Yeah, we do understand that if you are passive, but as far as it goes for men and women trying to play the card that, oh, the darker skinned person is the aggressor. Yeah, we know why. But if you look at a lot of the stuff of how they marked you on the slave trade, or looking at the history and stuff like that, like which one would have been put more in the whorehouse? The light skinned person or the dark skinned person? They would have put the mixed person, which we can look up on history, who were put in the brothels. It was the mixed women. They were put in the brothels for the soldiers to go have their way with. That grabbed the dark skinned girl. That was the one that they probably had around the house, or the boy that they butt broke. So this kind of passed on down to who they looked at as more of a superior, favorable person towards that of whiteness, because we still treat it as whiteness is righteousness. Um, when it comes to that of the men, they inherently gather that that's like a traumatic bonding thing that men have inherently started taking on. It amazes me how they pick on the colorism about, well, how you said, well, I've been there where I was in the hood. You was in a lower ended vibration area where the caste system reigned supreme. If you would have said that of a neighborhood, a suburb, somewhere where, you know what I'm saying, there was more of a variety of less of the survival of the fittest, I probably would have gave you that. But however, now, and then what era were you in there? Like in the 80s? You was in the hood around in the 80s, correct? 80s. You're no Ruby. I know you're in the 80s. So
Yeah, like 80s, 90s. I'll say 90s because, I was born in the 80s, but, I was very small until the 90s.
so
So I'll say 90s is what I remember more.
so
Yeah, I was young in
about
the 90s. I was a kid.
okay. So about around the time with the hip hop and all the other stuff where they were putting in the indoctrination of sodomizing, banging hard on TV shows about the light skin, the dark skin. The light skinned girls were getting the brothers, while the dark skinned girls were the more aggressive, egregious people. Like these are things that were propagated and promoted out there in society and history, versus that of how it was actually going about in the household. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why to look at that of, well, who's the more of the aggressor? Well, shit, we can look at it now history. That's not so much a true statement. I don't think your colorism has anything to do with that. So when people try to use that talking point that a woman's color or hue is the reason why they act the way they act, look, you're looking at the dichotomy of how you said growing up in the hood. A lot of these people did not grow up in like intact, like positive homes. Like they
Mm-hmm.
come from a lot of traumatic bonding areas. So when you start asking them, so where did you grow up at? What did you have going on? What kind of schools were you in? And you start talking to them about that, then you're like, okay, now it all makes sense. Like I get it. I was born up in the '80s, the crack baby era. Like so, I already knew. You know what I'm saying? I seen light skinned and dark skinned women out there slopping and doing whatever they got to do for goddamn 10-piece hit of crack.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know who to think was the righteous one, but I definitely understood that seeing a light skinned girl on Prince's arm, I guess she was a bad one. You know what I'm saying? But you have Marvin Gaye and other black men like James Brown, the King. You know what I'm saying? They were smashing every goddamn brown honey that they could get their hands on. I didn't see that too many light skinned girls out there on the King's arm. Um, but definitely there was a lot of insecurities. I can understand that a lot of these black traumatized latchkey boys are banked on that they promote towards a lot of young men as well as older men that they carry and they teach out in an indoctrination. So that's why I don't agree with that pandering comment, because it's like if you knew it was done to you, why would you still carry that sentiment? Like I knew about sexual abuse in the community was very rampant, but I don't go around saying black people are hypersexual and that they naturally have predatory behavior. I could go run around with that and easily get paid for that. But I understand that that's not the truth. That's not true. We're not
Well,
overly hypersexual. We're hypersexualized, but we're not hypersexual.
right. Well, I only see things for what it is. Like
Fair enough.
colorism exists, it exists. I see it. I see it every day. I see the little light skinned girl getting beat up and picked on. Ruby even speaks of that. She even talks about how she was picked on or beat up because she's light skinned. This happens. It's not just a dark woman issue. Um, it also happens to the dark skinned women. Shout out to Rashida Strober. She's one of my favorite people, and it's happened to her. So I think we all can talk about the experiences of being.
That's fair enough. You can talk
Yeah,
about it.
right.
You can talk about it to that of if you want to talk about colorism as a problem, but trying to make it seem like this is because of black women, that's why I have a problem with you. Because saying that the colorism problem is because of black women is a weak out. Because that's crazy. You mean to tell me that somehow the lower hanging fruit that gets treated like a dog is the reason they somehow convinced that of every system in the world about colorism? Well, in the community, black women push colorism.
It's
Who
true. A lot of times it is mainly the black women who push it. I think black women push it more than black men.
tell me three songs where women are talking about they want a light skinned nigga?
Well, I'm not talking about songs. I'm saying like in real life, like from what I experienced, like the darker skinned black women talking mess about, oh, get your like, all right, for instance, like dark skinned mothers, I heard them tell their daughter, get your yellow ass over here. I hear stuff like that, or I hear them say, get your black ass outside. Like you hear a lot of mothers saying stuff like this. I've heard stories where grandmothers told daughters and sons, don't bring home no black ass nigga, excuse my language, or no black biatch. I've heard these stories. Oh, you better get a light skinned man or a light skinned woman so the kids can be light. I've seen dark skinned women. I mean, actually, light skinned women I've seen compliment um the lighter skinned kids, or a dark skinned woman say, oh, your baby have pretty hair and pretty eyes. That's a beautiful baby, in front of dark skinned little kids. I've heard these compliments. So it's something that I see a lot in the hood and in the suburbs. Wherever I am, I see it. It don't
Amongst,
matter if it's the hood
amongst
or
blacks, right? Amongst the blacks, correct?
mostly black women. Yeah,
Okay.
mainly.
Well, I probably say, well, that's fair. If that's your experience as a woman, that's what you saw, and that's fair enough. I can never take away from that of your experience of what you, as a woman, have dealt with. I mean, I can't take that away. But at what point in your adult life do you stop using that as an excuse and say, okay, y'all dealt with that when you were young. What's your excuse now?
What now
Yeah,
about?
like Like if it happened to them when they were young, what's the excuse now? Why still pander on the past? If y'all adults now, y'all know better. You can do better.
Well, okay, wait, hold on. I have a question because how is it pandering to acknowledge our own lived experience, right? And our own, it's not just the fact that it's our lived experience, because you can go look at, YouTube and other forms of media and see the exact same thing play out if you never bothered to pay attention, because, it's kind of in the same way that, white privilege, for example, seems to be invisible to people who have it, or pretty privilege seems to be invisible to people who have it, right? Some people just, you're not aware of things that go on and the deep impact it can have on a whole community and the way that it functions, just because it doesn't directly impact you. So you just never paid attention to it, right? Like biases and the way we pay attention, the way our memories work. We think that the way memory is like we just pay attention to everything, but we don't, right? We pay attention to little bits and pieces we deem, like our subconscious deems is relevant to our survival, and we kind of dismiss everything else. So you might not have recognized this as being an important factor, right? But the more relevant it is to someone's life, the more they're going to recognize it as a relevant factor.
So
How is it pandering to agree with somebody when they bring up a point and you say, hell yeah, that's so true, and my lived experience, right, and research and whatever supports that being true? How is that pandering?
okay. So when we look at the pandering point, why I say it's pandering is because y'all been having this conversation for how long about the colorism? How long y'all been having it?
For a while,
Not
because
that long.
well,
No, it's been for a while.
yeah,
It's been
because
for
it
a while.
exists, and
Okay.
I'm gonna keep talking about it until
Oh, so you're gonna keep talking about it,
yeah,
and what's that talk gonna do? I mean, I
it's
get
just
it. They have a place where they can go to go share their woes of I didn't put enough Tom and lotion on, and I went out and somebody called me ashy or nigga nappy or something like that, or they called you like at some point, like as a man, and this is why I say y'all are more harm than good,
Mhm.
because the thing about it is this: you're not teaching men how to move on from their resolved issue. They're looking for that of, oh my God, there's some women that understand me, and why doggone Melly didn't see me because yeah, it happened to me. And the real like, oh yeah, let me give you the scientific document. Versus me as a man, I'm like, okay, now you talked about this for 2 years now. Can you shut the fuck up? Like, what the fuck does this have to do with getting a fucking job and us going out there and go conquering and doing some shit? This is why I have the odd against y'all. Y'all coddle weak men that
Well,
haven't
that's
learned how to move on. No, because that's the
what you
problem.
just said. No, no, but you're right. Black men do need to get out and exactly what you said.
No,
They
no,
need
no,
to
no,
get
no. But y'all
together,
want to, y'all know.
money,
But
but
no, stand
also
on your stance, Melody. You
okay.
gonna stand on your stance that y'all want to have a space where they feel safe, where they
Mhm.
can talk about colorism and how they feel that they was never wanted and that God never loved them and that black mama 19 years ago she told her daughter not to bring his nappy ass around her porch versus this is now a 30-year-old fucking man that hasn't got his nuts together and gotten a damn job of doing better for himself. Like, no offense, but goddamn, God didn't give me all the cards in the deck. But shit, I had to suck it up and move the fuck on. And this is the problem. This is why they're going more to women. And it's like y'all are no different, but just they're internet mommies and shit. Like,
Internet mommies.
yeah, that's exactly what y'all are. Y'all like internet mommies. You know what? You know, like those boys that whenever times or things get rough and they don't want to deal with the other boys out there in the yard, you know what they do?
Mhm.
They run to their mommy and they tell their mommy all their fucking problems and all their woes and how they not picked and how Cynthia didn't like them and how this girl didn't choose them and how they had this look or that they didn't have enough of money. And so they'll keep going to mommy Melody and Auntie Ruby so that way y'all can keep wiping their punk asses. And guess what? I'm going to still be out there in the yard. I'm still not going to give a flying fuck. This is why the white boy, when he came over
Wait,
here,
wait, sorry. Can you please not curse? We don't want to get demonetized.
I do
Thank you.
apologize.
No problem.
Let me reset. This is why other integrated groups that are coming in this space, they can take your talking point, use it, lower your guard, and then say at the end of the day, I really don't care. Because in the broader spectrum of things, the world does not care for that of the little measly woe of one little ant. I'm sorry. At that end of the day, you got to learn to march on. Like, it happened. So what are you going to do about it? So if that's the case, you would have to explain to me if colorism was that, crippling. Why are women still out there furthering in education, buying property, houses, getting in
But wait, I
politics?
have a question. Hold on. When do men bring up colorism as something crippling towards men? Because from what I've noticed, just in my experience, right? Like me and Melody have brought it up a few times, but generally because we're women and it directly impacts us, but we're still normally bringing it up in response to what other people, specifically dark-skinned women, are saying, right? So it's almost like in retaliation or in response to what a point they bring up about colorism, and then trying to use their point about colorism against dark skinned black women as a weapon against men, right? And then we respond to give a more balanced perspective about what colorism really is and how it affects everyone, not just dark skinned black women.
Right.
But like we're responding and to give greater perspective to the people trying to use colorism as a weapon against especially black men. So I don't really hear men, especially black men, really ever talking, just bringing up colorism independently without it being a response to what dark skinned black women are saying. So, like, or talking about how colorism impacts them or cripples them. In fact, we just did a panel a couple weeks ago, and the men were generally saying, like, man, why are y'all women still talking about this? Who cares? Like, really, generally, that's what men say. Like, generally, men don't care. So I don't know. That's,
Okay, so
I mean,
I'm glad you asked that question. So usually the conversation about men talking about colorism, which I'm pulling up, which I'm looking at the videos of them, that usually takes place on the internet, where they go to safe havens. That's what the internet is. It's a hub of hue, a safe haven, where people can go to Mommy Melody. Hopefully, she'll want to listen. But it's definitely something where if you can get a woman to listen to you, or again, if a man is within his purpose, a range of power and resources, and he's like, okay, I moved on past it. Okay, like, okay, I wasn't chosen. I was the Urkel of that moment, but I mushed past it and still got my lore. You know what I'm saying? I still got what I wanted done. I don't care anymore. Like, I really don't care. So when other people start talking and trying to use it as an excuse of why, they don't, and I've heard men use it like in like celebrity status. I've heard men use it on the news or like outlets. I didn't get the part because I wasn't light enough. I'm like, what? Maybe you just wasn't the guy that they wanted for the job. No, I wasn't light enough. If I was a light skinned brother, they would have put me in the front to sing the lead.
Mm.
It just wasn't
But
the look.
you don't
So
think that's true in some instances, though? That can be true sometimes.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna tell you right now. So
Hmm.
here's the thing about it. When it comes down to marketing. Okay, you choose the market. You choose the market. All right. So if you're pandering to a market where they are using that same tactic, mind you, you said we're doing the conversation, but people are still choosing to entertain the conversation, right? Or they're still choosing to go with that same tactic of the market, then guess what? Then I'm gonna keep doing it to you. I don't have to change up my play if I know you're gonna keep on falling for it. Like, I got to be honest. Like, if the men are saying that they don't care about colorism, then if a guy were to get on, let's say, and just hypothetically, each of them would say, well, I feel like I'm not light enough to get the job for Fast and Furious like Vin Diesel. And y'all all were, and let's say the men just happened to were to get on and say, Vin Diesel, like, Idris, we don't care. Like, suck it up. Go do another movie. Like, nobody gives a shit about you using that. You're a good guy. Go try other movies. He'll suck that shit up like a boy who falls down off the bike and get his ass up and keep going. Same way how the women got on each other and say, hey, we got to stop this colorism shit. Now, the only woman that I saw doing that colorism shit was that Danny Lee. You remember that Danny Lee, the light-skinned girl? I'm a light-skinned girl. I'm a light girl. And I'm like, this bitch, I owe y'all money. But when she played that card, and mind you, the Pickmes were doing topics on that, saying, shout out to them. And the men showed up and they had a conversation about their hues of colorism and how they were like treated. And I'm like, if y'all men didn't care, then why would y'all show up for the conversation? Why would y'all show up, with all y'all teachers and y'all content creators? Why would y'all care for that conversation? Me, I'm like, she's a talentless woman. I don't even know why did y'all even listen to the song. The women, when they heard the song, said it was distasteful. And they even got on her and demonized her. But you know what the Pick Me said? They were just jealous. We know. They said that they were jealous. Those dark-skinned women were jealous. Same thing for Little Lee.
Yes.
So
But they are though. And here's the thing. Okay, to me, I still don't see how us as light-skinned women, if we say something like that, how it has anything to do with the men in any sector. And I'm going to say that because ultimately we're defending our right to be allowed to celebrate ourselves because we're not allowed to.
okay.
We're not allowed to celebrate light-skinnedness. We're not allowed to celebrate any of our features in any way, shape, or form. We're not allowed to celebrate our success. We're not even allowed to be successful. There are dark-skinned women, and I've been hearing this since as long as there's been an internet, as long as there's been media. I've been hearing dark-skinned women basically outrightly saying that light-skinned women should give up jobs, right? Whether they're in give up your privilege and give it to a dark-skinned woman. So you know what? If you're gonna get cast for some movie, right? They were saying it to Chloe or Halle, whatever one is the Little Mermaid. She should have given up her privilege to someone even more dark-skinned and even more phenotypically black. And if you're light-skinned and you're cast as a video girl, you should give that up for a dark-skinned woman with phenotypically black features and 4C hair. And if you don't do that, well, then you hate black women and you're a colorist. Right? So we're not allowed to celebrate ourselves, right? But when dark-skinned women are celebrating themselves, we're supposed to cheer and celebrate them. And I do. But it's problematic when we can't celebrate ourselves too, and no one's celebrating us.
But why is it that a dark-skinned woman can call herself chocolate goddess? No one says anything. But as soon as someone calls herself yellow bone or something, everyone's going crazy. Right. Like if you look at seriously, if you look at Instagram, a lot of times a light-skinned person can't have a name like Red Bone Beauty and stuff like that.
You have a girl named Lotto. You literally have one of the hottest artists right now. Her name was first was named Mulatto. Now it's called.
They went crazy.
No, hold on. Now the thing about it was, first of all, Lotto was trying to take a racially jarred caricature and turn it positive. And literally, I mean, I listened to the interview. It was very interesting.
Lotto wasn't doing shit. Lotto was a small child, and her parents signed her up for a TV show, and her parents made her name, and her parents made her character. Lotto was already famous before Lotto would have been old enough, right? Like in her teens, to be making them types of decisions. That wasn't on Lotto. Blame her dumb parents. And that's exactly what we're referring to, though, are those dysfunctional ass people, these adults, right, who pass their trauma down to our generations. And now I'm not allowed to celebrate or call myself beautiful or love my light skin or love my nose or love any of my features, right? Or celebrate and revel in being called beautiful. I'm not allowed to do that because some old bitches from the previous generation, excuse my French, I'm sorry, please don't demonetize us, but some old chicks from the previous generation decided to call my peers ugly because they dark skinned. And so now I'm not allowed to be proud of being light skinned. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And that's not us caping for the men. That's us caping for ourselves.
Okay, so I'm glad that you walked into that. First off, she said she did not know the full on history of the word. Number two, even her parents were like, she chose that name. Number three, also she was like, you know what? I don't like other people, non my race, calling me that. It makes me feel kind of off. So that's why she changed the name. So literally, she made a conscious decision when she actually learned about that history of that word, and she actually did some proper research. She chose that, hey, this word, this does make me feel comfortable. Like, it's like when us as blacks say the N word, right? We say the N word to each
Mhm.
other. But then you hear somebody non-black say, "Hey, what's up, I'm N word," and you feel uncomfortable. Doesn't feel good, does it? Doesn't feel good when somebody non-black says it to you. So then after a while, you're like, I don't really like that word, but okay, I might have to check out the remarketing. It sounded good when I was a little kid, and it sounded pretty okay as I got older. But now I'm starting to get broader, and everybody's starting to say my name a certain type of way. I'm not feeling that. So I think I'm gonna change my name. And so that's what she did. She made that conscious decision on her own after talking with her mother, who is a white woman, about it. And literally, she talked with her dad, who was her manager, who's a black man, and she talked with them about it. And she literally talked about it, saying that she came with the conscious decision to change her name to Lotto. However, and that's the thing about it, nobody was calling her out of her name. Nobody was bashing her. I actually have followed her career, um, and literally all women, especially in the South, was Gucci Man and his wife heavily supported her. And Gucci Man's wife was a dark skinned woman, as well as a lot of other dark
Mhm.
skinned female rappers. They supported her. So saying that they were going after her or throwing pitchforks, no, they actually were boosting her up and actually promoting her, because literally they were like, okay, like
Yeah,
you
because
got
it's
some.
unacceptable to call yourself mulatto now. Like that's an unacceptable word now in the last few years. It wasn't unacceptable before that. But what's also interesting, if you think about it, is that word was almost unused in 2014, I think, when her first little YouTube video came out. Which and she was a child at that time. She was like 13, which would suggest that she didn't name herself because she's never heard that word before. But you know who's heard that word? You know who's heard that word and glamorized that word and whatever? The older women in her family. And the mulatto is a good thing, right? Even though it's a derogatory term and da da da. No, but it was also a good thing for a time. If someone called you mulatto, it's like you were pretty for a mostly biracial or less girl, right? And so I think the problem is again though, and I need us to get off this topic because this has nothing to do with the manosphere, has nothing to do with red pill or black pill or any of the pill content, okay? Has nothing to do with the men's talking points. And so us supporting this talking point is not about the men, it's about us. And whether you
Real quick.
agree with it or disagree with it or not, the men come and support us when we talk about this subject, but it's not about them or for them, doesn't benefit them or not in any way. They don't care. They literally don't, except for their right to have dating preferences, right? They don't care about this whole colorism talk or any of that. They don't care at all. They don't, right? So I think that, we might want to move to a subject like we know for sure that the men are talking about. If you want to talk
What
about
are,
dating
what are the
preferences, maybe.
Yeah.
so
Okay. So
what
let's go here. Let's go here because you said you told Ruby you had a problem with me and my talking points, what I talk about, and you think I'm pandering to men. So what? All right. So what bothers you? What's the biggest
what
thing
part of the
about me that
manosphere?
bothers you?
What
Huh?
part of the manosphere talk points do you support?
Oh, the weight about black women being ratchet, the way they act when the pretty much the physical aspect of it. Like they
So
come
the
outside,
aesthetic,
you
so
see
the
them now.
aesthetic looks.
Fit, feminine, friendly, submissive.
All
Like,
of that. All of that.
yeah.
Feminine. Okay, so wait. Let me make sure I write this down. Write this down. This is gonna be some interesting. But I'm gonna just pick everything apart piece by piece. So you said feminist family,
No, fit, feminine, friendly,
fit, feminine, all the three F's. Fit,
Submissive. Yeah.
submissive. I
submissive.
think, and
Y'all
then
really.
okay, go ahead.
So okay, so let's start off with that one, because I guess y'all said y'all are supporters of the Manosphere, which is literally a dying retcon thing. Um, which is very intriguing to me that women are supporting the Manosphere when literally it's being labeled as a alt right hate group.
No, but
Yes, it is.
I don't think
Don't y'all study? Don't y'all study the men? How do y'all support something y'all don't study?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
So y'all support a group that literally other other brands have marketed it as an alt-right hate group.
Which brand is
What is
that
this?
specifically?
The
Yeah.
Manosphere.
Okay, that
But
was,
who?
Do I
but
need to pull it up?
Who thinks they're a hate? You're talking about feminists? You're talking about people like
No, no, no,
Cynthia G?
no, no.
Like, who are you
Now we
talking
see.
about?
I didn't. No, no. See, we're not. See, I'm not using any names. I'm not using any
Mhm.
channels. I just said you support the Manosphere.
yeah, no, what
Mhm.
he's saying is, which is true, the Manosphere was put on the FBI's watch list, right? But then so was Black Power, right? And any type of
Mhm.
Black activism, or Black rights, or
You
Black
don't get to
pride.
do that.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
try to me. You don't get to do that. Don't try to
no, I
brand.
I do though.
But you're
Yeah.
grabbing. You're grabbing.
Hmm.
Because mind you, these same people said they don't. They're not down with the community or that lower hanging behavior. So let's separate that fat. Let's trim that fat off, right?
Mhm.
Let's just make it the manosphere. You said you
Yeah, no,
support.
but see, no, but you can't do that because the manosphere. Listen, you've got red pill, you've got purple pill dudes, you've got
Yeah, black
black
pill.
pill, right? You have cis BM, you have the passport bros, right? You have MGTOW. The manosphere is so large, right, and encompasses such a wide, diverse range of opinions of men, right? So you can't say, well, we support the manosphere, and we support the manosphere being a good thing because within the manosphere there are some dudes who hide behind some of these movements, right, and use those movements as masks, right, to hide their dysfunctional mindsets and their dysfunctional behavior. Like that's not accurate, right? If you say that we support individuals or messages that are hateful, or are hate speech, or are some type of destructive, then that's one thing. But you can't say because we support something in the manosphere, then we support everything in the manosphere, because we're not sheep, we're not echo chambers, and we're not just sitting there blindly supporting. It would be like when people say that because you're right wing, then you support everything every right wing conservative says, right? So even if, no matter what it is, as long as they're right wing, if they say it, you must agree with it. No, that's some fallacious BS, right?
But you support manosphere. You just said you support the manosphere, and they're talking points about. Let's look at it first. Submissive household, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so okay, Melody, tell me, what manosphere man is running a household?
I believe in submission, first of all. But go ahead,
What
Melody. I'll
what
answer after.
Wait, what did you say, Ruby? I'm
what
sorry.
man? What name me some manosphere consecrators running a household?
I'm not. I'm not really sure. Honestly, I don't know. I really don't. I really don't. But it's not about that. I'm talking
It's
about
not
men.
about that.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because they're
Tell
not
me.
finding.
Tell
Let me
me.
tell you why. And I'm going to explain why I said that.
No.
Because it's hard to find a fit, feminine, submissive woman. That's why they're not running a household, because these women are not letting them run a household.
How
These
is it hard to
women want to be, they want to wear the pants in a relationship, right? These
find?
women want to be men. So how can a man lead? And that is the reason why these men get together on this platform and talk about it and try to figure out what's the next step. And a lot of men are leaving the country because it's so hard to find a fit, feminine, friendly woman here in the States. It just
Okay,
is.
so let's
That's
look
why
at it.
they're going
Okay, so
overseas.
fit, feminine, friendly woman, right? And these women are so dominating that they won't allow these men to lead the home. That's your talking point. I'm making sure I repeat it right back.
It's very hard.
So
It's very hard for
And
them
I
why?
to do
disagree
this.
with that, just so we're all
No,
clear. That's not
no,
my that's not mine.
no, no, no.
Okay.
Don't
Go ahead.
jump off. Don't jump off the ship, please. Stay. Come back
Oh
on the
no,
ship.
no, I still agree with submission, but I just my whole talking point is
So
different. That's all I'm
hold
saying.
on. So first of all, y'all can't give me a channel that or channels that are running a traditional home. And the
They
ones that
can't.
are hold, wait a minute. So the ones that are going off and abroad, where are their traditional home? Because Lord knows we see a lot of them in the news right now. they, they're not in
Right,
the news for the right reason.
right. But
Yusuf,
they're trying to find another way to get out of this, to get around it. And it's sad that they have to try to go overseas to find a woman like
Mommy
this.
Melody is just, oh God, you're
but
just,
okay, here's my thing though, right? And so
This is
that
rare.
was Melody's answer. Here's the thing. To begin with, actually, the majority of the people that I do watch on a regular basis are married, whether they be men or women, regardless of what their stance is. Because as a married woman, right, I need to watch things that are going to be beneficial to me. As in, I need to watch people and things that have gotten further in life than I have, and therefore can benefit me, right? So, for example, someone like DeAndre, right, or just DeAndre, who has been married much longer than I have, and has been very
DeAndre hates
successful
the
at it,
space.
and has
DeAndre
been very successful at
hates the
child
space.
rearing. Pardon? I met
DeAndre
DeAndre in
hates
the
his space.
Manosphere. Yeah, but I met
Right, but
DeAndre in the
guess what?
Manosphere. See,
I know.
and he
I
speaks
met
in the
him also here
Manosphere.
too. No,
Right.
no, DeAndre hates the
Yeah.
space.
Oh, but
And what does he
oh
call these
no,
men?
no, you asked me to give you channel, so I'm gonna give you channel. I met DeAndre
He's
in this
not in the
space.
space.
Brother X is in this space though, and he is a great married man who is both a father and a grandfather and a business owner. Right?
Mhm.
So I mean, at the end of the day, we can't sit there and just gloss over the married men because the majority of the men in this space are single. Because I'm gonna be real with you, right? I have an issue with this newest iteration of the manosphere, especially the red pill ideology and the way it's being bastardized by certain pop media moguls or whatever. But it comes down to that this space, it was a space to do a couple things, right? The manosphere. When you think about the manosphere is a couple fold. One fold is to bring light and attention to men's rights issues, right? So that's one part. But the other part had a lot to do with men who were suffering because they were lacking in many different ways, because society had lied to them, not just about dating. It's hyper focused on dating right now, but it wasn't when I first got here, right? And so you had a lot of men who were like, they were just told, just go to college and everything will be great, right? You go get that piece of paper, the wives will come flocking, the jobs will come flocking, everything will be great. Now they're out of school, they're hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and nothing's flocking. And they're working at McDonald's with people who didn't go to college to be an engineer or whatever, right? So there was a lot of issues, and there was no support systems for these men. There was no support systems for the men to educate them in a lot of different ways, mentally, emotionally, to teach them that, you know what, hey, listen, going to therapy is for men as well. Doesn't mean you're weak, doesn't mean this and that, whatever, breaking down those cultural barriers.
I know you I got to catch you sometime because you'll start rapidly fire loading off stuff, and I got to stop you. So let's look at that. So you brought up DeAndre, Cerulean, Jay Shine. You know, I know those guys. How do they
I
feel?
brought up Brother X.
Brother X, ooh. Brother X has a certain feeling about a lot of these men in these spaces. And
But he's in this space, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Hold on. Being in the algorithm and claiming a space are two different things.
He talks about these black mamas all the time. He is very firmly part of the manosphere.
So if you talk about black moms, then you're part of the manosphere?
The way he does, yes. But here's the thing, though, right? I mean, and Brother X is never disavowed. Brother X has never disavowed the manosphere ever, right? Just because, again, and this is the problem. This is what people do from the outside. They try to find the worst possible examples and say, oh, if you're in the manosphere, you support these worst case examples, these worst case scenarios. And they ignore all of the really great men doing really great things in these spaces. But you can't just ignore the great men, the good men who are in these spaces who disavow the BS, but still say, yeah, I support red pill. I support red pill.
You're trying to claim, and this is where I have a problem, where even they would have a problem. You're trying to claim people, right, that I even know that have no love for a lot of these guys in these spaces. These same guys that have gone after them, have talked about them, have tried to discredit them. I find it very interesting. You're trying to put them together, that if they were present, that they would say, whoa. You're trying to put me with people I don't fuck with.
When did I put them with? No. So you're trying to say Brother X? When did Brother X disavow the Manosphere? So Brother X says he's not part of the Manosphere?
Well, my Brother X says that he doesn't have nothing to do with people who live in Mama's basement.
Right. But that's not the Manosphere, though. See, I'm sorry, Night Table. I'm sorry, I'll bring it down. But here's the thing: that's not the Manosphere. The Manosphere is not. No. Just because Brother X is also the Manosphere. Because the good dudes. Because the good dudes, the functional dudes, the dudes who are engineers and accountants who are married, who do have wives, who are great fathers, because all of those dudes who are also part of the Manosphere are also part of the Manosphere. Now, what you do have a lot, right, is a lot of young dudes who come into the space who don't have fathers, who were not raised with male role models, and who don't know what the hell to do to get from where they are at grandma's basement, still in 27 years old with no prospects, to where they want to be in life. And they don't know where else to find a daddy besides in the streets, selling drugs or whatever. So they come here to this space and they look for daddies in this space. Let's be real, they do, right? But what happens is a lot of those dudes, I'm not dead. A lot of those dudes, what they do, and a lot of them, I'm telling you, more men I have seen come through this space, get the help that they needed, get the guidance that they needed. And you know what? They've got their careers, they got wives, and they got the hell out of Dodge because they don't need to be here anymore. Because you only need to be in the space as long as it's providing something productive for you. But once you've gotten all the things you've needed and you're beyond the space and what the space can teach you, you move on to other places. And that's what happens. You can't just dismiss all of that. That's crazy.
Yo, X, I got a question. Are you Manosphere?
I don't know. That's a question that I've been wrangling with for the past 5 years. Why?
No, but
he didn't say no. He didn't say no. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Ruby's trying to figure out, and I'm trying to figure out, are you Manosphere? Now, I've never heard you say that you were Manosphere. I heard that you don't. I've heard you do interviews with them.
Yeah.
And I've heard you do shows.
Manosphere watering hole.
Right, like I think the thing about it that they confuse is men that just have conversation with all men as you're part of the space versus no, I just talk with everybody.
No, but I listen to his message. If you listen to his message, he supports a lot of the talking points of pure red. He supports a lot of the talking points of pure red pill ideology. He supports a lot of the talking points of men's rights activists, right? And those are also aspects of the Manosphere. Just because you have dysfunctional parts of the Manosphere doesn't mean that's all the Manosphere is.
The man just said out of his own mouth.
Are you streaming right now, so?
Yes, we're streaming, Brother X. We're streaming.
I'm gonna talk to you later. She said that you're Manosphere. I said you're not Manosphere. We're streaming something different.
Yes, because he's a man talking about male relevant issues in this space. Yes, I do. Yes.
Nothing, not a damn thing. I'll hit you up later, bro.
Come on over, Brother X, the Sweet Melody Media. Come on over, Brother X. You can tell it yourself.
You cannot listen. So here's the thing about it, and I think this is the problem that a lot of women don't understand, and this is why y'all don't understand. Just because a man sits down to talk to other men, like that's like a man who's a gangbanger, right? But his homie is not a gangbanger. You saying that, well, he must be a gangbanger too, because he's talking to his friends that are gangbangers, but he's like, I'm not a gangbanger. Those are people I don't mind talking to at a common space like a barbershop or a bar.
No, brother. Respectfully, that's not what it is. What you're doing is
you don't understand that.
What I'm doing, no. The difference between what I did and what you're saying is that I'm saying, people who are from the hood are from the hood. What you're saying is, everyone from the hood is a gangbanger because some people from the hood are gangbangers. So therefore, if some of them are gangbangers, all of them are gangbangers. That's what you're doing. What I'm saying is, no, if you're from the hood, you're from the hood. Doesn't mean you're a gangbanger. There's lots of other people who are from the hood. There's lots of other people who live in the hood. There's lots of good people, good productive people, wonderful people who live in the hood, right? You're saying no. Since there are gangbangers, since there is, the bottom 2% in the hood, then all hood folk are bottom barrel people. That's what you're saying.
Here's the thing about you can never, no matter what you say, if the man just said no, Melody, if a person says no, I'm not that. Does it matter what we say?
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he
No, no,
said.
no, no,
He
no.
said, he said he didn't know. He said, I don't know. Then you said, but you've never said you were a Manosphere. And you said,
What
no,
did
I've
he
never
say out
said
his
it.
mouth?
But he never said he wasn't. But he never said he
I'll tell
wasn't.
you what.
And
I'll
you know
tell you
what? I
what.
can go back.
I'll tell you what. I will do. You know, I'm gonna do a solid for you. I'm gonna
Mhm.
go get all those men that you named, and we're gonna go have the pick the side conference. We're gonna
Hey,
have the
brother.
pick the side conference. That's gonna be a good one because you
Hey,
know
brother. Let me explain something to you.
so
Hey, Todd.
who's this guy?
Hey,
Hi, Todd.
Melody. How you
Hi,
doing,
Todd.
sweetie? How you doing, Melody?
Who's this guy?
Yeah.
Does he have a
Well,
channel?
Let
well,
me
Todd
yeah,
explain
Traveler.
something
I
to
don't
you,
know.
brother.
we
Oh,
dropped
you
the
don't.
link. Yeah, so
Oh, okay.
I guess they have some questions to ask you. Go ahead, Todd.
All right, go ahead.
Now, I don't have no questions, but let me explain something to him.
Okay.
I'm born and raised in Compton, California, bro.
What they gotta do?
The nigga that was stumped out by Tupac, that was my homeboy. I live in Southside Compton Crip, bro. So we don't choose where we grow up at. We can't choose, you know, if you want to be a gangbanger or not. Now, I grew up in Compton all my life. I didn't gangbang. I did all kind of shit, bro. But I went to school in Orange County. I went to a private school. My parents did what they could to get me out the atmosphere. So I didn't travel. I done been around the world. I done a lot of things, bro. So we can't project things. Cause see, the problem is, bro, if you actually got out the country, your mindset would change. If
Yeah, I
you
already been
ever
out the
been,
country. Yeah, I already been out the country multiple times.
so so
So what are you saying?
we shouldn't have a category where men are a certain way, right? Now, Orlando Anderson, you can Google his name, bro. That's who was stumped out by Tupac and Suge and him. That's my homeboy, bro. I grew up with him. I'm still living in his neighborhood, my neighborhood. So I know what gangbanging life is like. I know what the Manosphere is like. I know what all this red
How long you
pill
been in the
bullshit.
manosphere?
I don't want to hear. To be quite honest, bro, I don't want to hear that shit no more.
Oh,
I'm
so you don't
tired of
want to hear
hearing
that?
about the men and the women type shit. At the end of the day, I'm a man. I want to love a woman, and I expect a woman to love me. I don't want to hear about, oh, she got this high body count, or a man doing this, a man doing that. At the end of the day, man, my parents been together 63 years. 63 years. You can't tell me that shit don't work, because it works.
Well, wait. Okay, so you're telling me these things, right? Okay, you're telling me these things, which I definitely can tell you. You've never been in my channel because that's not my stance on anything. So I don't.
Right, right,
Definitely.
right.
Okay, that's definitely not my stance. I'm
got you.
one of the
I got
only
you.
channels that actually is like has co-genders. So I'm actually in the first channel. I actually was doing co-gender, and second of all, I literally brought on married couples. So when I was asking about this, and actually I was in Manosphere 2.0, and I left from Manosphere 2.0. I got all my awards and all that other dumb shit, and it was a waste of fucking time. Now I was asking like, hey, so does a pandering woman, is that a detriment to a man? I say yes, it is a detriment to a man.
He said, "Is a pick me."
Oh, pick me. Sorry.
You
Well,
did say pick me.
technically,
Nah,
Hmm.
bro, like
a pick me is panders to men. They pander
I
to men.
don't think so, bro. Like, and I'm gonna tell you why I don't think so, because
Okay.
I've lived with 8 different women, bro,
Eight.
and I'm gonna tell you, my sister was gang raped.
You gotta
Her
watch out for that word.
situation became her
Yeah,
situation,
watch
bro.
Yeah,
that
you gotta
R
watch out for that
word.
word. You
Oh,
definitely
I'm
get killed.
sorry.
Yeah.
Great. Let me say great. I'm sorry. What I'm saying is like when you meet a woman, bro, you gotta ask her what's going on with her. A lot of times it ain't about just sleeping with a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta ask her, bro. Like, I was dating a girl in the UK. She had full cancer, bro. Full cancer. She survived. She was the only one on that floor in that hospital to survive. You can actually, and I'm not lying, bro. You can Google her. It's called
You
3-minute
have any
wonder
kids?
edema.
You have
Three
any
minute
children?
wonder edema, right? So she was on some BS. You know, she was doing things behind my back, whatever. But it still doesn't supersede. I can't control how that woman grew up. I can't control the behavior that she was taught. A lot of times we as men, we gotta say no to these women, bro. Like if they too aggressive, too sexually aggressive, whatever. We as men gotta say no. And if your homeboy is simp, I advise you to put a knuckle to the side of his head, bro. Because a lot of times, if you tell
Real
a
quick,
lot of these
Quad,
women
I'm
no,
sorry to
they'll change their
interrupt.
I
mentality.
don't know
Listen,
Let Sweet
Y'all already
Melody try.
know.
I'm
Let's
let
where's
me,
see.
this conversation
let me
going?
say
Where's the
this.
conversation
Yeah,
going?
the
I don't even
question
know.
Melody
is,
trying. Melody trying
Pause,
to talk.
everyone. Hold
yeah,
on. Let Melody go. Go ahead, Melody.
thank you. I was saying, okay, so right now we're talking about pick-me's.
Yeah, like what?
I'm not trying to be, rude or anything, but we're talking about pick-me's. He was saying that pick-me's, women like me, the whole conversation happened because him and Ruby and 9 other people had a conversation about me, whether or not
Not in a
I
bad thing, but we ain't calling
yeah,
nobody.
whether or not I'm a panderer and I'm a pick-me, I'm part of the
Don't
pick-me
worry, we put
sphere.
Ruby in that pit too. So
And whether the
Yeah,
pick me sphere is hurting the men more than it's
right.
helping the men,
So do you
basically.
think I'm hurting by having my channel and Ruby and I speaking on the things we speak on? Do you think
our
we're hurting
picnics.
you guys?
No,
We're
no.
picking
Are
hurting
y'all
you guys?
empowering them? They empowering? They empowering y'all? They empowering y'all?
So
What?
is the pick me sphere empowering men? So that's your question, BMT?
Yes.
Okay. Gentlemen? Any answers in the chat or on the panel if anyone wants to answer? Is the pick me sphere empowering men?
The
If
only
you don't
thing
think it's
I
hurting men, is it
No.
empowering men?
Come on.
It's just entertainment. It'd be funny to me.
wait up,
I don't
wait
feed
up.
into it.
What BT was saying earlier was facts though. I ain't gonna cap.
Well, let's go
Which
with Blue
part?
because Blue is next, and we're trying to keep the order. I want
Mm.
everybody to go 2 minutes. Blue, can you put your clock on because he usually moderates my panel? So put your stopwatch on. You have 2 minutes, Blue. Go ahead.
All right. I'm not in the manosphere, so I'm not too much familiar with the history of the manosphere. Really, you know what I mean. I'm just a person, live my life, do what I do. But my question to Melody, since you been in the manosphere, did you learn anything from the manosphere?
Oh, coming around the manosphere, I
Yeah.
learned a lot. I do feel as though I'm a better woman now than I was before I found this space. I learned a lot about men. I learned what men want. I learned to make sure I keep my weight correct. I learned a lot.
Okay, so I'm not. I say this to say that I say this to say what I'm saying is, and I said this on your show a couple of times. When for me, I'm not. I don't talk too much. I like to listen because I like to hear people's opinion. You know what I'm saying? I could, or everybody on this panel, I could always learn from them, and they could probably learn from me. And I looked at your show with you and Ruby as therapy for some people. Now, what's the brother name to the BMT?
Yes.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
now I heard you stated you've been in the manosphere for a while. That's correct.
Yeah, it was a waste of time. Worst thing I ever did.
Oh,
Yeah.
see, all right.
Worst
So, okay,
BMT
so
gets tired of Negroes. That's really what it is. You
oh,
just get
oh,
tired of the
oh,
dysfunctional ass
oh,
if you're a
bullshit.
black
hold on. Let me land. Let me land. Hold on. Let me land.
Sorry,
My two
sorry, Blue.
minutes.
Sorry.
Hold
I'm
Go
on.
not
ahead.
saying
Thank
this in
you.
no space,
Thank
bro.
you. No. I'm saying. So I think, and I don't think that melodies a picnic. That's what y'all call it. Because I'm not familiar, like I say, with the terms on here and everything. But if I do quite understand for what y'all saying, I don't think it's that. I think we come on here and we all talk amongst each other to learn, and we all have our talking points. So I think it's more we all come on here just what happened.
No, I just saw it was a funny statement that came up that
Oh,
I didn't know that was your teacher.
who
Who
teach
are
you?
That's
you?
why I heard the
Who
three F's. The three F's. You learned the three F's. Fit, friendly. What else? That stupid other F word.
Oh,
Fit,
No,
feminine, and
from
friendly. So
GC.
I always knew about fit, feminine,
No,
and
you didn't. You
friendly.
just said you learned it here.
No.
No,
No, you know
I
what?
said
No,
I
you know
learned
what I
a
learned from
lot. I
GC?
said I learned a lot here, but
Right.
I always was feminine. I always was fit, and I've always been friendly. Ask Blue.
Friendly. Mm-hmm.
Blue
mhm.
Yeah.
knew me. Blue knew me for years, over 10 years. Blue, am I different? Is this really me?
Be more specific. What you mean is this really
Is
you?
this
Yes.
am I putting on a front for YouTube?
No, honestly, no.
Now,
And
question.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If she had asked me that question and I felt like that, I would have been kind of quiet. Like,
Now, I
I'm gonna be honest, I would have been like, I
now, let me
can't.
ask you a
I
question,
plead the
Blue.
fifth.
Now, let me ask you a question, Blue.
Yes.
I know we're both men. How do we view women that hang with the niggas? Like, how do we really view a female? I don't hang with females. I like hanging with a bunch of men. I like riding with the niggas. Sometimes they're the only one I can talk. How do you feel about that? Well, a woman that can't be around other females, she just got to be around a bunch of men. How does that make you ponder?
Now, when you say be around, you mean like on the internet or in actual real life?
Actual what? Like we just talking the real world outside of the nigga sphere. When a
Yeah,
woman
just curious.
got to just be around men at all times, and she was like hang with them, go out, and she feels comfortable with the fellas.
I would be like, they probably maybe a little insecure, so they be around men to get attention, maybe.
Mm,
She can't probably be around other women because she's probably normally the problem and probably too aggressive with other
True.
females and probably starting trouble.
Or she's slutty and sleeps with people's men.
No, Ruby, the men are talking. Please be feminine.
Sorry.
Thank you.
But I would look at it like that, or sometimes you may just have some females, and I see this that's not the whore or not, all these other things, and they just bond better with men. But that's a rare case. That's very rare.
Can I say
Well,
this
it's
real
not
quick?
rare. It's not rare
No,
anymore.
let BMT respond. Go ahead.
It's
Can I say
not a
this real
rare
quick?
case anymore because the offset balance of femininity and masculinity in certain instances has gone off. Now you have it where back in I probably say like in the 90s, 80s, men, you really didn't see the females, I call them females. You didn't see the females hanging with the fellas unless it was excuse my language, a nigga bitch. Like they would hang with the fellas because they were
That's a
like
fact.
they were more tomboyish, or they just had they always got into with other females, or she was a rider, like she was one of the niggas riders, or she was like a handler, she was carrying something on. So we only kept her around as the squeeze. But other than that,
bro,
there was no other
you're
purpose
absolutely
of why
wrong, bro.
there's no other.
Nah, he's actually. What?
Wait, yo, one at a time. Let BMT finish, then whoever was speaking can go next.
The thing about it was females, when they're in their femininity and they're holistically, they usually travel in packs. And like the fellas will meet the females and the females will meet the fellas. Now, I was side-eyed the Tom girl or the female that's traveling with the niggas, unless that was her brothers or cousins. And even then, if we were all cousins or brothers, we're like, Melody, you can't go with us here. We about to go do some stuff. We ain't gonna take her. I don't care if she a homie or not. We gonna do some fella stuff. You can't go. You could try to think like us, but you're not like us. You can't go with the wolves. But I guess here you're gonna go where you're more comfortable, where you know that, hey, there's a girl now, part of the girl club. Don't see that. That's what I'm saying. Like I deal in the reality world. Like,
brother,
we're cool. But at a certain extent in the lifeline, if me and you start really clicking, like me and Ruby are cool, but we both have partners. You understand me? Mm-hmm. But if there wasn't no partners and I saw her as, damn, we got a lot in common. She's a beautiful woman. I'm an amazing fucking man. I'm shooting my shot every shot I get. And if she's not interested, fuck that friend zone shit. I'm going for the next girl that agrees.
Brother.
I don't do this friend shit with females.
Oh, Charles, let him finish.
Hand claps.
Yeah, so that's why I said the natural order balance of how men and women naturally would move, it's not realistic for men. Like they're like, I found a woman that agrees with me. But are you taking her down the altar? Are y'all making something happen? Are y'all business partners? What are y'all doing? But if ain't nothing coming of that, you just wasted your squandered time because she's getting what she needs out of you. Pillow talk. What are you getting? Confirmation?
No,
right. Doesn't he sound just like the Manosphere? I'm just saying. But, sorry, next
real
person.
Quick? Can I ask BMT something?
Go ahead. Ask all you want, bro.
Yeah, because it was something you said earlier, and I wanted to ask you now. I know it don't apply to me. So that's first of all. You were saying something about women pandering to sucker men's. Like, can you elaborate on that? Not
I
like
got
I said, it don't apply to me. So I don't. You know what I mean?
I got you. No. And here's the thing about it. Imagine you going to a church for healing. You're going to a place where you want to need healing. Now, one thing about it is this is a place for men to
So if they need healing, if you're saying they need healing, that means they need help, correct?
now, okay. So now, if the thing that they need healing from knows that what they're looking for and they know what you need, I just got to study you long enough, and I just got to be agreeable and say what you want to hear and say, right? You're going to support that dope of a drug of confirmation. You're going to want them prosperity blessings. It's no different than the call girl that says, yes, whatever you want, daddy. So guess what? You're going to keep paying them minutes. So that long as she's saying what you want to say, hear what you want to say, call you big man and all that good old shit online. That's pretty much what the niggas got now. You got your Pearlies, you got your Danica Maries, you got all these goddamn nice little call girls online giving these fellas confirmation. But guess what? At the end of the day, they got their man in the back blowing their backs out and shit, or doing all kinds of stuff. Hell, Judge Pearlie just said y'all were losers. Not calling y'all, but you understand me? She did that openly. You know, Danica and a few Avatar X and a few others, they connect the De Niro's from the men, but they ain't letting none of y'all take a shot at getting the ultimate crown, the kush, the game. And I said that's a waste of time that they can take that from you. See, it's like, in other words, I know what's hurting you, and I'm going to pander to that hurt and take advantage of you. See, that's why I say that pandering is making a lot of men's judgment weak. It's like that friend zone. You'll do everything, fix her car, get her grocery, pay her light bill. But at the end of the day, my nigga, you just a friend. You can't feel no type of way when goddamn Dominique get out of jail and blow her back out. Nigga, take your seat. That's all you were with the sucker. You walk into the manosphere. That's what it was.
Because there's other people on the panel who didn't go. Let's go with Jason.
I apologize.
No, not you, VMT. I'm just saying, Jason, go ahead.
Well, what happened? Sweet. I mean, Melody, what happened, honey? Oh, you want me to go first? What VMT was speaking factual. You know what I'm saying? This is the same situation, the same shit. What he's speaking is you know what I'm saying? It's the same shit happens to me. You know what I mean? If anybody
So from that perspective, then, Jason, you said BMT is speaking facts. So then, in your opinion, do you think then that the Pickmesphere is making men weak and making the Manosphere weak?
Of course, I think they're making the man weak and they're making every man weak. That's what I think.
Okay. So now I have another question for you, right? So if the Pickmesphere, right, as a whole, is making men weak, then the question would be, right?
Get down, take them down.
Should men want women who behave like the Pickmesphere women, or should they want a different kind of woman? Because if you have a woman like the Pickmesphere, would that not make you as an individual? Then would that make you weak? Like if your wife was like the woman from the Pickmesphere, would you get weaker and weaker because you just have this pandering bitch in your house every day telling you right and stroking your ego constantly? Or like, what do you think?
I think it's I'll tell you the truth. I think a woman should tell me what, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? I don't want her to be like weak to me, you know what I'm saying? Like weak to me, you know what I'm saying? I want her to be like, be real with me. Everything. I don't want her to be weak, you know what I'm saying? I want her to be real. With some real shit. I don't want her to be weak. For real, fellas, what do you like a woman to be weak with you guys? Come on.
Now, Jason, I got a question.
What's up?
Can you trust a woman that's always agreeable with everything you say and never just yes.
Word.
You know.
Word.
All right. Can I ask you something? Are you saying that Melody agrees with men, like like she just like yes, 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 yes.
No. I didn't say.
I didn't say that, brother.
No, I was
I didn't
asking
say.
BMT.
Oh, okay.
Oh, mute up,
They
mute up,
need to
mute
cut
up.
their background off.
Okay. So we're not saying that. I'm not saying that Melody is a yes ma'am. Or you know what I'm saying. We're not saying she's a yes ma'am, but she is, like I call her, a stepmama for a lot of weak coddled men to go to for verification rather than deal with that of their angst and issues. As men, yes, shit gets hard. We're going to hear things that we don't want to deal with or want to hear. But running to that of something that, first of all, and I'm gonna be fair, take this easily, Melody. If Melody did not have the aesthetically pleasing look that she did, and she just looked like Rasputia, y'all niggas ain't gonna give a flying fuck for what Melody has to say.
Pearly is not the cutest, and she got over 1 million
Nope.
subscribers.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm glad you used the Pearly card. I'm so glad you walked into that. Listen, as
I got
you say,
another one for you.
white makes right. White makes right. When some men are so blinded by anger that they will do anything for a win, mind you, that's what a lot of these men done said about how they feel about their women, right? That, hey, Pearly's getting after the black woman. Pearly can't go after the white girls.
Kevin Samuels had over 1 million subscribers. What does that mean?
We're not talking about Kevin Samuels. We're not talking.
I'm just saying he was black and he was a male and he had 1 million subscribers before Pearly thing.
So let me try. Okay, I'll use Kevin then. If you want to, I'm gonna go answer the
He had 1
question.
million subscribers. If you're talking about subscribers,
can I answer Kevin real quickly? Can I answer Kevin real quickly?
Man, I've been sitting here quiet for the longest. I'm just saying.
You asked me a question.
If Kevin Samuels had 1 million subscribers and she subscribed to Kevin Samuels, like she took his constellation, right? He vetted her on what she's doing right now. He already had 1 million subscribers. Did it matter if he was black or white?
Yeah, it did. It did. And I'm gonna show you why. So first of all, let me show you why. Because the women just said about the colorism of caste, right? That's what they said on this panel. So it's interesting because we're talking about. I never heard a white girl talk about colorism. What the fuck they're gonna talk about colorism to a bunch of Negroes about? Like, what they're gonna talk about ashiness or light skin caramel? Like, wouldn't even know what the fuck we're gonna talk about. Now, if we wanted to go talk about Kevin Samuels, it's interesting when Kevin did the MIT course. Remember that, Ruby? Where like he wasn't getting
men in training. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now I didn't hear the men really were rocking with him. If anything, they were demonizing him, talking about him, calling him all effeminate and gay and all kinds of stuff. So when he was dealing holistically with the men and about how they look, how they talk, how they act, how they address on panels and stuff, they weren't rocking with him. He wasn't getting no clout and chase. And it was only until he started.
But you said the white girl got 1 million subscribers because she was white, and I was telling you Kevin Samuels was black, and he was talking about the men, and he still got 1 million subscribers before Pearly things even came around.
Actually, he got 1 million when he actually started going after the women while using men's talking points in the space.
I get that, but he still was a black man.
No, you can't
name one other black YouTuber that got 1 million subscribers.
So we're talking about the women. To be fair, we're talking about the Pickmes sphere. So we're talking about the women getting the men's support.
We're not using Kevin Samuels. Yeah. Thank you. So the thing about it was this. So with the Pearly thing. It was just like the Candace Owens bit where like the women were like using, like the men were using Candace Owens, like, oh my God, like she's amazing what she's saying and all the stuff, and how she's going after the black culture. You know what I'm saying? When she was saying stuff about black people. But I'm like, that's crazy, Candace, because you were using the HBCUs for when you felt dealt wrong. And then Candace Owens will never say anything about white people because that's her main predominant audience. You understand me? So the minute she tried to check them, whenever she checks them, she always makes sure she says liberal. She doesn't say white woman or this. She makes sure she separates and categorizes them a certain type of way. So that way her majority power audience will literally say, okay, you're not catching out of line. She had no shake for Donald Trump. She had no shake when Kanye said what he said, even though she was agreeing with him the whole other time. Again, it's called the pandering grifter game. You play it well, you'll get your due coin. That's why she's on Pregu. I understand it very well that this is a business. And so you play the business card very well. You want to have people come to your church. Is that fair enough to say? It's a business. You want your time and your dollar. So you say what you're supposed to say. I'm going to come to your church and I'm going to pay you if I like what you're saying. I'm not going to go to a church I don't rock with, even though some people hate watch. But it is what it is. What's the name?
But there's a difference. I'm sorry, I got to jump in here and say, listen, there is a difference. Of course I do. But, there's a difference between the pearls, which everyone, if you don't know, I don't know where you've been, knows I don't like Pearl. And she's 100% false. She's just pandering. She's repeating back talking points she often knows nothing about. If you watch her in any particular setting, as soon as someone tries to ask her direct questions, right, she says, I don't really know anything about it. Can you tell me more about that situation? Meanwhile, you've heard her, make comments about it and attack other people for their opinions of that exact same thing. So, I mean, she's very clever, but at the end of the day, she's full of it. And you do get a lot of women. I'm not even going to say not because it's a profitable job. For real, it's a profitable job to just lie to the men, tell them anything they want to hear, no matter what their opinion is. You tell them they're right. I get what you're saying, but there's a difference between that, okay, and the pick-me sphere on a whole. Now, if I could control things, which I can, obviously, because it's controlled and dictated only by the men. But if I could control things, there are some women who wouldn't be part of the pick-me sphere, because the point of the pick-me sphere, now that y'all have renamed pick-me, I'm going to tell you. I'm telling you, because the point of the pick-me sphere, right, is to have women who actually believe these things, who are traditionally minded, who are functionally minded, who have love and respect for themselves and for the Black man and for the concept of Black families and so on and so forth, right? And are in it together with the men to build, right? Now, so any women who are full of it, who are just here for the cash, who are just here to lie and to tell them, I would kick them the hell out. So that way there would be only representatives of good women, of real good women in the pick-me sphere, right? I'm not in the pick-me sphere. The men would never put me in it because I'm not nice enough. Let's be real. I'm not soft enough. I'm not nice enough. I would never get put in the pick-me sphere. And no, I'm not. But here's the thing, though, right? I don't even agree with the term currently. I don't, because to me, the pick-me, the way I see that term, is the woman who's faking it just to get male validation and attention, right? Whereas in, because that's how the word was originally defined. But the way it's being defined now, right, taking the way they're taking it back, and the way it's being defined now is the woman who actually wants to be picked. She wants to be picked, and she's done the work on herself, mentally, emotionally, physically, right? She's worked on her core values, on all of those things. So that way she is a presentable wife. But it's not that she doesn't have her own values as well, and that men have to live up to those standards as well to get a good woman, right? So you hear the real good women, they talk about that, and they talk about their standards and the fact that women are allowed to have standards as well and deserve good men when they're good women and deserve husbands when they're wives and whatever. So I think there's a difference, and I feel like you're just conflating both, and you're just saying, well, if you're a woman in this space and you do this kind of content and you are supporting red pill ideology, you're supporting the manosphere, you're just supporting men's rights in any way, shape, or form, I'm going to conflate you with all of the faking women who pander and lie to men just to get a buck but don't mean it. And I'm like, I think that's bullshit. I think it's total bullshit. Sorry.
That's totally agree. That's like me going to the feminist sector to go listen to a bunch of feminists and hang with them. No, so I agree with you. I ain't gonna go to that shit.
It's not a feminist thing. Like there's literally channels.
You're a Brit person?
Literally,
literally. I don't know. There's a guy from Great Britain. Go ahead.
Oh, hi.
Hi. I'm saying I don't even want to name names, but I'm saying there's literally channels that are blowing up, and these women are turning around and saying they're pick-me's. And I've gone on their channel and I've said, well, why haven't you found a man? Like, it's been about 2 years. There's been lots of men come up here, and you've been saying you're a pick-me. You know, so how come you ain't find no one? And it's just like, oh yeah, so I'm just continuing my channel. It's like, okay, so what are you here for? Do you know what I mean? It's like, really, you're just here for the dope. Like, you're not here to actually get picked. Like,
Well, before we,
they're
I
not here
still
to
agree
get
with
picked.
that.
They're sort of buying into
Let
the
me ask you guys on the panel.
I
Let
still
me
agree
ask
with
you
buying
guys
that.
on
into
the
the
Never
panel.
whole
get picked.
thing.
real
Let me ask you
quick.
guys on
All
the
right,
panel.
guys, let's reset the panel real quick because
Very
I
well
want to
played.
read
Very well played.
these super.
Uh-huh.
First of all, thank you so much, Gold Professor, for the $5 super chat.
Yes,
We
thank you.
appreciate you. He says, "Hey, Melody, Ruby, it's Gold Professor."
Being
No,
pick me.
whoever is echoing needs to mute. But what I love about this is that so it's hey Melody, big happy face, dot dot dot, Ruby, and like with that one eyebrow.
That's funny.
Hey, Gold Professor, what's up, sir?
It's your turn, Ruby. The next one.
All I want
All
to say
right.
is,
Hold on,
this,
no,
this,
we're not done with the super chat. So just wait one moment. As soon as we're done with
okay,
the
I'm
super
sorry.
chats, you can go ahead.
I'm
No
sorry.
problem. So Game Changer, thank you very much, sir.
Changer.
And he said, bottom line, men hate pick-me's for not loving them.
Bullshit. Bullshit. The
Let me
biggest
ask
channel.
you guys on the
After.
panel.
That's a lie. That's a
Hold
lie.
on.
Well, you can
I
discuss
just got
that
one
after. Let's get
question
to the
for
super
everybody.
chats.
Let's read the
One-
super chats and then you can address that.
Mhm.
Thank you, Marvel318, for the $2
Thank you.
super chat. He says, showing support. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, let BMT address Game Changer. Go ahead.
Okay. It's not so much addressing, it's just addressing the comment. And GC's definitely welcome to come up here also. But I know he's also one of your teachers. The thing about it is this. Dudes and I'm gonna give it to you the best way I can, in the way that men are gonna understand this. Dudes have no problem gutting or stroking out a fat chick, but they'll never truly marry the fat chick as long as they're getting benefits. As long as you're getting food, fed, tax money, and all that good stuff. Why would you marry that person? They giving you everything they want. Hell, they don't even have to be a fat chick. It's got to be a broad. Like, so all of us fellas understand that code of law, of ethic. Okay. So I'm glad you're.
Why would anyone do that? Like, unless they're.
Oh
like,
yeah, you're not in America. You wouldn't know. It happens a lot in America.
It's not about America. I know what you're talking about when you're talking about America, but it's not strictly down to America. This is going on in the whole world.
I get taxes.
Bro, you from the UK? You from the United Kingdom?
Yeah, and you're saying it's the same way. I ain't busting down no fat chick just for the sake of it. I'm sorry. Like, I don't care. Do you get what I mean? So
have you ever busted out?
What part of the United Kingdom you from, bro?
London. Like, so that takes a certain type of guy. That takes a certain type of guy to do that. It's not like someone who's trying to find a pick-me or whatnot. If a woman's trying to be like a pick-me, like being on subject, right? Or you're talking about something completely different, I'm sorry.
Go.
Like being a pick-me is a woman being out there, like not being in this situation where they're trying to oppose men and saying, I'm the best this, I'm the best that. Like, I'm for the man, right? That's my understanding of a pick-me. And certain women oppose that because they're like, you're putting yourself out there in a certain type of way that you're not supposed to be. You're being a bit too forefrontal. You're not sort of like going, oh, you need to take me out on dates and pay for the dates and this, that, the other. They're actively out there looking for men, black men in particular. That's what a pick-me to me. And there's many women out here in the United States, in any type of country. It's not restricted to the United States. So when you turn around and start talking about large women, I ain't got nothing against large women, but I'm just saying, not any man's going to take a large woman. That's a completely different subject. Like,
is it not any man?
Not any man, no, because if I'm of a certain stature, so if I'm going to get with someone, they need to be of my certain stature because I can't deal with that for a certain amount of years.
Do you have any children?
I have to give him a round of applause for that one.
Do you have any children?
Can I ask everybody on the panel one question?
Wait.
Did anybody on this panel grow up with both of their parents?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
I know your parents and you know what you said. We know that.
Okay, so did your mama say that she was a pick-me?
Wait, mute up. Everybody mute up.
Yeah, I can't hear. So, yeah, I grew up with both of my parents. I was married for 10 years and I got 3 kids, right? So I'm not just talking like I was born yesterday. I'm
You
just
was married
saying
for 3 years or 10 years?
10 years.
10 years.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I got 3 kids. So I'm just saying, in general, what your consensus is like, you know, this is this and this is that in terms of, I'm just saying nothing personal against your statement. I'm just saying you got
That's
to
your
be,
preference.
you know, if I was going to pick somebody myself personally, I would not go after a large woman because of my stature, because it doesn't make sense. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, but in terms of the conversation when you talk about pick-me's, that's a completely different thing. And that's what I was saying from the beginning. Like pick-me's as women are supposed to be women that go out there and find men rather than men finding women. Like I can't, like if I'm walking down the road and I'm trying to check a girl, usually that's how it goes. Like women expect men to check them first, rather the pick me ideology is the woman will go after the man. They won't wait for the man to come and check them.
You never had a woman come up to you at a bar or at a club and offer you a drink?
It's a pub in the UK, man. It's called the pub.
Oh,
Yeah.
listen,
I have, but also in the park.
So you dealt with a pick me? Did you take the drink?
I'd say that. Yeah, but
did you take the drink?
Yeah, of course. But what
And
I'm
you drunk,
saying,
right?
Yeah, but on
So you engaged with a pick me?
Sorry.
Wait, what? Oh, no, hold on. I have a question. Sorry. Did you say that pick-me's are gonna approach you, not the other way around?
That's what he said.
Pick-me.
That's not a pick.
It can go both ways. Honestly, it can go both ways.
Right. So
that's not a pick me.
Wait a minute. Let me say this because pygmies are not thirsty.
Yeah, I'm about to say
no.
that. Yeah,
At all.
Let me say, to me,
guys, let Melody go.
To me, that's a masculine trait to go up to a man and throw yourself on him.
Yep.
Pygmies are feminine. We fall back in our femininity and we will, well, pygmies, I'm not going to say we, but pygmies will fall back and let a man approach her. Well, a lot of pygmies are not picked yet, but they want to be picked. And that's why they're doing the work. That's why they're working on themselves. That's why they want to make sure they look good. They want to make sure they are wifey material. Now, and I understand why a lot of them are single, because men have such a hard time picking the good ones. They don't know who's real and who's fake, because a lot of women, Black women in general, I'm not even going to say American women or Western women, are just not good candidates to be married, and it's hard for a man to see who's real and who's not.
That's I want to tell y'all a quick story.
That's so funny. I'm just being honest.
Who believes this bullshit? Like, who believes this dumb shit?
It is hard for a man. It's hard for a man to pick a.
This is why I want to tell y'all a quick story. I want to tell y'all a quick story about my parents.
What are we talking about? Who's hard?
What'd you say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It's not hard at all. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't make sense. If a woman's resting in her femininity and she's trying to sort of work on herself and be by herself, what happens is she's in the house.
So if you got to work on feminine, that means you're never effeminate. You got to work on your femininity.
I didn't say work on. I said rest in. Rest.
Well, rest in or work on.
And let a man.
Yeah, so you're going back.
I'll tell you guys a quick story about my parents.
Just 2 seconds, because
you don't want to hear it?
No. I've got a limit.
You want to hear how my
guys,
parents
one at a time. One at a time.
No, just give me a chance to rebuttal, because like I was talking and then Melody came in, so I just want to respond quickly. If that's okay, bro. Look, what I'm just saying is, if you're doing that, that's fine. But that doesn't give a man an opportunity to actually pick you. So what I'm trying to say is the definition of pick me is the woman that steps out of that, because women do that all day long. They're always in their house trying to work out themselves and trying to figure out what man's going to come knocking on their doorstep like Santa Claus. And, you know, the definition of pick me is really about you stepping out of that sort of stature, although you're doing all that type of work and going out maybe to the park, to the bar, maybe sitting on the, you know, and just trying to sort of make the man approach you, or you approach that man?
Okay. So
No,
a
you
pygmy,
don't approach a man.
a
Never.
pygmy is a pygmy is a woman that is willing to do anything for male approval. She
No.
will embarrass or throw other women under the bus to achieve this goal.
The
No.
same thing she doing, like other women
That's
doing.
the definition of
No. Listen. Everybody, please listen. That's the definition that the sisterhood throws out there.
Oh, that's the sisterhood that made up.
The sisterhood throws that out there because they don't like the fact that women are taken up from men. That is not our definition of pick me over here. That's not our definition.
Right.
We have
basically, listen.
Yeah.
So y'all made your own definition.
Hold on. No, that's not actually true. So what happened was this, okay? When pick me was originally defined, it was actually defined by the men, and it was defined by the men to warn men about this kind of woman who could be a toxic, dangerous person because she is going to feed you all of your hopes and dreams and lies, whether she doesn't mean any of it, right? She's just doing it to get something from you, whether it's money, the ring, whatever it is, right? And then her true destructive nature would come out. But what happened was then the sisterhood decided to add positive qualities and traditional qualities from women. So being traditionally minded or being in submission to a man or wanting to submit to a man or wanting a man to be a head of household, whatever. The sisterhood did add a bunch of actual positive qualities of women to this definition and then said, see, if a woman is any of these things, it's all fake, it's all bull, because women can't naturally be like that. Women aren't naturally feminine, women aren't naturally this, women aren't naturally that. It's all a game to try to get money and attention and clout from men, and these men are dumb. So then this space kind of like reclaimed it in a way and said, oh, no, we're going to throw away the way that the sisterhood's trying to bastardize the good feminine woman, and we're going to see it for what it is, which is, hey, a woman who wants to be picked is going to act like she wants to be picked.
I disagree.
Right? And then,
so
but that's actually how it really happened. I know you disagree, but you weren't here, so you can't disagree with something you weren't here for.
I disagree. Hold on, y'all. I disagree, Ruby, only because it was a shaming tactic that the sisterhood put out there. Correct?
I know, but it wasn't though.
Can I say something?
It wasn't originally. That's what I'm trying to say. It became one eventually because they attached a bunch of other things to it. But originally, that's not where it came from. Because when I was taught the word by the Manosphere like 8 years ago, I was taught by the Manosphere what the word meant, and it didn't mean what it means now. And it didn't come from the sisterhood. It was what men were teaching men which basically how men teach men now about chameleons, right? That's what the terminology was back then.
All right.
Well, maybe because I wasn't there. Okay, real quick.
Can I just chime in?
Wait, no, because there's other people that haven't had their turn. So I'm gonna go with DCL for life.
And you got the other two guys, and GC came up, and you got a few other people.
Yeah, he's
here. Damn.
Yeah, GC is gonna go with last because he came last. So let's go with DCL for life, Mills, and then we're gonna go with King's Port. What is it? Portcool?
Sport Cow. I think it's King's Port Cow.
All right, Port Cow. Okay, go ahead, Mills. What's on your mind?
Y'all making this shit complicated. If the female likes you, she likes you. It don't matter what she is. That's just me. That's just me. Me personally. Like, that's just simple. Like, y'all making it complicated and all that.
I agree with you, bro. Like, if she fuck with you, she rocks with you.
Yeah. But even the divestors chicks, like, I done ran it. I dealt with them before.
Right. It's like women will say one thing, but if they find a man that they rock with, I'm never gonna deal with black men again. But then all of a sudden she go around the corner and see a black man like, damn.
But they got kids, they baby dad black.
Right. They're gonna be like, I'll take another shot at that. I'll take another shot. Like people say one thing on panel, but they move differently and do other things. Like that's what I said. I can't tell no man, and that's not for me as a man to tell you how to move. What you see what you desire at that point, that's what you want. Now, if it when it comes to that of a woman, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I get it. Like a woman, how does a woman tell that of you men that are seasoned? How that I don't know what the hell that they're teaching you. That's very
Yeah,
interesting.
I deal with real life. The internet, man, just messing
The
people
internet is a
up.
weird place, but the thing about it is, when I hear about the pick me, to me, in my mind, I do think chameleon, but I'm like, she's only going to tell me what I want to hear.
Yeah,
I also have to say, like, if she's a baddie, right?
right.
Why ain't no nigga already picked her up? Why you still on
Yeah, but she ain't married or nothing
Because
though.
the men, she's not married because men have a hard time picking from these horrible women.
No,
I'm
good
sorry,
dog.
that is why.
This
It's
is what
She
I'm
hard
say
for
trying
that
to
men.
online.
explain to
No,
y'all.
she say that
I'm trying to
online,
give
and,
y'all.
Oh,
and in real life, she getting
Guys,
banged out by a dude.
guys,
Listen,
guys, you can't talk all over each other like that because
Alright,
then the audience
my
can't hear
bad, man.
anybody,
My fault.
right?
Yeah.
my bad.
She
Yeah, I got
might
You
be
know
a
I lick
good
your shit up.
girl and all of that, but the experiences that men had, this is a real thing. The experience, the terrible experiences that the men in the manosphere and men all over the world has had with these westernized women and these black women, it's affecting the good ones. It is, because
I ain't stopping.
you don't know. Listen, you don't know if you're picking a good girl or a bad girl. You just don't know.
they
Period.
like you. And they,
You don't know.
they
This is what I'm trying to explain.
Sucker every day.
You know, at the end of the day, my mom liked my dad when she was young, bro. My dad was born 1936. My mom was born 1943. They're not boomers, all right? So I know shit works. It worked out for me, all right?
That was back in the day. You said 1930. We in what year now?
You said 30, nigga. I said 36.
36. Nigga, we got
Can you
cell
let me
phones
finish
now.
saying what the fuck I'm
Okay.
saying, nigga?
DMT, man, let
move
the man
on.
tell his story. Come on now.
Well, no, because we have
All right, so my
Cal.
mom liked my dad,
Oh, go
bro.
ahead.
My dad had to go work somewhere else, right? He came back. My mom had a whole nother baby by another kid. So my dad still wanted to be with my mom, bro. So when you talking about Pickmes, I'm gonna tell you what's real. My dad said, look, I ain't gonna be with you unless that kid had my last name, because the man she had the baby with bounced on her. My brother died at 34, bro, with my daddy's last name.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad had five kids. It was six of us.
Whoa, mute up.
It was six of us. My dad paid life insurance on that kid. He did all that for a son that wasn't his. So I'm still here with my parents, bro. They still together. My mom picked him.
You got 1
She
minute.
picked him. She chose him. They still together. So when you pick right and you choose right, yeah, it can work out. You don't have to go overseas. You don't have to do a lot of shit, bro. It's a lot of women out here. You just got to get out your surroundings. So that shit do work.
Okay.
All right. GC?
So that's the king. No,
King's.
No, it's King. King is next, and then GC.
Oh, it's King next? Okay.
Go ahead, King. Go ahead, Cal.
Oh, what's up? Yeah, I've been listening. I really have no idea what the hell y'all are even talking about, really. This manosphere, pick me, sisterhood, all this stuff. I don't
it's
know.
all babble.
Whatever.
It's all nigga.
But I wanted to address what the UK guy said about he can't get with a thick woman or a big woman because of his stature. Now I am 6'3", 155 pounds soaking wet. I don't like fornicating with a skinny girl of my size because it's like two sticks rubbing together like we're trying to start a fire.
Start a fire.
I
Like
need something to hold on to. I need shade in the summer and I need warmth in the winter. I love me a thick girl. But anyway, and also
Do you love big girls, or is that all you can get?
a Melody.
No.
It's his choice. It's his choice as a man. Fall back.
Yeah. I mean, I love all. I love all women. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to kick a skinny chick out of bed for eating crackers or anything like that. I'm going to do that as well.
Like what the fuck
But
you like.
that's not my preferred. Yes, that's not my preferred choice.
Right.
But but as far as I don't come to well I'm barely even I'm not really on Melody's channel a lot or come through a lot, but
Welcome.
it's not like she's like my internet mom or something. I just like what she's talking about. I like the content that she puts
Thank you.
out, and I like to come through and see what she's talking about. And I think what she talks about is real shit. You know what I mean? And I don't think she's pandering to dudes or whatever the hell y'all talking about. I clicked on her channel one day because I was looking through what was live, and I was like, oh wow, she was talking about some dude stuff, and I was like, this is cool. And so yeah, but
Now,
anyway, and then as far
Everybody
that
shut up,
what you
y'all.
gotta do?
Can I respond?
It's your thing. You got YouTube on. You gotta put YouTube on mute. Put your YouTube on mute.
YouTube is muted.
No, I'm talking for him.
Anyway, oh. But also the thing with me with meeting women and stuff like that, which yes, I have a daughter. She's 19. She's an adult now. She goes to college. She's got her own apartment. She's doing her thing. Me and her mama split up when she was like 4. But anyway, but yeah, I've got, I do my thing. I do what I gotta do. But I don't. I just go out and talk to people, or some of them are just friends of mine from childhood that now that we're older, we're like, you know what? Back in the day, I kind of liked you. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. It's not like, or just going out to a bar or something, or just a chance meeting. I don't, and if we vibe, or whatever y'all say these days, if we vibe, we vibe, and as I just go from there. I don't look at their job or where they, where they live, how much money they got. If they cool with me, and they cool with me, then I'm cool with them, and that's just the way it works for me. I don't know. I don't go actively seeking a certain type. I just like stuff to happen spontaneously,
Mm-hmm.
and and that's just the way I operate, and I don't know. That's pretty much all really I have to say about that. But I don't understand. Well, I'm not even gonna go. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I really wanted to say. I mean, oh yeah, and Todd guy talking about his family being together and stuff. That's cool, and I think that's awesome. That your dad stepped up and did what he did. And my father, my mom and dad got divorced when I was 11. Um, which really wasn't that big of a deal to me at that time. I stayed with my mama, of course, but my dad went to the army, and when he came back, mom, while he was gone, mom had a kid with another dude. Okay, but they weren't together. They were courting then, and when he came back, mom instantly dropped the dude she was with. Who had the kids. She had my brother Doodle by, and married my dad instantly. And dad took Doodle in as his own. He still calls him and everything and all that. He took him in too. He didn't make him sign the name over, but he was like, well, she got a kid now, so I guess. And that was before me and my other brother came along.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Doodle was my oldest. He died at 36. He was born with onset diabetes. Not only was he a child, he was a sick child. And my dad was like, roll with it. You know what I mean? So I respect that. I think that's cool. But yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I just want to jump in because I don't know these people y'all were talking about Curly or whatever the hell y'all was talking about. I don't know that shit. I didn't know this was a thing.
Hold on, real quick.
Like,
sorry. Wait 1 minute. Stoic, can you your camera's on. I don't know if you want it on or you want to cam down, but just letting you know before I bring you up, your camera's on. All right, go ahead. King, anything else you want to say?
uh, well, I do. I kind of want to say this, but I don't. It seems like I don't understand why the BMT dude is here. It seems like he doesn't even like this type of channel or something like that. So why is he here? I don't understand that. But
BMT,
anyway,
answer that real quick before we get to Game Changer.
he's muted.
Oh, you're muted. BMT.
Sorry about that. We're talking. Yeah, I'll tell you why here. Ruby is actually a co-host on our show, King, and literally we had a whole conversation, on which we have many conversations, and pretty much she was telling me how she co-hosts over here, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, and then we were talking about. She told me about the Pickmes, and I said, oh, that's crazy, and then we started talking about other stuff. I don't really care to go frequent to other places. Like I doing too much other bigger things. However, that I've met Melody. I've talked on channel with her. Ruby is a co-host on our channel, so she kind of called the shot on this one, and so that's why I kind of came over here to have this type of dialogue. The dialogue conversation is: do pick-me's weaken men? Do they make men weak and stupid? Which we've seen a lot of that behavior where when a female get on a panel, niggas get stupid. When a female come around or say certain things and the men just yes. Oh my God, you're so right. I had that happen to me when I lost my tricycle, and I'm like, nigga, you're 45. Like, what the fuck you talking about, my nigga? Like ain't no way. Or like when you start hearing, there's no way men can find a wife out here. It's just so hard. And then you'll have it where the men are like, what the fuck you talking about? Like, these hoes out here dropping draws for goddamn like snap. Like
exactly, they're dropping draws. Exactly, they're dropping draws.
No, here's the thing about it. Most of these draws nowadays, it don't take much to marry them. It's just that niggas just don't give a shit to want to get married anymore. Like they're like, there's no cause. Like, here's the thing about it, and I'm gonna tell you right now, honestly, like even for me as a married man, the way how the system is going right now, you really don't need to get married to live an eventful life. It's just a status now. Versus that of people just shacking up, living in the same goddamn house and doing the same thing marital people are doing and just fine. I mean, so literally the pick me thing, you can pick me all the way to the day you die, which literally a lot of women, a woman will throw her best friend under the bus to get some dick. She will play a pick me card at a heartbeat to get the man she wants. But I don't agree with men running to female channels for that of closure, validation to hear certain stuff. Like, you can't teach these women shit because a woman ain't, that's not your fucking woman. First off, she don't got your name. She ain't carrying churn. She don't owe you shit. How you say you teaching a woman or leading a woman that you don't even know what the fuck her damn panty draw dresser look like? Like, y'all walking in blind. Like, niggas are filling up the cash apps of women that got in 2 hours and shit, and they be swearing up and down like, yeah, like she's on our team. Like, these women done flipped the script and done turned bags on these niggas so many times. But you know what? A fool will always be a motherfucking fool. Like, just like you just said, King, a man is going to choose whatever the fuck he want to choose, however he so choose. So saying I got to be fit, friendly, and feminine, man, you could be a dog going crazy, broad, smoking a cigarette, drinking a goddamn 40. A nigga still going to want to fuck and still going to take your ass home. All that damn
I agree with that.
Shit, they don't know. Niggas
a man with no standards, BMT. A man.
No, don't say that. No, don't say that. A man, see
that woman smoking that cigarette. That's
you see how you just try to you just try to talk that. See, and the men are looking at you like, nah, baby, it ain't about the standard. It's just what the man wants at that time. I've seen men high rollers fuck with the lowest of low and the highest of high. Whatever that man is feeling at that time, damn, I'm gonna take that back.
Yeah, because they have a vagina. That's why.
Wait.
Hold on. That's because they have a vagina. Of course, men are not gonna stop hitting it. But no man want to wipe that up. No man want to have kids with that.
Jasmine Cashman been
You don't
married.
be,
Okay,
Kate
you
been
that
don't,
is
married.
you
true.
don't be
BNT, Melody, guys, we have 2 new people on the panel who haven't said a word
I'm
yet,
about to say, hoes
right?
get
All
married
right,
every
we
day.
can get to them when we can get to them when I finish talking.
Go ahead.
And
Go
I was
ahead.
saying,
Wow.
and this is
Oh,
what I'm
Ooh,
saying. Hold on,
sassy.
let me tell you what
I
I'm
know
saying,
it,
okay?
but Melody can't
What
debate. Go ahead,
what
girl.
I'm saying, what I'm saying is that these men have no standards. Okay,
My
the
love.
ones that you're talking about, they'll go and they'll mess with anybody. And that's something that me and GC always talk about. A lot of black men don't have standards. That's why they go to other communities and take other men's leftovers. This is true.
Damn.
This is true. Everyone knows this. But I'm gonna
Black
pass
men
the
eat
mic to
leftovers
GC.
of
Go
everybody
ahead,
else's
GC.
race. So black
A
women
man
like
gonna be a man.
Okay, everybody,
Y'all
Melody
gonna
got to
hunt.
finish because she's
the baby
Melody's
has
the host.
spoken.
Hey, everybody, Melody's the host. Okay, she had to finish her point. Can we please get new people in now, please? These
Me
poor folk who've been sitting here for an hour.
Listen, this is true. A lot of black men don't have standards, but
Thank you.
what we're trying to do, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to have conversations with black men like, listen, run. You don't deserve this. You don't have to lower. You don't have to do this. You can go out and get a beautiful, fit, friendly, feminine black
You believe
woman
this shit.
to be with. You don't have to be with these big old fat nasty women smoking cigarettes. You don't have to be with these type of women. You can get a woman who's gonna care enough to take care of herself as well as you. Because how the hell, if I was a big fat woman, how the hell am I gonna take care of a man and kids when I can't even take care of myself? If I can't even take care of my health, I'm like a snack away from a heart attack. How the hell am I gonna take care of a man?
Well, Melody, is you married?
No. We are not going that way.
No, don't do that.
We have to go
Can
this
you hear
way.
me?
Okay.
Don't do that.
No. Stone, hold
Don't
on.
do
Game
that.
changers first, because Game changer has been here forever.
I'm
Game
not gonna
changer.
answer that because that's disrespectful, but that's none of y'all business. That's nobody's business.
I didn't do that,
That's
Melody.
okay.
Melody, you're lovely. I don't play that shit. Y'all
Melody,
stop it.
should I set a personal attack on
Melody,
you?
sorry, Melody. I apologize. I'll cash app you for that one. That was not me that said that. That wasn't me that said that.
No,
That
this
was
is bad
you.
behavior, man. It's
It
bad
wasn't
behavior.
you, but what I'm saying is it doesn't matter whether I'm married or not. I'm gonna come on
Yeah.
my platform and I'm gonna preach men need to do better, men need to find better women, women need to get on the treadmill and lose weight and care about yourself, because if you don't care about yourself, how the hell are you gonna care about a man? But I'm gonna drop the mic and I'm gonna give it to GC. Go ahead, GC.
Yeah.
GC, come on, man.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Everyone but GC,
Yeah.
shut up. Please,
Yeah, I can hear you,
please
Story.
let GC go. Please, I really want to hear what GC has to say.
All right,
Please,
all
can
right.
we please get the new people in,
I did.
please?
We
Thank you.
did.
Yeah, so
Hello.
the no standard thing is, Melody and I have talked about that a lot. And yeah, that is something that's prevalent in the Black community. And it's unfortunate because it is one of the hindrance that Pickmes have in finding long-term mates. Now, I will say that most Pickmes that I know of are married. Melody represents one of the few who are not. And, that is just possibly a matter of circumstances, but also when you're a Pickmes kind of gravitate towards men with standards. And unfortunately, Melody being attracted to only Black men, she and I'm speaking for her, but I'm from the other Pickmes that I've spoken to, I see this particular pattern because Black men don't have standards, and it's a Pickme's duty as one to meet a certain man's standards. She finds the pool lacking. And I'll give example of what I'm talking about. So to the brother King's, how do you say that? King's Port Call?
Kingsport, Cal. My name's
Port Cal,
Calvin, and I'm from a city called Kingsport.
Okay, gotcha. You mind if I call you Calvin?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, Calvin. All right, so you mentioned that you had a daughter, an ex-wife, and a mother. And you mentioned all
Not an ex-wife. Not an ex-wife.
Oh, you were
Baby
together.
mom.
I thought you said you divorced after, but
No. I did not say that. I said
Okay.
we were together till she was well. We were together before, but we stayed together till my child was about 4 years old. But we
Fair
were
enough.
never.
Fair enough, baby mama. Of the three, which were overweight?
Of the three, I don't know what you mean. Of the three, I only mentioned.
Mother, baby mama, and baby.
Oh, the mother is the one I was talking about. The mother was She was thick, but she wasn't. I guess you could categorize her by Hill standard as overweight, but she wasn't obese. Now, like I said, I've been, and that's my baby mama who I still talk to, and because we have a child together, it's still a thing. But she does come and see me sometimes, and 19 years later, actually about 23 years, because we dated for a while. I don't want to take up your time, but you asked me a question. But and also, but yeah, and then I've had relationships with numerous. Well, not I don't want to sound crazy, but with different types of women, races, sizes, everything. It doesn't really matter. I'm not saying that. I get what they're talking about with the dropping black men don't have any standards. I don't think that's necessarily true. I do have a
Okay, well, let's put it
standard.
like this. What type of woman won't you sleep with?
Uh, well, I don't. Well, you got to be at least halfway intelligent. That's one thing. That's a big thing for me. You can't just be straight up super ghetto. I can't have that. You
Right.
know what I mean? You got even if you got to be fine, but if you super ghetto, we ain't going to match. You know what I mean? I could say that. I could say the same thing with uppity white chick. I'm not going to do that. Don't care. You know what I'm saying? I would
So,
not. I don't
so
care if you're hot.
and I hate to seem like I'm picking on you, but basically, this is an example of not having standards because what it's saying is that a woman who's a pick me who works to improve upon herself in order to please a man, when getting with somebody whose only standard is to not be extremely ignorant or extremely overconfident in their value, you're really saying that by getting with somebody like Ruby, for example, you're really just saying, hey, I'm attracted to you because you're not retarded. So that is what the problem is. It's very low standards because we as black men pretty much take and embrace anything. It makes life very difficult for pygmies. And yeah, that's what's going on. Now, as far as the hatred that pygmies get from men, it really stems from pygmy representing the woman who has chronically rejected the guy. And this is their opportunity to, in turn, reject the pygmy. So guys like this, and Melody, you shouldn't take it too personally. Guys like this are always going to exist. Men have a very difficult time understanding that there is a certain type of woman that is not available to them. Just like there's a certain type of occupation that is not available to a person. There's a certain rank in the military that will never be available to certain people. There is a certain strata. So men like to take it down. It reminds me of this Far Side comic that I read years ago, where it was a
Far
bunch of
side.
no, it wasn't Far Side. It was High BC, which deals with the cavemen. And two cavemen they seen a bird flying by, and they tried various things to fly themselves. They made wings out of leaves, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They tried to fly themselves, and then when they realized that they couldn't do it, they invented the bow and arrow and shot the bird down. That's essentially what's going on there. If you cannot get what you want from a species or a person, you tend to attempt to destroy it. I wouldn't let that bother you too much, Melody. I don't know if it's getting to you at all. From what I know about you, you don't care. But you're going to see a lot more of this. Maybe not on your panel, but just in general, you're going to see a lot more of the psychological played out. But yeah, brothers need to definitely have standards. It's going to offend the people who have gotten with women that don't meet the standards that brothers are newly trying to establish. But nevertheless, fuck them. Their life's over. Have your standards.
Yeah, facts. Big facts, GC.
Mhm.
Oh, and another thing I want to ask you, because Ruby said that the term pick me came from men shaming women instead of from women shaming women. Where did the term pick me come from? I just want to know.
The first time I heard of it, was Madame Noir. They were making fun of Amara La Negra because of a post that she did where she was in lingerie or bikini or something. I don't quite remember. And she was cleaning a shower, actually, in the post that she did. And then they were making fun.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. They were making fun of her, not saying that she was fake, but they were saying that she was over eager to please her mate. So yeah, as I understood it, the original definition was, a woman who's overly eagerly trying to please her mate. There could have been a prior definition that I don't know of. Don't really
Did
care
that come,
because
did that come from women or men though? Who
no,
coined
Madame Noir is a woman's thing.
Yeah, but that you're talking about something that happened like what, a couple of years ago maybe, and
Once
I'm
again,
talking about
there's a definition
7 years
prior.
ago versus 2 years ago. Yeah, there was.
Again, if there's a definition prior to that, then you can you can educate us on that. Don't really care. I like the definition that I came in on it
Sorry.
with. I do like that definition because it's like it really highlights the mentality of modern women. You see, people talk about, something is wrong with this woman if she doesn't have friends. Let me tell y'all something. If a person is in a society that demonizes men, that believes that men should embrace disrespect, then a woman who wants to please her mate and assure the happiness of her mate and her family will be an outlier and therefore ostracized by a dysfunctional society. So yes, in a dysfunctional society, a functional person would be alone. So I wouldn't like just shun a woman for not having a lot of friends because it really means that she's not part of a dysfunctional society. But that's the definition that I went with, and through a lot of work and efforts on my part, I did flip that definition from a pejorative to a positive. Now, it may have had a different meaning in the originally. However, the definition that I came across that was introduced to me was a pejorative that I changed.
Yeah, you did. You did coin the new definition of pick me.
It's the same definition. It's just a different perspective of it. I mean, the definition was as a bad thing, a woman who's over eagerly trying to please her mate. I think that it's a good thing. I wouldn't mind a Mora La Negra, half naked, cleaning my shower, and I think most men wouldn't mind that at all. It's just
I
that
wouldn't mind.
No, I disagree. You did coin. No, you did. Hold on, GC. You did actually coin it. I will say specifically you, because that's where I saw the push and the definition, the new definition coming from was your channel and people from your channel and like who had heard you talk about it, right? Because the definition up until when you got a hold of it and morphed it, was about it being fake. So it was all about, it wasn't just about like, whether it was coming from the men or the women, it was about the intentionality was fakeness. And so you're putting on a front. So whether you were saying,
again, Ruby, I'm saying that the definition, again, the definition that was introduced to me had nothing to do with fakeness. It was
but it does though, because the thing is,
no. Again, the definition that was introduced to me on the
I know you're talking about from the sisterhood, but the thing is, the sisterhood, what they're saying is these women who are over eagerly trying to please their man to get male validation and attention, but the rest of that message is it's fake. They were not making fun of women who just genuinely cared about men and whatever. It's like, no, these women were putting on a front. They're putting on a show just to get male attention.
Okay, it's not really relevant because what I did was I took something, my understanding of the definition of a word, and just changed it from a pejorative to a compliment.
That's what I said. That's literally what I said. So I said I agree with Melody saying that you did really coin the term. Right. That's what I was saying. I said
that I redefined it. Basically, I just changed the perception of the definition that existed to me. So, just to be clear on that.
Well, the thing is, though, right, is that if you just take the positive behavior and that's it, then you're not including the fact that because chameleons includes the fact that, and they're just putting it on as a show until they get what they want from you, right? But you're taking that part in. You're saying, no, these are women who are actually feminine. They're resting in their femininity at all times. They're not putting on femininity to get male attention.
So, right quick, Stoic. Right quick, Stoic.
The rest of the femininity is
Stoic, if I may, please.
Stoic, you're next. Yeah, he's next.
When coining a phrase, there really isn't much need to bring out the people who will falsify, the image of that. For example, if a person wanted to define something as high value men. Now, there are men who are not high value who pretend to be so. He doesn't necessarily have to say, oh, okay, as part of the definition, we're including those who are falsifying that. If a person wanted to coin a phrase like thug or gangster or something like that, there are, of course, going to be those who are pretending to be that. However, Tupac doesn't have to say, live my life as a thug, not to mention the guys who are pretending to be a thug. Like, let's be clear, it's not really necessary, and it's really a useless conversation circle. I have my definition.
Define fake pick me. So if you define fake pick me, that would.
I really don't. I didn't define fake pick me. The word chameleon was not something that I coined.
No, I mean literally saying fake pick me's. I've heard you use fake pick me all the time.
Well, you can say fake anything. The point is that I understand what exists, and this is the definition that I have recreated for the term.
So you just want to argue with me for like no reason.
I don't argue with you at all.
Who's next?
I really don't.
Okay.
That's me. That's me, Ruby. How are you doing?
Oh my God, that's your voice, Stoic. What's up?
Stoic. That's
Wagwan.
You heard me voice before, no? Come on.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I didn't know you get on panels. Honestly, I swear to God, I didn't know. What's up?
No. It's me, Ruby. It's me.
Finally.
I've been on panel before. I've been here before. But
here on our panel?
Yeah.
On this panel, yeah, I've been here.
I was probably drunk that day. I'm sorry. No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
Yeah, you completely
he was on the Live and Up Front one. I think he was more on the Sweet Melody Media panel.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
You changed. Piece of the panel, piece of the melody, and to Ruby, of course, game changer.
Yes,
my good man, of course. And I can't see the rest of the panelists here. I'm not certain who's there. But what I was going to say, just to come on what the game changer said, a pick me in general. I mean, for us, for the men, and I consider myself to be part of Black Manosphere, it was just a woman that was feminine, a woman that was so catered to a man who did well for her too. Wasn't someone to be taken advantage of, or someone to that you would cast out, or something like that. I think they got it wrong on that. I think Game Changer said something about Amara La Negra. Did you say something about that?
Huh?
And in that situation there, she was trying to do something for her man, to cater to him.
Yeah.
And she got so much backlash from that, from doing just that thing there. In general, that's reprehensible to chide a woman for trying to do something better for a man, to bolster him up, to worship him, in a sense that he's done something for her, and she'll do something for him too. In that sense, they've got it wrong. There's a duality to the term. The side of the sisterhood is that no woman should do anything for a man at all.
Well, yeah, I mean, what they're trying to do, with that thinking, Stoic, is they want to just lower the quality of the pool of women that are available to a certain group of men. And they have been successfully doing this for quite some time. And as a result, men have lowered their standards in order to meet the lowered pool value. So if they find a girl who's a pick-me, they will, play their tactics and games in order to make her less of a pick-me. So the men do not get used to a certain type of behavior and respectfulness from a woman. And then later you'll have men who will just take anything as long as there's a vagina attached to it. And Calvin, this isn't me shooting at you, but you did say that I like all women. et cetera, et cetera, et
Yeah,
cetera.
true.
But yeah,
And
so but
well, well, wait
my
a
point
minute. If
is,
you're gonna come at
Who said that?
me,
Who said that?
he's talking about me. I said that, and
Mhm.
yes, and I still stand behind that. I love all women. I
Why do
don't
you
give
like
a
a
fuck. And
woman?
I'm not. What I'm saying is, when I
Why?
say I like all women, is that I'm saying I don't like. What I'm saying is that I like every woman, regardless of their race, color, or creed. Is what I mean.
and
I like
size
all.
and
I'm
size.
not, and
Nah,
and
no,
and,
no,
and stop.
no, 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 no,
I'm
no.
not
Come on, bro.
saying. You
Well,
know
Come
what I
on,
mean?
no,
I'm
no,
not
no. I'm
saying.
not faulting you for being that way. What I'm saying is
And
come
I
that
on.
stand behind that, and I
no,
ain't
and
gonna
I
fucking
appreciate that.
change it.
Nor do I wish for you to do so.
Man, it
You
just
know,
boils down to the
no,
basics,
Hey,
man.
man.
no.
A man like a woman, and a woman is supposed to like a man. That's just what it boils down to.
Yeah, that is the basics,
I mean,
but
what else you gonna like? There's
And
no
my
other
standards ain't
species of
low,
woman on the
motherfucker.
planet. What else you gonna like?
okay.
Wait
Let
a
me
minute.
ask
You,
you.
just
Let me ask
swearing,
you, brother,
man.
sir, real quick,
Wait,
sir.
guys, before we move on, let me just read the super chat.
Sure.
Oh, well, actually, it's Ruby's turn to read it.
Hmm.
Ruby can go. My Jamaican sister.
You
My
there?
bad. I'm here.
Uh,
What? What is up? Okay, so thank you very much, Young East. Even though you
Young
straight
T.
dragging me in the chat all night, I see you. So what's up? But thank you very much, Young East. And he said, "I love Melody."
Love you too, darling. Love all of you.
You just wanted me to read that so you could just luxuriate in all your love, Melody. I
Not
see.
true.
I'm gonna
You know
be
he loves
really.
me.
I'm gonna be really quick.
You know it.
Oh,
Young
BMT is
East.
trying to talk.
I'm gonna be really quick for this. So, the actual history of a pick me is old. It's pretty much the dichotomy of an Angie Mama that throws Negroes under the bus.
Ah, come on, mate.
So you understand. So then after that, it evolved to don't trust the chameleon. The Uncle Ruckus, the pick me, because they'll say anything to get favor. Now and then it went over to well, it got turned into I agree with the men and this and that, and they're like, see, she the pick me. You can't trust these girls because they'll say anything. And then so the men they weren't trusting the women because they were trying to teach men any bitch can lie. She'll say whatever she want to say to get you. So, but then, of course, you had a new flip over of this digital space, and they say, hey, is it really such a bad thing to get a woman that will just no pushback and just go with whatever you say? And so you have some guys who say, hey, I guess the pick me mindset is not a bad thing. Some women picked it up as a trolling thing for other women. And other women say, well, shit, this is a very lucrative thing. I'm just giving you that of the history of the pick me, where it's like, you know how like some words, their meaning change over time, like they start changing. But I'm not here to tell any man what you as men should like. At the end of the day, you're a man. You're going to have your preferences of what you may feel today. You may not be feeling tomorrow. You might have it where, guess what? I married a black woman. We did it the thing. It didn't work out. Fuck it. I'm dealing with white bitches. There's a white girl all of a sudden, she just all of a sudden doing everything right for you. Did she turn into a pick me? No, she
What
just
does the
said
race
that.
have to do with anything? If
No,
you're a man and you just like
it's
a woman, you just
an
like a
example.
woman, bro.
Todd, it's an example. It's just an example, Todd. Just
Okay,
give me
I
an
got
example.
you. My bad, brother.
So, but the thing about it is, I don't think any white people are calling the white women a pick me. They're just like, oh, okay, guess you found your man. No different than any woman that just agrees with you. If a woman is rocking with you, y'all, of course, y'all going to agree because that's your woman. You're going to have agreement, and unless you just like an agent of chaos and you just like some crazy shit. But again, I mean, some dudes like that. Some dudes like that shit. But as far as saying, will I say black men's standards are low? No, I'm not going to say they're low. I'm not going to say anybody's race of standards are low. That's that person's opinion. But that does not represent that of the whole, because then you want to be having an argument saying that these damn bitches are too sedity, they're too bougie and shit. People choose what the fuck they choose at that moment, what they feel that they want to take home. I'm not going to tell you, just like how some people, they don't deal with cheater. Some people say, you know what, I love this person, I can get through it. Other people say, yo, I want 100% submission. I like a woman who speaks their mind. That's why I said these internet talking points don't holistically always convey in real life.
In real life.
Right, when you actually shit hits the road or you actually get in that situation. I'm not saying that somebody can't have a valid point. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that people should raise their standard. If I used to like laying down with bed body Brenda, but after a while I'm like, okay, like these minimum wage checks, this fighting in the
Oh, that man.
department and all this shit, it ain't for me. So when I started being on my grind, I got a better woman, and then I got a better woman.
Exactly. You
And
were
then
on
it's
your
the end of
grind. You just said it. You started being on your grind. You started realizing you're worth more than that. You're better than that. You're handsome enough to get a beautiful woman who's in shape. You don't need big body Brenda. You don't need her.
Well, I
it's
was
the environment.
So,
that body.
But like,
Go ahead.
wait, no, but BMT, let me
So-
ask you a question. I want to, because here's the thing. You said that you made those choices, right, as a man, but you had a father, right? How fast do you think you would have moved on from these, less helpful to your life choices in women, if you didn't have a father and, a stable support system, and even like your mother seems to really have a good head on her shoulders and whatever, right? So what if you didn't have that? Would you have moved on from the more destructive type of woman as quickly as you did?
I want to say this. It probably would have took me a while longer to realize because I emulate what that I see as successful. That's how I look at it. I'm a latchkey kid. If it ain't getting me bread, if it ain't getting me a Mazda or goddamn getting me a job, why am I wasting my time? Don't get me wrong, poom poom is good and all, but after a while, I mean, shit, being broke and bumming goddamn roach buds, that shit gets old. After a while, I want my own cheddar. So the women that were fine with that, like I had women that are like, yo, you don't need to work. You can stay at my crib. I get paid every week from the call-in center. I'll give you some of my money. Just stay with me. I'm like, all right. But then after a while, I feel like I'm sort of getting sunned because at the end of the day, I got to go deal with the woman, go get my break. Remind you, she give me the check.
I remember them days.
Yeah, some niggas are fine with just getting that check from that woman. But other men are like, nah, I don't like when we get in an argument. You can throw in my face, this is my place. Nah, after a while, I'm like, okay, we're gonna change that. I'm gonna go get my own spot, and ain't nobody can tell me when to get out. So that has to be a decision upon the man to want to elevate himself to. If I better myself as a man, I have more variety of options. Again, men who have a better variety in their life, they can pick. Do I want the bargain bin? Do I want a standard? Do I want a higher quality car? Which car do I want to drive? But at the end of the day, you're making that choice. But I don't want just somebody that here's the thing, like, I side eye something that's too good to be true. I'm like, okay, what are you getting out of the deal? Not saying that, hey, I got a few military buddies. I've seen them. We've been to Thailand, East India. We done been all over. So I could have picked anything. Okay. I chose what I chose. I've been in it for almost 18 years. So I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I chose what I chose. Okay. But again, some of these conversations of these talking points, they don't holistically conflate logically to that of the algorithm of real life of what's going on right now. Like, you're going to have to start thinking on, like, and that's not something like, if it's men working on themselves as men, I can deal with that guy bar talk. Fuck it. GC want to tear up the floors and say, hey, you guys choosing shitty ass women and King and him go at it. I'm not going to say shit because that's between the lions to let them have it. But if they're going towards a woman, yeah, it's entertaining. But some dudes are using y'all bosom as a coping device of why they are afraid to accept that they are fucking up. You understand me? Like, they don't want to actually deal with, damn, I got to go out there and fend myself. As long as I can go to a woman that's going to agree with me and absolve me of my fuck shit, you give them a safe haven for their fuckery. Rather than say, hey, y'all got to stop that pussyfooting and get your asses out there. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't fuck with weak men. Women that don't fuck with weak men and go after the strong, you're supposed to give, that's how it's supposed to be. It's not like that anymore. Back in the day, you couldn't just get a woman. You had to have a job. You had to have something going for you. You had to have some shit. Then after that, you could approach the family and say, "Hey, I would like to take your daughter or your sister out if it's okay with y'all. All right, what you got going for you? I got me a car. I'm going into the military. Or I'm going into wood shop." And you roll from there.
Ask you, why
All right, so let me.
why
Well,
do the
can I
women
respond to
not
this real quick?
allow us to be a man like that anymore?
Okay, I'm gonna answer that. I'm gonna answer that with it, but I want to make clear that the whole premise of this conversation, in fact, the title question is: do pygmies hurt men or help them? If quality women motivates men to be better men in order to obtain them, as stated, then actually pygmies are helping them because they are requiring that men become quality. Now, if all women were fat, belligerent, ugly, and nasty, then what will happen is the men will. Somebody's making noise. What will happen?
Sorry, everybody, please
please
mute up.
Please, thank you. So, Calvin, could you mute up too? And yeah, thank you. So, what will happen? Somebody's still not muted. Anyway, all right, thank you. So, what will happen is that men will have no motivation. They'll have no motivation to do better, to get better women, because there simply aren't any better women. So, one, men have to have standards, and standards means that you strive for something better than just simply being female. And once you have those standards, you will put a standard on yourself to obtain the thing that you need. So, definitely, pygmies help men, not hurt them, to give them something to inspire for. That's why the term trophy wife exists, because you have to accomplish something to get it. Now, as far as what Brother Todd was saying, and King's Portal, and we were talking about standards, men love women. Yes, that's true. However, men, generally speaking, are more selective of women. They don't just love a woman for being a woman. She has to meet certain other criteria in order for him to be attracted to her. And that's something that's not as common as it should be in the Black community. So if the men do not have standards, it's kind of like saying that humans love food. If then there wouldn't exist any 4-star or 5-star restaurants, because we simply like food. All food is the same. All of it has value, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We should be of the mindset of, I am a 4-star man or a 5-star man, and I require a 5-star restaurant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, or what have you. First you must get to that level. But even still, when you are not, you understand that you are developing into this quality man, and therefore you should not settle for something of lesser quality. This is something that, we preach, and sometimes men, would have to hear it from a woman, have to know that sometimes that, this type of woman exists in order to aspire towards.
So
What's true? True.
Men need women to inspire them to get off their asses.
No,
are you asking, is that a question?
Yeah, that is a question.
Okay. Really. Well, you answered the question yourself when you said that, I had to get my shit together so I can get a quality woman.
No, I didn't do it for a woman. I really didn't do shit for
But you stated that you did. But nevertheless, no, that isn't no. Just because it's one of many motivations, that doesn't mean that it's a man's sole motivation.
It's never been my listen. I could give a fuck what these hoes are doing. I could give a fuck what these hoes are doing. Y'all care about what these hoes are doing. I did what I wanted to do because I wanted to do whatever I wanted to do, and I wanted more options. I wanted a better whip. I wanted my own crib. I wanted to go travel all over the U.S. I didn't do it because of no damn women. I told the broad that, listen, y'all miss what I said. I was already getting whatever I wanted when I was in her crib. I didn't want that. I wanted to go do other shit.
Except respect.
Oh man. So the thing about it is this. This is the problem. A lot of men are maneuvering to the movement of what women are telling them. Hey, you men are special. Y'all can do this and that. I could give a fuck what a woman got to say. That shit don't influence me as a man. I build because I choose to build, not because a fucking woman has anything to say. They move in my environment, not the other way around.
Yes, you're here on a woman's channel in her environment.
Okay, so
nevertheless, here's what I want to say.
Here's the thing about it.
I was saying that it's a motivation. It's part of what motivated you, as you stated. It's one of many motivations, and apparently a Mazda is another one of your motivations. Okay, granted. Nevertheless,
A woman's not my motivation.
the existence of a Mazda and the existence of quality women is a
No,
motivating factor for men, and therefore it
and
helps
that's
them.
why men
You
right
don't
now.
want to have no fat girl in no Mazda.
Yeah, Mazdas are very small. You're right.
That would
Right.
look weird, right?
Yeah,
That was a
Oh,
good one.
yeah.
That was a good one. Now the thing about it is this, and this is the problem right now. Men right now are maneuvering to that of the maneuverability of worried about how women perceive them, rather than back in the day, or however society, men moved how other men would say, well, my peers, how my peers perceive me. I don't know why the hell would a man have a conversation. I guess his woman is his peers, because I don't have peers that are women. I have peers that are men among men. So I didn't see no women out there when we were doing welding, when we were doing forklifting, when we were out there building another bar or a goddamn, that was men doing that shit. There was no woman like, hey guys, I feel like we didn't ask you what the fuck you feel. Get the fuck out. Like, there's no reason. The next secular thing I look at is, why do I need a woman's validation in what I do as a man? Women cannot validate a man. Men validate women. You
Who
give them
needs that?
so how you're telling me, so a woman give me a validation. Mine, I came here to have a talking point on pick me arguments or pick me validation, which seems like you take a big promise in that validates you to do what you do. I don't give a shit for what they say, because there's nothing that they can say to me as a man that I'm already doing. I don't give a fuck about them talking about fat, this, that, and that. If that's the case, here's the thing about it. And I learned this in life. Now,
yet you're here.
You're making a singular
Yet
argument,
you're
though.
here.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
singing nobody
Singular
else.
argument. Make it
Exactly.
singular
And he's
argument.
making it over and over and over again. Like
Well,
he's
hold on.
repeating
Here's the
his
thing
same
about
argument. over and
Really
over and over again.
singular, man.
Okay, but here's the
Solo
thing.
argument, BMT.
Here's the thing. Well, I get that, Stoic, but here's the thing I'm saying. Because in the conversation, I said this. First of all, how do you know that woman who she says she is? You're not around her to watch her in her environment. How do you know?
BMT, I've seen you. You know, I hear what you say here. I hear what you say now, but you flip flop a lot too. Also, over
Yeah.
time, you've gone from this extreme to another on many different platforms, and so when you say these things, it's hard to really
Take it seriously.
take you seriously. You really can't really, you can't be taken seriously on this stuff, and because you kind of you don't have a basic point that you stick to,
Sure.
and you know that also, right?
Right.
You know
So
that.
here's the thing about it. So my coming to around a male space was to talk about, for the rest of the men who are not content creators, I talk about business, talk about politics, I talk about ethics, I talk about camaraderie, talk about firearms, movies, pretty much shit that guys will talk about at a barbershop and other shit like that. When I was in this space, it seemed like pussy was the main strugglation that men were chasing for in this space.
I think it's what you wanted, mate.
No, hold on. Why would I want that? I already got it.
Yeah, but I think it's what you wanted. You wanted more of it. I think you wanted more of it.
Why would I want more? Well, I could get more of it. I mean, here's the thing about it. Now, here's the thing. I'm glad you said it. Women are naturally going to go to men that are in positions of power in their life.
But why?
Are they not? Is that not how it works, man? They're going to go.
I thought you don't care what they want, though.
Well, here's the thing. I said women are naturally going to go.
But why do you
care?
A
woman sees a man at the club or at a bar. Hold on. Listen.
You can, man.
Yeah,
you can.
See what I'm talking about? It's ridiculous.
Could you mute up, please? Mute up.
I'm muting, yeah.
Yeah, everybody mute up. Let BMT. I'm finishing.
Thank you. This show's about me. Thank you. So the thing about it is this. I came here because Classic Ruby invited me to come here for a conversation. Ruby, at first, was I saying I was going to come over through? I said I came through respectfully, speak to you and Melody. They asked me, and I came through respectfully. I can have a conversation with anybody however the fuck I feel, because I'm a man. If I want to talk about it, politics, I'm going to talk about it. Firearms, I'm going to talk about it. I'm a man. I'm interested in talking about anything I want to talk about. This is very interesting that a man is trying to dictate another man in what he talks about. I don't care about your sways of you trying. This is the thing why I didn't want to throw the shot out. It's men trying to talk about being traditional, but they're not living or running in a traditional lifestyle. I got a family.
So
home.
what, man?
Hold on, wait. Mute up, please. Family, home, business. I came up my lifestyle. I'm very Melody, Ruby. Y'all have spoken to my family, right? Y'all seen my lifestyle, right? So I practice what I preach. If I'm going to tell you it, I don't. Have you heard me, King, tell you anything wrong about your lifestyle, Todd? Any of you men? I don't tell y'all because y'all are fucking men. I don't tell you, well, you dealing with this woman, you must got bad taste. No, you are a fucking man. And by that God-given right, you choose what you want. But you got men who are not running a family, who are not in politics, who are not leading. They are telling y'all that y'all are choosing lesser, but they're not living by that own fashion of that lifestyle. See, that's why I call the hypocrisy. That's why I call the cardinal sin. You can't try to judge another man if you ain't willing to walk that path. That's, to me, that's blasphemy. If I'm wrong with what I'm saying, you men can say it right now.
Okay, so all right. Let me say this.
I'm gonna be 1,000. Spoke like a true man.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, Todd.
Todd, are you in a family? I'm asking Todd, is he in a family?
You said me?
Yeah.
Wait, what did you ask me? I'm sorry.
Are you in a family right now?
Am I in a who?
Family. Are you married with kids and kids from the woman that you're married to?
No.
Yeah. Kings, are you?
No, I've never been married, and I do not plan.
Understand this.
I mean, what is this, man?
I understand this. This whole he's speaking facts, nigga. He's speaking about you and you. So I know that it sounds good, but really what he's doing is because men need to hold a standard. And a lot of brothers do not want that. That whole concept is scary because there are so few women in our community that meet the standards. If they were, then you would be married to them right now with kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, it is comforting. It's comforting for men to say, something, I just want any woman. Because it is. It is easier to wife a fat, ugly, belligerent bitch in her 40s with no uterus. It's very easy to... It is very easy to do that, and it's comfort to know that, listen, there's nothing wrong with what I do in this endeavor. However, holding a standard, there's also nothing wrong with that. And that is all I'm trying to tell brothers. Yes, you can ultimately do what you want. I can tell you this, you will not get what you want out of life by doing that. I mean, y'all haven't had standards for quite some time. What has it gotten you?
Well, let me tell you something, gang.
I ain't doing it.
Exactly.
No, BMT, please.
No, stow it.
Let me talk now. No, let me talk now because you've been in a soapbox for a long time.
Well,
you've been in a soapbox for a long time.
No offense, but the show is about me talking.
Well, you've been in your soapbox for a long time.
I mean, if you want, if I can,
I'd like to hear what Stoic says.
Wait, you've been in your soapbox though. Wait. Can I just say quick this thing? You, and not just you, but in general, the ideology that you brought forward. You're saying that men should do these things and act in the way that you say that they should act, but you yourself are on this show here, seeming to want to cater to women that are not your wife.
What?
I mean,
what woman am I catering to?
You seem to be here.
Wait, hold on, wait, pause. Wait. You said I'm catering to women that are not my wife. Ruby, have I catered to you? Wait, Ruby, have I catered to you? No. You said something. I'm catering to women that are not my wife.
You seem to be kowtowing to the ideas of kind of a I want to say like I don't want to say misandrist, but I want to say like kind of a woman-centric ideal.
What the fuck?
I don't get what you're doing. This is a man's. I mean, kind of a man-centric.
I don't think you get what you're saying.
Huh?
I don't think you get what you're saying. Like, Ruby, am I catering to you or Melody?
Well, you have. You said that men.
When? Like
You said that. You. Hold on.
Now you're just saying stuff. Now you're just saying stuff, Stoic.
Hold on. Wait. You've targeted men. You've targeted men for not doing some kind of higher level of things that they should do.
Well, Game Changer just did that also. He just did that also. He literally just did that, saying that black men choose lower women and they have a lower. That was that not his words? Are you not going to listen to what he just said?
Did I say that?
No, did Game Changer not say that? Why are you saying what he said?
I'm not Game Changer.
When did I change? See, you're kowtowing to Game Changer.
I'm not Game Changer.
Said, where did I say on this panel that men are choosing lower standard of women? Have y'all any of y'all men on this panel heard me say that about y'all? Have I said anything about y'all preferences? I said men choose what you want. Live your life free.
What you've done? You said that
your guy came up here said that. Make sure you get it correctly.
What you've done? You said that men should follow a certain standard. This is what you said, right?
What standard should I say that they got to follow?
You said they should. You said they should be a higher level. They should try to. You didn't say that?
No, that was Game Changer. Yeah, that was Game Changer.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
No, that was Game Changer.
Anyone hear him say that? Men should abide by higher standards, some sort of thing.
He didn't say that.
He did not say that.
Where are you?
He did not say that.
Bro, like who? I didn't even say that. I never said that.
He did not say that.
That was never his talking point. He never said that.
No, what he said is that men should kind of cater, or they should be some kind of to women. He didn't say that.
No, he did not say that.
No, not at all.
He didn't say that at all.
No, you might have misstood him for somebody else. That he didn't say that.
Never said that.
At all.
Okay, what were you saying then?
No. You know what I was saying, so you tell me if you was on this panel.
No, I was here on the panel. I come late, bit late. But what I heard you say is that you were talking about Manosphere, right? Black Manosphere. Were you talking about Black Manosphere?
Oh man, that was like an hour ago when he was talking about that.
Man, this dude don't even know, but he heard everything GC said, but he ain't hear nothing I said. But he telling me what I said. Come on, man.
Now, when you were talking about the Manosphere thing, that was like a whole hour ago.
That was a whole hour ago, Todd. And me, you had a whole conversation. Come on, man.
So I'll come on later, so maybe.
Wait, Stoic, are you talking about when he said that he had to change his standards? You talking about that part?
Yeah, that's me as a man.
That was minutes ago, bro.
That was minutes ago, and that's me saying that, hey, I wanted to do better for my life. I didn't say nothing about I want to do better for my life for a woman. I said I would just want to do better for my life for me. How is that?
Forgot the part that you said you was married.
I said that too.
So you chose what you chose as far as who you married. He forgot that part. That was minutes ago, bro, when you said that.
I thank you for listening, Todd. Thank you for listening. Like, people, and I agree that people choose what they want and choose to stay with what they choose to stay with. I never told anybody, I never demonized anybody's preference. I never talked about anybody's lifestyle. I never talked about how black men are choosing lower. I've never said any of that on this panel. That's how I know some of y'all just came up here to derail the argument and just try to. No, it was that. Because literally, the rest of us had Jason, Todd,
you said hypocrites.
2022, D for Life, King. We all were on one accord having a conversation, even down to Melody.
But you talk about hypocrisy. You talk about hypocrisy.
What hypocrisy? I said, listen.
Wait. No, you spoke about hypocrisy. Can I go into this? You spoke about hypocrisy. You said.
He whatever you said,
I said, listen, if you want to talk about traditional lifestyle, you could at least, I talk about traditional lifestyle, but I live a traditional lifestyle. I talk about marriage, but guess what? I'm in an 18-year thing. You understand that? So I can literally talk about it.
Now, that's where the point I'm going to get you at, then. Please get me. I'll get you there, because I was brought up in a two-parent home with two parents, married to each other. Okay. But I see in the West, in the world that I live in now, this is not a realistic goal with the kind of quality of women that are there in the West.
You know, I said that also, right?
You want us and the people here and the men here to believe that this thing is possible in this particular society that we live in now. And that's a pipe dream. You're selling men a bill of goods that are not real and not true. That's what you're doing right now.
Okay, that's
all right. Hold on, let me
interject. Don't listen to me.
Let me interject because I've lived
Melody,
in the UK.
that struggle was real. I'm gonna speak right after you. Go ahead.
I live in the UK, bro, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm a passport bro myself, but I can honestly tell you, there's still good women you can find in the United States, especially black women. You just gotta get out your environment, right? So I've been to the UK, bro. I've been to Hackney, I've been to Chelsea, I've been to Crystal Palace, I've been to all these fucking places, bro. There's plenty of good women in the UK. So this Western shit, this red pill, this Manosphere shit is bullshit.
Who's talking?
It's bullshit, bro.
Oh, Todd, you're talking, Todd?
Yeah, I'm talking. I'm telling you real facts, bro. Bro, there's plenty of good women everywhere. You don't have to travel outside of your comfort zone if you're not comfortable with traveling. There's plenty of women, bro.
A lot of them.
No, there are plenty of women.
The man said he has a wife. He's married. He chose.
I get what he's saying.
He's still married to her, right? So what is your rebuttal towards him? He's married.
Okay. So you said what my rebuttal is? You want me to tell you what my stance is? You want me to tell you what it is?
Stoic, I do want you to
know. Let me
tell
you what it is. Let me tell you what it is. Let me tell you what it is.
Stoic, I just want you to know
Please
this.
let me go with it, BMT. Let me talk, BMT.
Go ahead.
What you said before is that you stated that these things are there, they're out there, they're available. What percentage in your mind in Western women are marriageable women, marriage quality women?
There's a lot in the United States and the UK, bro, because that's the Western. When you talk about Western, you talking about the United Kingdom, you talking about the United States, you talking about Canada and Australia. That's all considered Western.
Guys, hold on, guys. I'm gonna jump in here and
because
y'all.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's just y'all have been on like this kind of side tangent for a good minute. What's up?
So I'm being badly misrepresented, and I have not said a lot of shit.
I know. I hear you. Listen, I think part of the issue is we're really off topic.
Too, brother. You didn't say a lot of shit. Let's let baby girl talk.
Thank you. Now, okay, I would like to try to center this conversation back to where it belongs, because I feel like we're really off topic now. Because the question always has to go back to, right, whether the Pickmesphere, right, whether having kind of like this subsection of the Manosphere that is women who agree with the men's talking points, right, is that overall going to help men accomplish what they're here for, right? Help men's rights activists move forward, help, these young incels get some game and, get their D wet. Is it going to ultimately help whatever sector of the Manosphere that you're from? Does the Pickmesphere help men in that sector accomplish those goals, or is it hurting them? Is it preventing men from moving forward? Now, I'm going to say one thing, because I do believe that there is a particular area that the men are being hurt in. And I've been saying this since I got to this space like 7-8 years ago. The problem is when you have so many women that try to come in, they'll just pander to you, right? The pander bears, right? And they are just pandering. They're just repeating men's thoughts and feelings and words back to them, right? All to make a buck. Yes. That's not what they think. That's not what they feel. That's not how they live their lives. That's not how they treat men. None of it is true. So nothing they are telling you is going to help you be successful in the real world with a good woman, right? You're not even when she tells you her preferences, what she likes and whatever, she's not a good woman. So you're going to be trying to find women like her, but she's not a good one. So I think my problem has always been that, unfortunately, men don't know. Like, there's no way men can differentiate from a good woman and from some ancient clown posing as a good woman, right? Now, women can tell, though. Hold on. Hear me out.
My sister.
Yes.
My sister.
Go on through, go.
Ask a question. Listen, I want to ask the whole panel this question. Please answer this.
Represented me.
Please answer this truthfully, please. What percentage of Western women, Australia, UK, Canada, and the United States
What kind of
are
question?
marriageable women? Give me a percentage, everyone, please.
Not a big.
Nobody can give you an exact
Not a
percentage,
big
man, because we don't
So,
know
what's your
exactly
opinion
what
on it?
people's preferences are
What's
and
your
what they
opinion of
want
it?
and how they want to be married. We don't know.
So
I just
Stoic,
lived in the UK, bro.
I think I'll get to the crux of what you're saying. It's far too few for the men that want them. So there's a lot more qualified men than there are qualified women. I think that's what you were getting at. Am I correct?
See, I am game changer. I am. That's what I'm trying to say.
So
yeah.
So would you say?
There's no sense whatsoever.
So would you say, GC? I was correct earlier when I said the reason why a lot of quote unquote pick me women aren't married is because men are looking at all women the same, the pick me women and the no good women, because it's hard to choose.
Well, yeah, I mean, you and Ruby were saying that there is some confusion and that, that's the case. But also, there is a mentality that goes along with the men, and not necessarily you. That's just downright repulsive. A chef isn't going to enjoy the company of somebody who only understands prison food. He's not. He's not going to appreciate that person has genuine taste and can appreciate what the chef is truly cooking for said person.
Brother, let me explain something to you, man. It ain't nowhere on the planet you're going to go, you're going to deal with a woman. You're going to deal with a woman regardless. You got to get outside your environment.
You too realistic, bro. You too realistic on
You
this.
got to get outside your environment.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Listen to me, brother. Listen to me.
This is Phil Goodry, man. This is Phil Goodry.
Just listen to me. I'm in one of the worst parts of Compton. So I done seen every hood rat and hoe. So I know what type of female I don't want to deal with. All right. But I can take my ass down to San Diego or Mission Beach or somewhere down there. And this is what I was saying the last time I was on the panel. Everybody had a problem with me because I had an Oyster card. But nobody been to London. I'm telling you, like, they don't have colorism down there. They don't talk about that shit in the UK.
London. Yes, they do.
You don't know. Have you been to London?
They do.
Stoic's been to London. But
what I'm saying is,
people who are born and raised in London talk about colorism on YouTube on the regular. You guys, you have a one channel to talk about it.
Now, Ruby, you just said earlier, just saying, when we were talking about the caste system of colorism, that just because one person had that experience and another person had experience, you can't tell another person what I'm
saying is.
No, he's saying that other countries don't care about colorism. He's saying other countries altogether don't care about colorism. That's not true.
You go to the parties, right? There's mixtures of race, man.
What does that have to do with
America
what I
has
was
its
saying?
own culture and its own problems. Another country has their own culture and problems. So it's a
Nothing.
completely different thing. It's not the same topic. That's
Nothing,
not what I'm saying.
nothing.
Overall, what I'm saying is, on the topic of subject, there's plenty of good women in the United States. I'm a passport, bro, and I can admit that.
I want an apology.
Come on,
I understand this.
I want an apology for people lying on what I said on this panel. I didn't say on this panel. I want an apology.
I want to understand what Todd was saying, please, because my point of conversation before this was that, about the chef and prison food, and we're talking about pick-me's appreciating, a certain type of men. Your response was, brothers should travel for different pools of women. Could you please make it relate to what I was saying, or do you just say random stuff?
Well, you do.
Why would I say random stuff?
I don't know. I'm asking, and I was talking to Todd.
No, I don't say random stuff.
Okay, so please relate what you just said to what I was just saying, because you chimed in. So please explain why I don't get how that relates.
I don't get, man, that there's
once again,
he's a YouTube nigga.
I don't understand how that relates to what I was saying.
So what were you saying then? Say it
again. It doesn't relate.
So you do admit that you don't know what I was saying.
You still owe me an apology, bro, because you lied on my name.
Hold on.
One at a time.
Let the man say what he got to say.
Well, you admit that you don't know what I was saying, yet you rebutted something that you wasn't aware It's a very
I'm
interesting
saying,
dynamic.
what are you asking me? Because I wasn't
I'm
directly
asking you,
talking to you for
how
like
is
a
the
whole hour,
thing?
so I don't know what you were saying.
I understand. Listen, how is the thing you just said related to the thing I just said?
What did you say? That's what I'm asking.
Exactly.
I
That's
wasn't
my point.
directly
You see,
talking to you for over an hour.
You didn't know what he said. You didn't know what he said.
Here's what I'm
Yeah,
getting
just
at.
like
No,
you
he
lied
didn't.
on what I said, just like both of y'all lied on what I said.
Okay, Stoic don't, because then you
No,
create a
just tell me
portal
what
so
you
others
said,
can
bro,
do
so
it.
I can answer it.
Okay. Understand this.
Mm-hmm.
I accused you of chiming in with random stuff. You state things that is not related to the topic at hand, to the thing that I was discussing. Now, you prove this to be true by not knowing the thing that I was discussing.
You still ain't told me what you was discussing.
Nor will I, because it's not relevant. Now, I will get back to what I was. I will get back to what I was discussing
now. Like, okay, so we need
no.
Let's get on to the pick me
I
shit.
will get back to what I was.
Let's
I
get
will
back to
get
the
back
pick
to what I was discussing.
And that's pick me, right?
And that is the diminished standards and how pick me.
No. We're talking about pick me. We're talking about pick me's. This is my episode.
So
I will get back to the conversation.
I was on topic, and I said
guys,
you can pick a woman in the United
one at a
States.
time, please.
You can pick a woman in the
Well,
UK,
he said
wherever
he's
you
trying
choose
to
to
get
pick
back
them.
to what he was saying,
There's
which
still
was
women
about
who-
Pickmes. He said
Wait,
he was talking about Pickmes.
Yeah, he was going to say that. Game Changer was literally about to say how that was going to relate to Pickmes, but everyone's a little hyped up. So let's just all reset. Game Changer, you have the floor. Everyone give Game Changer the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. So it is difficult for Pickmes to find a mate in an environment and in a culture that has been taught not to appreciate Pickmes. You got to understand that in order to appease the masses, and by masses I mean overweight women. In order to appease the masses, you must share their beliefs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what they're doing is they're claiming no standards. Oh, I like them thick, and I want shade in the summertime, something to hold on to during a hurricane. It's exactly. However, they don't kick the slim women out their bed. This is the talk of low standards. Society, unfortunately, Black society is conditioning Black men to be cautious of women who, portray themselves to be pick me. Society is teaching them that, oh, these women are fake. These women are this, and this. They can't be trusted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then they turn around and say, you need a real woman. That makes it very difficult. That makes a mating environment for pick-me's, genuine pick-me's, very, very difficult. So when people talk about why do they exist single pick-me's? First of all, why do they exist any single type of person? Why is Michael B. Jordan single? There's just going to happen. Things like that is just going to happen. But nevertheless, I do understand that we do not live in a culture that makes dating, mating, and relating easy for pick-me's.
True.
Okay, why would anybody want to fuck with somebody that throws other people under the bus? Like, that's a fuck thing. Why would anybody want to fuck with that? Like, did anybody? Now, hold on. Let me ask everybody else. We already know he likes pick-me's. Would anybody respect a person that throws other people under the bus?
No.
What has to do with the conversation then?
I mean, that's what the pick me does. Pick me throw people under the bus.
No, they don't.
Okay,
no,
let me
they don't.
You want me to screenshot it? Ruby, if I screenshot
let me state something.
You don't care for the origin.
Let me state something. You want to know who?
You've stated a lot, motherfucker.
Yeah, you kind of just did a lot.
And a question is on the board.
Come on, let him talk. Let me hear what he got to say, because now I'm paying attention to him. Because
okay, I greatly appreciate you, brother. Okay, so the women who truly throw women under the bus is the fat ass ugly bitch that cut Melody's hair. It's the unattractive woman who berated Ruby as a child. These are women who are actually throwing other women under the bus. And who else threw women under the bus? The lesser attractive women who was calling Amara La Negra a pick-me. These are the women who are throwing women under the bus. Amara La Negra is just cleaning my bathroom and looking good while doing it. So if you ask me why, I would pick Amara La Negra, and maybe she throw women who have thrown her under the bus. Maybe she's throwing back. But nevertheless, because she's a better woman to me. Don't really give a damn if she disliked the type of people that I dislike. It's the same reason that, Bloods get with female Bloods and they don't say stupid ass crap like, how come you throwing Crips under the bus? Because they're not idiots. These are women that are on the side of the men that they're with. Their values and core beliefs matches the men's values as well. The problem
All
for
that
women
just
like
is a matter of opinion of how somebody's
right,
opinion, what somebody's option is.
Lexi,
That's all it's a matter of.
GC's not done.
You gotta be a dummy to believe in this dumb shit.
Yeah.
Okay. So it'll be GC, then whoever the hell instructed him, then BMT. Go ahead, GC.
It's gonna be Killer Swag.
Okay,
He's new. We
okay,
haven't
I-
done
I-
one.
what-
I'm sorry.
Now,
Okay, so Killer Swag's after GC. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, GC.
Again? What the fuck? God damn!
He wasn't finished.
Because he wasn't finished.
No, I never really get to finish. But the general premise is you want a woman who is on your side, who shares your beliefs. And unfortunately, for most Black American men, Pickmes are of the belief that, for one, fat women are lesser women. That's why they refuse to be it. Mm-hmm. So you're definitely going to have that in common with the Pickme. Unless, of course, you're a man that likes something that you can hold on to during a hurricane. Right. Something with tits in the back. Just saying.
Okay.
Let's go with Killer Swag, because he's been waiting patiently. What's on your mind, Killer Swag?
What's going on, everybody? Salute to the panel, salute to everybody. What's up, Ruby?
How you doing, brother?
Good to see you.
Yeah, likewise to everybody, man. My whole thing with this is the Pickmes hurting or helping the men. In my honest to God opinion, it shouldn't even really do neither, because a man should always stay on his purpose no matter what. Mm-hmm. So if a man does end up coming across a Pickme, of course it's wonderful, because that means that woman is aligned with the man that stays grinding, stays on his purpose. But no matter what, he should always remain tunnel vision. So whether she's a Pickme or a chameleon, no matter what happens, he should always just stay level-headed, stay to the ground, and it won't matter to him at all. That's basically what I'm saying.
No, so, wait though. The quality of women, the quality of
them. God, just let the man have the damn what he said, man. Just let him have it.
He said already. No, he's not finished.
Go ahead. What was you gonna say?
Is he not finished?
Go ahead and ask your question.
I'm gonna say the women are there, the men are there. The men who want the thing, they want a substantial relationship. They want a woman. The women, the quality of the women are not there. They don't exist in a general sense in the Western hemisphere. And so, that's how it is, man. What are you talking about? That's what it's all about.
What am I talking about?
So you saying in a generalization, there's no good women in the West. That's what you're saying.
What I said in general.
That's what I'm saying. A generalization. You saying the women in the West, there's no good women in the West.
General doesn't mean all. You know that. You know that.
You know that? I'm stating what you were saying. You saying in the generalization, there's no good women in the West to marry.
It doesn't. Western culture doesn't produce a very good quality of women. In general, it does not.
I'm gonna tell you where you're wrong.
In general, you might have one yourself. You might have one.
I'm gonna tell you where you're wrong at. I was gonna marry the woman I was with in the UK. She from Hackney. The pandemic broke us up, bro. So don't tell me that bullshit.
Okay, I have a question.
Don't tell me that bullshit.
I have a question. Wait, I have a question.
Plenty of women in the West you can marry and be with, bro.
Wait. I have a question. Stop. I have a question. So if she was such a great woman, right? If she was, how in the world could the pandemic have broke you guys up?
I couldn't keep flying over there, bro. She couldn't get a visa. I couldn't get a visa. They locked everything down. So what else could I have done?
Well, here's my thought, okay? And I'm being real about this. Because I've been in a couple long distance relationships in my life. And that was my mother. And I mean, my mother, way past the age of the quote unquote wall, folks were still chasing my mom from around the world. I'll tell you something, okay? When a woman is really worth it, when she is really that good, Trust me. There's no way you would have allowed just,
So let me ask
there's
you,
a couple years
when they shut
delay to
everything
break
down,
y'all up. And
when
hold
they
on, I'm
shut
not done.
everything
Hold on,
down,
I'm not
right?
done. I'm
Like
not
they
done.
stopped
Hold
flights.
on.
Do you know what
Hold
the
on.
proclamation was?
Hold
Wait, wait,
on.
wait, wait,
Hold
wait, wait,
on.
wait,
And let me
wait, wait.
He
finish.
could not
Let me
fly into the
finish.
United States. Do you
Let me
understand that?
finish.
For 2
I was
years.
banned from the United States. Yes, I understand that. Let me finish.
Okay,
Pure
so
Spider.
Okay?
I
Sorry, go
couldn't
on.
keep
Let me
flying over there and
finish.
spending
No,
my
no, I
money
didn't
to
say
try
let
to
you
be with
finish.
her.
I said
Do you
let me
understand
finish.
that?
Hey, y'all give him some respect. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all.
Great. Right. I let y'all been talking for like hours, and every time I want to say something, I fall back and let y'all keep going. Let me finish my point. Thank you. So, as I was saying, if she was that good, there is nothing in the world that would make you break up with her. 2 years would not seem that long. You would wait 5, 10 years if she was a great woman, and
Oh my
great
God.
women are such a.
Okay, let me ask you
I'm
this.
not
Did
done.
you have
I'm
to
not done.
prove
No,
that you
no,
had a
no,
vaccine
no,
before you
Let
could
her
no,
do
talk,
anything?
man. Let
no.
her talk, man.
No,
Please,
Did
that's
you
you
it.
have
ain't
to
asking
prove that you had
anybody
your
shit
vaccine
until I'm
to do
done.
anything?
You ain't asking anybody shit until I'm done. Let me finish my point. You're not getting anything through until I'm done. Okay, as I was saying. So there's no way in the world you would let that go. If you had to wait 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, if she was that amazing and she was standing out above the rest, right? Then there's no way you would let it go. Now, she was a great woman, right? If she was in submission to you as her man, this is my husband, this is my future, this is the love of my life, there's nothing in the world that would make her break up with you. Oh, I'm getting too lonely because my man can't be here to stroke my ego after a year and a half. After 2 years, I'm starting to get lonely. My coochie's starting to get tingly for next man. No, because she's a good woman. She's a ride or die. And you know what? She's submitted to you. She's already dedicated herself to you because she was a wife before you met her. So therefore, it doesn't matter how far and how long y'all are apart. She will be dedicated to you no matter how long it took for y'all to be able to be reunited. I'm telling you, that's just what a good woman would do. I know this. I've seen it and I've been it. So I know it. So yeah, you know what? The 2 years, the pandemic didn't break y'all up. The pandemic just showed cracks and showed that, hey, you know what? This perfect relationship and this really great woman that I thought was so great and this really great connection I thought was so great wasn't as great as I actually thought it was, wasn't as deep as I thought it was, wasn't as permanent and powerful and forever as I thought it was. That's really what actually happened during the pandemic. She wasn't as great as you thought she was, or you would still be with her right now. It's what it
Okay.
is.
I'd like to respond to both because I think that it's important. I think we're overlooking something very important, and that is that Stoic One was talking about, that there's a deficit, that the West doesn't produce a large amount of quality women, and and the thing that Todd was saying was that he found a quality woman who just so happens to live over 100 miles away from where he does, which really states that within over 100, because he had to fly to see her. So let's just say 500 miles. And 500 miles, there wasn't another pick me. So I think he was proving Stoic right with what he was saying. If you have to fly for something, then it's not an abundance of those things. You see, here's the thing. There's a lot of oranges here in California and really in most of America. There's a lot of oranges here. I know this because I don't have to fly to go get it. I don't have to travel. I don't have to, I don't have to hop over mountains. I don't have to, climb, I don't have to hop over Adrian's wall in order to get a orange. I don't, because it's a lot of them. Now, if something was scarce here, say, I don't know, whatever scarce fruit is, then I would have to travel to get it. So yeah, there aren't enough in the West to where it produces a large enough quality to where the pandemic can't interfere with it. If it was the girl next door, and if not her, the girl next door to her, and if not her, the girl next door. Put it like this: if it was an abundance of it, it would be within walking distance, like oranges, but it's not, unfortunately.
But there's not
See,
necessarily an abundance of great women
eloquently stated,
anywhere.
GP. Eloquently stated.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but there's
I
not
want
even there's not necessarily an abundance of great women or even truly, truly traditionally minded women that are available for dating outside of their culture. Let's be real, because a lot of cultures keep their really great women, marry them within the culture, and if you were to marry out of the culture, that would literally kind of sully you.
Well,
So
I think what
I'm
Stoic
saying
was getting at is that there are a lower concentration in the West than there are anywhere else.
there are a lower concentration, but the thing is, there's a low concentration, and my
Okay, that's
concern
fine.
and my concern is, especially right when, because for example, the
Your
dudes
point is
in
moot.
and the dudes in the UK are saying the same thing that guys in America and say Canada are, right? But
Well,
you know,
these are the
from
West.
America,
These are the West, the places you just
right? But that's
described.
what I'm saying. But he flew to somewhere in the UK for what he thought was like, oh, I found an amazing woman in the UK, but it's like,
Okay,
did you though?
okay,
Because there's not
okay.
really
So
a
let
large
me correct you.
distribution of
Earlier, I said I got
amazing
accepted
women.
to school over there, right?
Well, it's
I
a
got
moot. It's a
accepted
moot
to
point,
school.
Ruby.
I
It's a
was
moot point.
unable to go to school because they shut
Yeah,
everything
UK.
down. It was locked down.
Uh-huh. That doesn't actually address what I was saying at all about the whole
I mean, you
UK.
said you know, if you in love with somebody, you do whatever you can. I did whatever I can. I was flying during the pandemic over there. I mean, how long can
Uh-huh.
you stay in the UK on a passport? Think about that.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
they
Why?
I was
can send
flying
you
over
Right.
there 4 times a
Long
year.
distance
back, bro.
relationships.
No, I get you,
Todd,
bro. They would send you back.
I got
why was
accepted
this
to
a deep
school,
chasm
bro.
between
Like
you
this
and
supposed to
that
be my
woman,
third
though?
year
People
in
get
school. I'm
deployed for
supposed to get
4 years and
my
people sit their ass and wait for their spouse to come home from deployment for years. What do you
bro.
mean?
Like, did
And
they
you don't get
not
to
shut
talk to each other
everything down during
sometimes.
the
How
pandemic?
do
That's
you
what I'm
mean?
asking. Did they not shut everything
They
down?
did.
And
But why was the chasm so deep, Todd?
So
It's
what? I'm
shut
just
Why was
supposed
the
to
down,
float
chasm
across
man.
the Atlantic?
so far?
This is
Why?
on some trauma bonding shit right now. I'm just calling it like I see it.
I don't understand that. Like, bro, like the pandemic fucked up a lot of people's situations.
a lot of people who were actually worth it, who had really found really good things, guess what they
Okay,
did?
so
They
if
sat
you go to
there
my
and they
YouTube
sat there
channel, if you look
patiently
up
and
Ty Traveler,
waited. They sat
and
there
you'll see
patiently
the
and
entire
waited.
time I was in London before the pandemic,
They sat
I
there
got
patiently
accepted to
and
school.
waited.
Ruby, you
Bruh,
judging the man's situation, Ruby. You judging the man's situation. Are you
I
acting
could
effeminate?
not get into school because they locked everything down over
yeah.
there.
Okay, and
Are you
Okay,
Ruby,
so
you're not
and
being
I'm still
effeminate,
flying over
Ruby?
there to be with my woman. I couldn't continue to fly over there because you only get 90 days on a passport.
right, okay,
I couldn't
and
get my visa.
okay, and
It costs money, Ruby.
No,
right.
they locked
So
everything
she
down,
was
bro. That's
so
what happened. She
right.
don't
So she
understand.
wasn't
They
gonna be
locked everything
convenient that
down,
he's
bro.
gonna want her. She wasn't that great.
She was so
What?
great that he didn't want
Are
to. He
you
didn't want to
serious?
exist with that.
Are you serious? That
He
was a
wanted.
great woman.
Hey, welcome to
That
YouTube,
woman
bro.
had cancer.
Welcome to
She
YouTube.
almost
Welcome to
died, bro.
YouTube.
Don't tell me about my situation.
Uh-huh.
I
But
love
you're
that
She
not with
seemed
her
woman to
though,
so
death,
right?
great, man.
and I still love her to this day.
But you're
She
not
was
with
so
her
great.
though.
Because of the pandemic.
But
That's
you're
what
not
happened.
with her.
That's gotta
How much you want to bet I still talk to her?
Okay, so you are with her?
they don't know you,
I'm
bro.
not
They
with
don't know
her.
you.
Oh, okay. That's
Okay,
what I
so
said.
her point is right then. She's right then.
How is he
Ruby's
right?
right.
You don't know his situation.
Right.
How in the hell was I supposed to keep flying over there and you only get 90 days per year on a passport?
Again, why do you again you keep saying
She
that?
couldn't fly
Why
here under the proclamation.
right.
She couldn't
Okay.
fly in here. Nobody can fly into the United States during the pandemic. You know how many
Right.
times I tried to fly her here? You don't know
Right.
nothing.
So then just don't fly and
Can we
just
call
have a
the
long distance
pandemic the
relationship over
pandemic?
So
the
what is
World
your
Wide Web.
argument with my situation?
It's not really that hard. People have long distance relationships over Zoom,
Oh my God.
over
Do
the
you know how many
phone,
people could not fly
over
into the
writing
United States
letters.
from 2020 to
Right. And I
2021?
keep saying then you didn't need to fly because you could have had a long distance relationship over Zoom. If you had found the most amazing thing in the world, y'all had found the most amazing connection in the world, this is the most
This is
amazing
how I
woman,
know you
she's above the
stupid
right,
because
then you
I
could
was
have
flying over there
ultimately
before the
stayed
pandemic. I
connected.
got accepted to school to go over there to be with her.
Uh-huh.
The
Right. And then
pandemic said
right.
no.
Uh-huh. And then
They
eventually
locked
the
everything down.
pandemic
You ain't
ended.
been to the UK.
Right.
You
And
ain't
then
been nowhere.
eventually it ended.
Man, get
And
the
then
fuck
eventually it
out of here with
ended.
that shit, bro.
But now y'all aren't
You talking
together.
silly and stupid.
And it had nothing to do with that because listen, y'all weren't worth waiting for. Either she decided you weren't worth waiting for because she needed to get some
Anybody on this
hard up
panel,
inside
go
of
to
her,
Todd
or you
Traveler
decided she
and look at
wasn't
my
worth waiting
YouTube
for because you
videos
had
and
to
see
get your
that
D
all my
wet. It was
thumbnails
one
is
or the
of that
other.
woman.
One
And
of
tell
y'all
me if I loved her
decided
or
the
not.
other person wasn't worth waiting for. The end. That's what it is. That's what
What the fuck
happened.
are you talking about?
Otherwise, y'all would have waited it
I
out.
couldn't get a.
Otherwise, you would have waited out like countless
She
other
could.
couples that
Okay,
waited it
so
out.
what if we did wait? We didn't know when they was gonna open up the country.
Yeah,
She
and
didn't want to wait.
countless couples did
It wasn't
wait.
on me. She didn't want
Countless
to wait.
couples did wait. Countless couples did wait. My tenant, who I'm renting out my basement to, he actually
What
just
does
flew
that
to
got
see
to
his
do with the fact that the
I'm about to
pandemic
tell
shut
you. If
everything
you would
down?
shut up, then you would know because I could have got to the end of my sentence where I said that
Okay.
man waited 3 years to be able to fly up there and marry his wife. He was supposed to marry literally 2 months into the
This how I
pandemic,
know she's not
and
listening. Did I
then
not
they
say on a
waited for
passport you
3
can only stay in one
years.
country for 90 days?
Right. They lived in 2
Okay,
separate
so
countries.
if
You're
they
not
shut down the
listening.
part where I can get
But
the visa, when
he
I was
found a
accepted to
queen, and he
school and
was
I couldn't
willing
get
to
a
wait for
visa,
her.
I couldn't keep
He found
flying
a
out
queen,
there
and
on
he
no
was willing to wait
passport.
for her, and she was a good woman, and she was willing to wait for him. That's what it was. The end.
Oh, you crazy
Y'all
as
weren't
hell,
willing
man. I've
to.
been with that girl since 2014. What are
She's
you
right,
talking
mate.
about?
And yet that 2 years was just too long to wait. I'm
What?
just saying.
Did
The
nobody
2
know
years
when
was
they was
too
gonna
long to
open up
wait.
this country?
Right.
Todd,
But you only
here's
would
an
have had to
excuse.
wait 2 years to get to the end of how long? So
You know what? Let my guy talk
Hey,
because he's
Melody,
been
No,
through that.
that's a
He
good
know
guess
about
for
the
2
lockdowns.
years.
Let's reset.
He
We're
know
gonna
about the
reset the
lockdown.
room because we're
hey,
going off topic. Let's
yeah, we got to
he
reset the
Reset the
wants
room.
to
room.
reset the room. All right, go
Yeah,
ahead.
reset.
Go ahead, BMT.
Yeah, man. Listen, I'm not here to talk about anybody's situation. That's their personal situation. We don't know anybody's economic or their lifestyle, what they're doing. So we're not here to judge y'all lifestyles. That's not what this panel is about, to bash men,
Right.
what y'all are going through. Understand me? So we respect all you men on this panel. We're not going to bash y'all lifestyle, but we don't know what y'all are dealing with. I think y'all come here to Melody Space to have a place to camaraderie. I believe that's what Melody and Ruby set it up for. So we're not here for that.
No echo chambers doesn't mean no criticism. Just so we're all clear. Go ahead.
Come on, fair enough, Ruby. But the thing about it is, what me and Melody were talking about is she does not lead an echo chamber. She's not a panderer. You know what I'm saying? She has a right to voice her opinion on that, which I believe you full on, Melody, on what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I just look at it as in the sense that, hey, that, if men are coming in, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not here to demonize any man's struggle of what they got going on, or say, hey, you're choosing less than, because that's what he likes, that's what he like. It's like if somebody's trying to say, well, you chose that, then you made a bad decision. That man gonna say, well, who the fuck are you? You understand me? Like, who are you? Like, you can't tell me as a man. And I know you was raised in a home. You can't tell a man what a man is gonna do. Like, just like a woman, she's gonna choose what she wants to do at the end of the day. She's grown. Like, I don't think people look at these nuances of reality. I mean, it's culture. Y'all brought up the culture, but I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, the internet, I think everybody wants a say in how people are moving. Now, towards what Stoic was saying about marriage, and I brought that up, that people nowadays, due to certain nuances, if you're like in first world society and stuff like that, you kind of can get by with legal paperwork rather than getting married. So there's no holistic push for marriage like that anymore. And I brought that up because it's just a status symbol. It's not holistically doing things like it used to. Because now I can go get a lawyer and get the same things done if I was inebriated, and they can make the same choices for me. I just gotta sign over it. I mean, they do that now. So again, the states and the laws have changed over. This is the thing why I have a problem with some of these spaces, because they don't actually tackle that as systemic issues that are actually hurting men and actually keeping them. Women are going to move how society and systemic issues allow them to move that are done by men. That's a whole bigger frequency. You can't say, well, I'm going to shame these women, but they're going like, well, nigga, you don't control the law.
Shame anyone, man.
Huh?
Bring shame back. You don't
shame
believe
anybody, man.
shame back, BMT?
Yeah, I you know what, Melody, I used to understand that, but we're in a time period of the end of social media where there's no such thing as bad clout. Like, honestly, no, I mean, seriously, what you don't like, shit, somebody else don't like. I've seen IG where the skinny,
that's what they always say, then.
Where the skinny broad, hold on, Stuart. Where like it ain't gonna matter what the fuck I like, somebody else is gonna like it. It really don't matter. Like, honestly, that's what I said. Like, people are now like, well, fuck you. Like, are you doing that? Are you the go-to? If you're not that power, if you're not in that dynamic, then nigga, it don't matter what the fuck you gotta say. That's what I said. Like, show men how to get power. If you ain't putting them in a position of power, I'm sorry, you just coddling them. That's how I look at it. I ain't telling. I'm just being factually realistic about life. If I could put a passport in that man and get him back to his girl in his school, I would do that. I promise you, motherfuckers do that all the time. That got the power. But if you don't got that kind of power, you kind of waste your time telling them, well, you ain't trying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know that man's situation. I'm telling you right now, it's about power. If you ain't got no power, and a lot of black men aren't in position of power like they want to be. Same thing with the women. Women are going to chase after power. If they can get it, or they can get it without having to split their legs, they're going to do it. Like that's just the laws of nature. I mean, I don't know how we don't know that shit by now, but that's just been done throughout ever. So back then, only way a woman can move back in the day was with that of a man. They changed that up with shit. She don't need to move with you. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about it is men don't need to have a woman. A man having a woman was a status symbol. Nowadays, a man don't need to have a woman as a status symbol. He can still be that of a prominent man. So different foyers of symbolism have changed. So I don't know why you can't overlook these facts of nature that are happening. Like you would have to address those. I get what you're saying, but these things have to be looked at. Go ahead. You said how many people looking at marriage? Hardly anybody. I mean, I probably say I can't. There's no definitive number. How many people looking at marriage? But the same people looking at divorce are the same people that were married. You got to look at that number. If you look at divorces, you would have to say those are the people that were married also.
And I just want to address something. I got engaged to her in 2019. I got a whole video of that. It's a 3-minute video. Okay. We were scheduled to get married in Hackney.
Come on.
In 2020, as well as I got accepted to school, and they just shut everything down. She can't tell me what can I do
now, man.
shut things down. I can't do
Now
anything.
that everything's open back up, why aren't you together?
Marry her now.
I'll tell y'all what. Y'all give the brother the money. Give him the money, and he'll go.
No. His money, his resources. He had them before. He went there. Get it now, man. Go marry that woman, man. Come on.
Yeah, why can't you marry
at
her
this
now?
point, man? What I'm saying is the whole point and the vocal point of what I was saying was there are women in the West you get married to because I got engaged to this woman. I almost had a whole life if it wasn't for this pandemic. If this pandemic,
bro, the pandemic over. The pandemic is over. The pandemic is over.
Stay in the country over 90
pandemic
days
is
per
over.
year.
The pandemic is over.
Yes, it is.
The pandemic is over. You're talking in the past. What about moving
But
forward?
we've been broke up since 2021. It's 2023.
So it's over.
It's over, man. You're not with her, man.
You guys are missing the
You
point.
should just stop talking about it.
Real quick, guys. Reset.
That you can still marry.
Reset. 1 second. Reset. I want to hear from Mr. Know-It-All because he is new on the panel tonight. So go ahead, Mr.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, I just came on here.
Ruby, I'll be right back. I'm gonna walk my dog. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Remember, I can't control anything.
Oh,
so if you do that, I can control anything.
Listen, y'all. When we say reset, that means stop. That's why we've been saying reset. That means to stop. But go ahead, y'all. Let's just be respectful. Come on, go ahead, man. Go ahead, Mr. Nolan.
I mean, I actually came on to address Todd. I mean, from what he was saying earlier, not the original topic. And my question for him is, why aren't you with her now?
Oh my God.
He already did this.
My God. Oh my God. That's your response to it? Oh my God. Are you serious, mate?
So that pretty much proves what Ruby was saying. That this relationship.
That's not what I was proving to say. You guys are tackling my personal issues. I was saying that there's still good women you can marry in the West. Almost did it.
Obviously,
the pandemic stopped it.
Obviously, there is. But what Ruby was saying is that this woman you found was not that
good.
good.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you this.
Not that
good.
Let him talk to his view on the panel. Let him
talk. I just want to ask you one question. I just want to ask you one question. How long can you stay in the country on a passport?
That's an irrelevant question.
It really is.
Now it's irrelevant.
It's always been irrelevant.
It's been irrelevant
on a passport, you can only stay 90 days per country.
So, wasn't that enough for you to get engaged?
Hold on, bro. I'm gonna Google it for you. I'm gonna shut you up right
now. Wasn't that enough for you to get engaged in the first place? If
he's missing it, he's not getting it. And I understand.
Well, Todd, let me ask this.
Todd,
let me ask this, Todd.
Following a train of logic. Nobody's disputing that the pandemic kept you apart. What they're disputing is that your love wasn't strong enough to survive that separation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your love wasn't strong
Listen,
enough to
we're not
provide the
talking about my
separation.
personal
We're not
issues. We're talking
disputing.
about women in the West. Are
You
they still
brought her up.
marriable?
You brought
I'm
her up.
telling you that they are.
You brought,
Why are y'all
Right.
attacking my personal situation?
Well, no, you brought up your personal
You brought her
situation
up.
What
as
I'm
an
saying is,
example that there's so many
I
great
was
women.
trying to
And my
prove
whole
a
point
point
is,
that women are still marriable
right.
in a Western situation.
But you
Todd,
didn't marry
Todd,
anybody.
Todd, let
And
me.
you didn't even hang in there for 2 years waiting.
Exactly.
So what do you mean? You
Exactly.
didn't illustrate that point, brother. That's what I'm trying to
Todd,
tell you.
Game changer, you hear this, man?
The
Game changer, you hear
pandemic
this.
broke y'all up.
I do, but I want to
The
ask
point
Todd
is
something.
that not even you found a woman worth marrying. You didn't
Todd,
even find one.
Todd, I
Not
think
yet,
it's
but
still.
I'm Googling it. I'm looking at it on my
Okay,
phone.
guys, let GC go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay.
GC.
You're gonna be showing
Okay,
us this
Todd. I
oyster
think
fragment.
what Stoic was saying was not that they don't exist, but they don't exist in a large enough quantity. Now, since the pandemic, were you able? First of all, how far did your former fiance live from you?
She lived in Hackney, the UK.
How far did this woman live from you?
The United
5,000
Kingdom,
miles.
Hackney.
No. Okay. Let's do this. How many kilometers from
What was
where
the
you're at?
distance?
I was traveling
Did she?
6,000 miles, bro, 4
So
times
deep,
a
man.
year.
You said how many thousand miles?
6,000 miles. Per,
Okay, so she lives
per
6,000
flight.
miles.
Yeah.
Understood. She lives 6,000 miles away.
Mhm.
Do you really think it's an abundance of something if you have to travel 6,000 miles to get it? Now, just to give everybody perspective, I'm in California. I'm in the Bay Area of California.
That's where I'm
New
living. I
York.
live in California too.
That's good. So you understand that New York is on the other side of the country,
Right.
and that is 3,000 miles.
I'm
So
7 hours away
I
from
would
here.
have to. So basically, there is such an abundance that if you were in the U.S., it would be from coast to coast, and you still wouldn't have been able to find anything in between there. I'm saying that it's not a lot because you have to travel so far to get it. That's what Stoic was saying. He wasn't saying that they don't exist. I'm pretty sure that, you can find a literal unicorn within a 6,000 mile radius. You really could. However, there are not a lot of them. Just like 4-leaf clovers, they exist, but there isn't a lot of them in the Sahara Desert. So
That's exactly what I'm saying, brother. You
yeah.
saying exactly what I'm
Well,
trying to say.
you're saying exactly what
No,
Stoic is
no,
trying to
sir.
say.
You.
Well,
saying
right
the
quick,
opposite of
Stoic.
what you're saying.
Right quick, Stoic. You're saying the exact same thing that Stoic was trying to say. He's just saying he's not saying that they didn't exist. He's saying that there's few of them. Your retort was they exist because you found one. Yes, you found one 6,000 miles away. Like if I had to travel 6,000 miles, to find one, I would literally land in the Atlantic Ocean in my journey to find one.
Thank you.
In other words, if they were so plentiful, you should have
Thank
been able
you.
to find one
Thank you.
around the
Are you
block,
serious, mate?
down the street. You should have been able to find one in
Hey,
the
mate,
next town over.
why don't you Google and fact check? You can't stay in the UK under 90 fucking days, bro.
Why do you even need to go?
I don't know why you
to
think
the
that
UK,
has anything to do with anything.
Todd?
Like, do you
Why
think
do you
if
even have to go to the UK?
we agree with
to
you?
find one? Why do you even
But
have
we
to go
agree
to
with
the
you.
UK to
Okay,
begin
now
with?
what?
You.
All right, let's move
I'm
on.
sorry.
Let's
Thank
move
you. I'm
on.
sorry. I
Let's
don't
move
have
on.
anything else to say.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
no,
Okay, no
BMT.
worries. We're off that
We'll
point.
move on, man. We
We
move
still lost
move
the
on.
argument.
I would like to move on because King's Portal said something in the chat room that he wanted to address with me about something.
Yeah. Thank God. Jesus Christ. All y'all people just
Game
hollering.
changer. Game changer. It's GC, not JC.
No, Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. I believe in Him.
I thought I was. My mistake. Go
Right.
ahead.
That's right, baby.
My question is for you, game changer,
Damn.
inflated ego. Do you have a problem? Do you have a problem with fat women, quote unquote mute fat women? Do you have a problem with that?
I didn't coin the phrase fat women, so you're not actually quoting me.
You did call people gross and fat.
Oh yeah,
do you have
but I'm just saying you don't have to quote me to say that. It's a general term. But
no, you did
the
say
problem. No, here's my answer to your question. Here's my answer to your question. The problem. I'm not attracted to them physically, and I do think that they are not equipped to be proper wives and mothers.
Okay, well, okay, I can see you say that, and I respect your opinion on that.
Stoic. Could you
Hey,
mute,
but
please?
I don't think that you can uh force I don't try to force my opinions on anybody else. I just state what I do, how I operate, and what I do in my world. I
Mm.
don't say that, well, you need, I don't force my opinions on other people. And I feel like that's what you've been doing, is trying to
Okay.
make people, you choking it down people's throat, your opinions. And I don't think that's healthy, but whatever, that's my opinion.
Well, I
But I'm
mean,
just saying,
no, I mean, speaking of unhealthy thing, fat women, I agree. I'm not trying to force you to believe a certain thing, that a certain type of woman is one way or another. I'm just stating how I feel about that. Now, what my point was, I was using it as an example to say that you have already been forced into believing a certain thing. You have been forced to believe that fat women are palatable. They're not.
I
They're
haven't
disgusting.
been forced.
Yes,
Well,
you have.
no,
Yes,
no,
you
no, no,
have.
no.
Yes,
Game
yes.
changer, you have said all kinds of stuff all night. Can you please just
Sure,
for
go for it.
once? I haven't been able to talk all night. I've talked like twice. I've been here for like 3 hours.
Understood, brother.
Come
Go
on
ahead.
and give me a fucking chance.
Go ahead, brother.
Gee, you made everybody mute their fucking mics earlier.
Wait,
Goddamn
wait, wait,
child.
wait, wait. Just wait. Try not to cuss so much, please, because we could get
Sorry,
demonetized
sorry.
for cussing. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Rob.
But anyway, my personal preference I got offended when you try to say that my standards were low. I don't. I like people. If there happens to be a skinny chick out there, like I said, I don't like having sex with a skinny chick because like we're making a fire. If there happens to be a skinny chick out there who is amazing and awesome, then yeah, I'll get with her. You know what I'm saying? And we can be together. But I will never marry anybody. I've never been married. And kind of goes back to what BMT was talking about. You don't need to get married anymore. My brother's never, he's older than me. He's never been married, doesn't plan on getting married. Neither do I. But I'm not looking for some suitable person. What I can take care of myself. I don't need somebody else to elevate where I'm at. I'm already at my peak potential. I own my own house. I own my own car. I got a good job. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing everything I want to do. And the thing is, if I want to go out there and smash and do whatever I want to do, then I can do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't need black hole somebody else to do something. And
Yeah,
if that
but
woman happens to be in your eyes a fat woman, and it has nothing to do with you. It's me. It's my choice, and my standards aren't low. It's my preference. My standards aren't low. All I ask is that the person likes to have fun and is open minded. I don't care about what they look like and all that stuff like that. Yes, I do care to a certain extent. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit
That's
here and
exactly
lie.
my point. That
And
you
no,
say
no,
you say
no.
you don't have low standards, but you just say you don't care about what a woman looks like. That's the
I just
definition of
told
low
you.
standards, sir.
Well, whatever, man. I'm not arguing with you all night because I don't have to explain myself
No,
to you
I'm on
about.
your side. I'm on your
But
side.
I feel like I have to because I feel like you are ignorant. And to a certain extent, you are
Okay.
ignorant. And I think that you're the only right. You referred to yourself as Jesus Christ just a minute ago.
I thought you
So
were
I
calling
think
me
that you
Jesus
are
Christ.
no, I think that you are arrogant and you are stuck in your ways, and I hate to be this way to say this to people like this because I normally don't do this. But the stuff everything that you've dispelled tonight is deplorable to me, and I don't really respect it, and I don't respect your opinion. If you would come about it a different way, then I would respect anything you say. But the way you say it, then deal with it. That's all
What's
I'm
the
saying.
what's the proper way to say that a
I
person?
don't know.
Okay, well, nor do I, which is why I come off in a way that is displeasing to you. Nevertheless, you did admit that you are open to most any woman, And by that definition, that's low standards. That's what I mean. Think of a
I don't think.
university. Well, right quick. You have
low standards.
you have Harvard. You have Harvard here in the U.S., right? Who has very high standards because they only accept a select few. And then you have your local community college, or you have Western Career College. You can
Are you going to do the
it.
food analogy again?
And this is universities aren't food.
I know.
Some of them have food in them, but universities are not food. Now, Harvard has high standards because it only accepts few people. University of Phoenix.
Where'd you go to college at, by the way?
Not Harvard and not community college.
Don't make it personal.
You see, I couldn't get into Harvard because of their high standards. However, I could get into.
So you're not as smart as you think you are. So I should not.
I never thought that I was smart enough to get into Harvard. I never thought I was smart enough to get into Harvard. So
that's not attached to you.
If you try.
Huh?
This show is crazy.
So,
come on, man. Let's get going.
So, some places have lower standards, and they say things like University of Phoenix say stuff like, we'll pretty much take anybody. That is you. Your penis is the University of Phoenix of penises.
That's
so funny.
But I'm on your side. Well, you've been conditioned. See, I'm not really attacking you.
I'm not been conditioned. Don't you tell me what I've been through.
You have been conditioned.
You never even stepped a foot in my so don't tell me what
I know.
Hey, somebody's doing that on purpose. I'm just being honest. Somebody's doing that on purpose. And if we find out, I want them kicked off the fucking panel. Like, stop doing that shit for real.
So, all I'm saying is that we, as all black men, you're just an example of that, because your words are,
your opinion.
Yeah, everything I say without numbers in it serves my opinion. Nevertheless, yeah, I know. Yeah, nevertheless, a lot of brothers have been conditioned to think that fat women are women, and that they're the same as anything
they
else.
are.
Conditioning.
What is your let me flip it to you. Let me flip it to you real quick. What is your ideal woman? I'm talking about looks-wise. I'm talking about intelligence, job, everything. What is the perfect woman to you so I can criticize it?
Okay, so Megan Good with a little bit more booty in her heyday would be the perfect look of a woman. She would have to be a little quirky like Kelly Stamps, and she would have to have the home etiquette and motherly goodness of Aisha Curry. Okay, she would have to have the height and unblemished skin and flawless agelessness of Angela Bassett, and she would have to be as freaky as this African chick that I seen on porn that was bald headed, and some white girl licked the back of her head. And that shit turned me on. Like,
well,
so, well, you asked me my ideal.
I am.
Okay, so I answered. That is my ideal.
That sounds like a needle.
And she could sing, and she's a ballerina.
Give me a beat, please.
I think you will never find that woman.
I know I would never find it. You asked me what's my ideal.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying.
Well, you just asked me.
I asked you that, and you gave your answer. I don't think you will ever find that. And so, okay. Give me a second.
You did say you criticize it. I'd like to hear you criticize it.
Yes, yeah, I am trying to in a way. What I'm saying is, your woman's way up here. That's a needle in a haystack. You will probably never find that woman. So therefore, you have to lower that standard if you want to get married and find somebody in between.
I agree. But you see,
thank you.
The woman I just described is not only a needle. Thank you. So the porn star chick's name is Zawadi. She's African.
Ideal woman is
but
porn star looking chick.
No. I said as freaky as her. I want her to look like Megan Good with more booty when she was younger.
Oh, bro, you
Anyway.
sounding strange, man.
How is that strange? It's okay.
Mark
Anyway.
lost.
I told you GC was a weirdo.
You sounding a bit strange, bro.
I know. It's weird. It's weird to know exactly what you want and tell the person.
But why you like making good? Like she done bleach her whole skin and shit and do all that.
I said when she was younger before she bleached. I'm talking about Orange Megan Good with more booty. Orange Megan Good with more booty. God damn.
I don't think that's weird.
Booty now. Like, what's the problem?
It's nothing wrong. It's nothing weird about it.
Really, quit playing a mommy. Quit
no, I'm being honest. I don't
weird,
think
bro.
it's weird.
You compare some shit to porn, bro.
What are you talking about? I said the freakiness of a chick who just so happened to do porn.
So
you
asked
for
the
idea.
I get that. I get teach a woman how to be freaky, bro.
What the fuck? The woman, the perfect woman would already know I don't have to teach it.
You can't teach your woman how to be freaky.
Everybody wants an ultra bitch, Ray.
No.
Listen.
No, okay, wait a minute. Let's talk.
Listen. You say that I have to.
Okay.
No, you said that I would have to look for a needle in a haystack. I would argue that I would be looking for a needle.
You put words in my mouth.
You just said that. You just said the woman described as a needle.
You said Megan Good, booty, and porn.
Whoever said that? Somebody said that I was looking for a needle in a haystack.
I
agree. And I agree. My point is that y'all niggas stop looking and y'all just picking hay and trying to call it a needle. It's a goddamn strand of hay. Stop trying to sell your hay. Stop trying to sell hay as a needle.
I ain't need to watch fucking porn to get my girl to be freaky, bro.
What the fuck? I didn't need to travel 6,000 miles to get a bitch.
It don't matter, nigga. You just brought up porn. Nigga, I didn't bring up porn.
Yeah, I think we should start calling for final thoughts.
Unbelievable.
Melody. I think maybe like things are a little hyped up. We're almost at 4 hours. Maybe everyone just kind of needs a chance to be able to give their thoughts on the actual subject, and we can all go to sleep. I don't know. How do you feel about that, Melody? So that's where I'm at.
Well, I feel like that's a good idea. We're almost at the 4-hour mark, like you said. So I guess we can start with Killer Swag. What are your final thoughts?
My final thoughts are, man, basically what I said when I first got on this panel, man. Pick me shouldn't define a man by any stretch of the imagination. A man should always stay on his purpose, no matter what. But if you do happen to find your woman that aligns with your beliefs and what you're going along with, then I say snatch her up as fast as you can. And for the record, I love being pick me. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you for that, Killer Swag. Let's go with Stoic. Stoic, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm here. Melody, thank you for letting me come on the panel. Pick me was, in terms of womanhood, it was the woman that would be the most feminine in general. The one.
Hold the fuck up! You need to apologize for misrepresenting me. Let's get that shit out the way.
Well, let's don't interrupt.
No. I am going to interrupt because you misrepresented me all throughout this whole show.
Wait.
Interrupt. You're gonna
all right, so let's do this real quick because it's his final thought. I want him to get it all out. And then Stoic, after the final thought, if you feel like you owe him an apology, go ahead and apologize. But first,
I'll do. BMT, wait, hold there. A pick me, in general, is a feminine woman. Caters to the man. She knows that the man is a good man, that he'll do the best thing for her, that he'll do the same. He'll be the same quality that she is to him, and he won't. She won't have to think about any other. She'll. It's reciprocal. The relationship is reciprocal. Pick me is the perfect woman because she gets the result she needs and the man gets the result he needs from her. And that is the essence of pick me. These other things that they said, were from waste women who don't want anything with a man. They don't want any kind of good relationship with a man, and so they belittle any woman who does anything for a man, and a good quality man, a good quality woman, and does anything to cater and be with him. And that's the thing about it. It's all wrong. It's skewed. It's not good. And that's my final thought.
Thank you for that, Stoic. Now, do you want to apologize for whatever reason? I don't know, to BMT.
Apologize for what?
Hmm?
Apologize for what?
Get the fuck off the panel, you bitch ass nigga. Hurry the fuck up off the panel.
Oh my
What's your
goodness.
apology?
Language, BMT language.
Oh, now you gonna tell me language, but you ain't got no smoke for this. I told
No, I
y'all.
said everybody language.
I told y'all how I
Okay,
get when I start up with this shit.
Can I just?
No, we're not saying don't cuss him. Just can you use not cuss words while you cussing? You know what I mean?
I'm just saying, Ruby, you saw the stuff he was doing on the panel. Other people.
Can I address him personally?
No, you don't get to address a goddamn thing. But you
Okay,
definitely
then
get your punk behind off this damn panel.
No, that's over then. I guess. And we
All right,
can't
then.
talk.
Melody, he's done.
Well, okay. So, did you actually want to apologize for misrepresenting what he was saying at some point?
Did I misrepresent him?
Yeah, because you thought that what? Yes, because you were suggesting that he said something that he never said, and what you were actually thinking of are things like Game Changer had said a lot of the things you thought BMT had said, and so you were telling BMT he was wrong or he was flip flopping, but then all the points you were referring to were things that BMT had never said in this conversation. So it was kind of like that wasn't a fair characterization of what he was providing to the discussion. You might disagree with him, that's fine, but the examples you were bringing up were not things that he had ever said. And everyone on the panel did confirm. They're like, no, I didn't hear him say that. I heard Game Changer say that. I heard this person say that, but no one had actually really heard BMT say any of those things, to be fair.
Well, if I may, because I wasn't on the panel at the time, I think what
Game Changer.
Yeah, I think what Stoic was doing was when he was saying that BET was talking about standards and the men with standards. And though I was talking about men having standards as it pertains to what they require from women, I think he was referring to how BMT is talking about the standards that men have of themselves. But what followed was he was interrupted so much that he wasn't able to convey that point. Now, so yeah, that's I'm assuming that he was paraphrasing what was stated before.
I disagree because listening to what he was saying, I mean, like when we got to the standards part, that was like maybe 0.3 or 4 he had brought up, and it was like I get what you're saying, but I'm like, it really did very much sound like the place he was going was more along the conclusions that you had been outlining, GC. That's just what it sounded like from beginning to end. So,
and other people confirmed that too. Let's go.
Well, only he can confirm what he was going to say or what he was trying to convey.
Actually, other people on the panel confirmed that. That's what you're not getting.
Only Stoic can confirm what Stoic was about to say.
No, other people.
Go ahead.
You remember that? So shut up.
Stoic, go ahead and do so.
Stoic. Oh, I muted you, Stoic, because you had an echo here. I muted you.
Echo? Still?
Oh.
Go ahead, Stoic.
A little bit, but go ahead.
BMT. Well, it's not going to be a great apology. That's why I wouldn't say it. It wouldn't be such a great apology. If I represent,
it's just about being a man, man. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Just say it. I apologize if I was wrong.
I didn't see I was wrong, but if I misrepresented you, I do apologize.
Apology accepted. That's all.
Nice. That was nice.
Yay!
Right. That was cool. All right. Well, thanks for that, Stoic.
Yes. See, Killswag, historical moment, and you were here for it. So, aren't you happy? Sorry. Thanks, Stoic.
Like did that. Okay, let's go with Kingsport Cal. Go ahead.
What's up?
Well, I don't know why I find that so hard to say. Is it Kingsport or Kingsport? Like I don't know why it's so hard.
I think
let me explain it. Kingsport is a city that I grew up in Tennessee called Kingsport.
So Kingsport. It's just all one word?
Yes, it's one word, but it's from. It used to be a king's port. It was a harbor, king's
Okay,
port. So
got it. Perfect.
Calvin is
Mhm.
my name. So Kingsport. I'm from Kingsport. My name's Calvin. Kingsport Cal. Anyway,
Oh God, not another
but
cow.
yeah, but my final thought is basically my initial thought when I came on is the same. Is that I like I said, I don't know. Game Changer has a problem with this, and please don't interrupt me, Game Changer. But I like all women. I don't care. I like them all. Yes, I do have a standard. They can't be ugly as hell as sin. I'm sorry, but whatever. But I like all women. I don't think there's a problem with that. And I don't think I have to find something. I don't know how to say it, like above my means, even though I don't think anything's above my means. But what I mean is, I just want to find a friend, a good friend, and I have a lot of good lady friends. I mean, not a whole lot, but I've got a few that I identify with and that are great, that are cool, and they're all different shapes and sizes and goals. And
Mhm.
and I don't really care about any of that. I don't need a woman to complete me. I don't want a woman to feel like they need me to complete them either. We're all on the same even keel, all on the same playing field. I don't get all this. And also, I don't know what pick me, all that manosphere, what sisterhood, whatever. I don't know what any of that stuff is. I don't spend all my time on the internet scouring through all this stuff. I really don't care because it doesn't affect me. But I just do my day to day, but I mean, I think this was a good conversation. This was a very long conversation, even though it wasn't a
Mhm.
conversation, more of an argument. But, I think some points were made here, and some I'll take with me, some I will reject. But I don't know, man. I just think people put too much of an emphasis on this thing, and like I said, I just go out and live my life. If I meet somebody cool and they're cool and I like them and they like me, there you go. I don't have to like define who I need to be with in order to make myself feel better. I'm doing great on my own. I don't need anybody else to do that. If somebody wants to join me in my journey or have me join them in their journey, then I'll be more obliged to do so if we gel together. But that's all I'm saying. I'm not looking for you got to fit this, you got to fit that, you got to do this, you got to do that. I don't care about that. And the one guy, one last thing, the one guy was talking about the lingerie girl cleaning the shower. Now I could get behind that with sexy time. I mean, that could be like a sexy scenario that's going to come into sexy time. But if I come home and you're doing that, like, what do you, I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but I'd be like, you ain't got to do all that. You know what I'm saying? You can reserve that for a little sexy. But I've been wanting to say that for like an hour. But anyway, but I appreciate you having me on the melody, I always think I like your channel. I don't think you're pandering to men or whatever the hell. I think is a safe space. I think that's the phrase these days to talk about uh black issues, which I've told you before, Melody, that I don't see. Well, maybe because I'm not looking for him, but I don't really see that many channels that talk about issues with black men or just black issues in general. I mean, I don't know because, like I said, I'm not one of those people that scour the internet for that type of stuff because I don't live my life online. I live my life in the real world mostly. So, but anyway, but I appreciate being on. And Ruby, I like you, you sassy. I like this. That's another standard there. Anyway, I like a sassy woman too. I like a woman that ain't gonna take my.
There
So
you
that
go.
ain't.
See, not everybody hates Ruby. It's all right. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kingsport Cal.
Kingsport Cow, we got it
Cal.
now. Forever. We got this. Thank
Kingsport
you.
Cal. All right, let's go with Mr. Know It All. Final
All
thought.
right. Yes.
All right, I
I
got
would
two
love
things
to
to
hear
say.
your actual thoughts as well, in case you weren't going to share them. I would like to hear your thoughts on this whole pick me sphere and if it hurts or helps men as well, because I know that's not what you addressed when you first came up. So you can talk about whatever you want, but I would like to hear your answer to that too, if you weren't going to.
Mm-hmm.
I was just about to say something about it, but now you're saying it's not pick me's as individuals, but the pick me sphere that we're talking about.
Well, oh, you if you were going to address it as, an individual, like say Melody or this one or that one, or just the sphere, the general fact that there is the whole group, because now there's like a group, right? There's the pick me spirits, all these women. I'm not in it. No one include me, neither do the men, right? But like, Melody, Chantal, certain women are all included kind of in this pick me sphere, right? And the discussion that we brought up was BMT thinks that the pick me sphere and having pick me's affiliated in this space is making men weaker. It's hurting them, right? And so the question is it hurting men or is it helping men to have these women in this space? That's really what it is.
Dang, I wish I'd have heard some arguments against it. I don't know. I'm undecided on the pick me sphere. I've never really given it much thought if it makes men weaker or not.
Well, how about this, Mr.
But
Noto?
I do have an opinion on pick me's as individuals.
All right, yeah, good. And
Okay.
then also, do you feel like I pander to the men that come to my panel? Be honest.
Not pander. I mean, to me,
Thank you.
pander implies insincerity. So I wouldn't say
Mm-hmm.
pandering. But I could see how someone would say you're pandering because most people operate to some degree in self-interest, right? So pick-me's tend to seem like they operate almost solely in the interests of men, and so that's what I was going to get. What I was going to address is that there's certain men that are celebrated, even if not necessarily chosen. They're sort of celebrated, whether it be in the media or just in general. These are men who, you know, pick up a heavy share of the housework. They pay the bills. They're good fathers. They check all the boxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And such a man is often celebrated by women. Yet the female equivalent is derided by women, right?
Mm-hmm.
The woman who's supportive of her man and who makes it, her objective to be in service to whatever her man's objective is often looked down upon. And so that's kind of why I think a pick me is a good woman. I don't necessarily need a pick me for myself. Like if you have a spectrum of modern woman, 100% modern woman to 100% pick me, I could probably roll with anything middle to pick me.
Mm-hmm.
So, but a pick me to me, I mean, how is a pick me a bad woman? What is she doing wrong? She's helping her man. She's supportive of her man. She's supportive of her family. She takes care of her kids. Is it because she's not advocating for other women's objectives that makes her a bad woman?
I don't know. Ask BMT. He's the one who wanted to have this conversation with me.
Well, let me finish the final thought, and then BMT, if you want to explain to me, not necessarily the pick me sphere. I'm interested to know if you think an individual pick me woman is bad. Okay. So, I don't know. My opinion, I think pick me's are good women. Now, as far as making men weak, I don't imagine a man could even have a pick me unless he was already somewhat strong. Because if you have a pick me, she's depending on you to carry a heavy load for the family, if not the entire financial burden. So you probably have to be a producer. You probably have to be, on your A game to even get you a pick me,
Mm-hmm.
or at least to keep you a pick me. Let me say that, because even Chantel as a pick me, she used to be supportive of bums, and those relationships didn't last.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
She used to let guys. I think she said she used to let people sleep on her at her house, drive her car. She paid the gas, which is like pick me behavior, but it didn't last because the man wasn't upholding his side of the bargain.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. That's just off the top of my head. I wasn't here for the debate, so who knows? There probably could have been some good counterpoints made to that. And then before BMT responds to my question, I want to say something about fat women. It's perfectly fine if a guy doesn't want to be with a fat woman and isn't attracted to fat women, but I do think that no man who is fat himself should be criticizing fat women. Because women have a lot harder time losing weight than men do.
That's true.
It's hard to criticize a woman's discipline when you yourself are even more undisciplined than her. You don't have to like her. You don't have to date her. You can think she looks disgusting. That's fine. But you should not be in her ear telling her anything about self-improvement when you yourself haven't mastered self-improvement.
Good point. That's a great point, actually.
I 100% agree with that. Yep.
Just to respond, I personally have improved myself significantly. In addition to not being fat, I've improved myself in several other ways. I don't really care how hard it is for a woman to lose weight. I don't. Just don't be fat because I don't like it. You see, here's the thing.
But you said you're not fat, though.
Yeah, but you're not fat.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not fat. And that's part of my self-improvement journey. If I didn't eat properly and exercise, I perhaps would be. But I do those things.
So somebody who does those things is in a position to expect that from
others. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do expect that from others. But not only that, and I'm not talking about my potential mate. I think that women should strive their best to be their best, just in case a penis like mine is out there. Now, unfortunately, there aren't enough game changer peni out there to motivate these fat ass bitches to.
Peni.
Peni.
No, that's the plural. That's the plural.
I'm pretty sure it's penises. I'm pretty
the
sure.
Plural is peni. Just like the plural of cactus is cacti. Yeah.
Okay.
And the plural of pussy is pussi. Yes.
Well, damn. Okay. Got it. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. So yeah, my point is that we as men, we do have a right to judge. In fact, we have a duty to do so. It's how we navigate society. It's how we control society. You know, the majority of modern society does not meet basic standards, basic health standards, basic nutrition standards, and basic exercise standards. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. A woman, just like a man has to earn his right to call himself a man, a woman must do the same. And a woman does so by being visually pleasing to me at all times, or at least trying her best to do so.
Okay.
Well, I'm not saying that a person can't acknowledge that a fat person is unhealthy. Yes, you can be unhealthy and acknowledge when other people are unhealthy. What I'm saying is criticizing them and their personality traits. When you yourself suffer from the same lack of discipline, if not to a greater extent.
I don't suffer from that lack of discipline. But even if I did, I could still call out others.
Yes, but it'd be like an ugly person calling you ugly.
Calling the kettle black.
No. That's perfectly fine for doing that. I mean, but I don't believe in criticizing something that a person can't change. Let's just say that there's a person that exists that's just a little less ugly than Lil Wayne, right? I know of a guy like that. Let's just say that person exists. He can't help that, so it's no need in criticizing such a genetically unfortunate person. There is.
I disagree with that a little bit.
Huh? No, there isn't. However, fat is something that the overwhelming majority of both men and women can change. It is something that they do have control over, and I criticize them for not controlling that particular aspect of their life.
But you're in a position to do it because you have controlled that aspect of your life. If you were an obese man, it would be weird for you to expect that of others that you can't even do.
True. I would be a bit of a hypocrite. I would be a bit of a hypocrite if I did that.
That's going to be Planet Fitness, like benching 250 or eating like steak and eggs and working out and doing that stuff. Like I work out with those heavy guys. Like I'm a burly man. I don't think he's that type of guy. So,
okay, so
how much can you bench?
Okay, so there isn't really a criteria of fitness that a man must have to tell a woman to simply not be fat.
Why not?
Like nobody is saying that women have to go to any extreme. A basic requirement is that you not be fat. is that you
Yeah.
put the same is that you put the same effort into self-improvement, Mr. Know-it-all, that the men are doing themselves,
Be
especially
in the
the women
healthy
that you
range.
want.
Some of
Exactly.
them.
Yeah.
May.
Now,
Some of them.
and furthermore, understand this. Like, as far as because you were saying that criticizing the women to the women, I rarely do that. See, here's the thing. Before the internet, I only talk to fat women when I'm drunk and I don't drink. So to be clear, I have no need to criticize overweight women. I just simply don't talk to them. However, if a topic of complimenting non-fat women came up, you really can't do something. It's really difficult to do that without giving a contrast. Melody is good, fat women are bad.
Yeah.
Or you could just say Melody's the ideal. Melody, you can actually just say something like Melody's the
Because
ideal,
she's
Melody's
not
the
fat.
standard.
Mr.
Women should try.
Know-it-all.
No, but you don't
Because
have
she's
to
not
say
fat.
that because it's implied. It's implied because Melody's
It's not
not fat,
implied.
right?
It's
She's
not
not
implied.
ugly. She's not fat. She's not floppy. She brushes her hair. She brushes her teeth. You know, there's a lot of things about Melody other than the fact she's not fat. So when you hold her up as a standard, right, and it's like
Exactly.
women who fall short of this fall short of my standards, right?
Mhm.
Then it's like part of that. If you look at yourself and you are unkempt, you funky, your hair ain't done, or it's fake in all kinds of crazy colors, or you fat, or you nasty, or your toes and your feet, everything's nasty. That would all those things would you would just know, oh, I fall short of his standard, right? Like
Mhm.
you don't have to say, Melody's good and fat women are bad. And like you don't have to say that because it's implied when you say Melody is the standard. I'm putting
Okay,
Melody's on the pedestal.
fair enough, fair enough. But any woman that I'm attracted to physically, like Kelly Stamps, for example,
Mhm.
one of the many things that I like about her is that she's not fat. And
Fair.
also,
Mhm.
and another thing, I feel that I must do this. I must do this
Okay.
because
You
there's
must.
yeah, I must
Mhm.
do this. And that's because there are so many Negroes here that compliment them, that treat them like regular, that say that they thick and they not fat, that say stuff like, oh, I want something that I could hold on to during a hurricane or some crap like that.
Here we go again.
I have to check that thinking. I
Hey,
have
well,
to
first of
I
all,
have to I have to cut
though,
that. I have to nip that thinking in the bud. Now,
right.
had he said I like funky girls,
You ain't
then
got to do nothing.
I would have said the same thing. Like, sir, you should have a standard of bathing amongst the women that you sleep with. I would definitely say that. If he said that I like women with Beetlejuice teeth, I would say, sir, you definitely should have the a standard of oral care from the women that you deal with. These are things that must be said regularly
Hmm.
to check poor standards.
So,
Mhm.
Mr. Know-it-all, you have a channel?
No.
I wish you did. I'll definitely drop you my link. I would definitely want to have you on to talk to some of our colleagues, and we can definitely have a. You sound like you missed out on a good conversation we could have had. This conversation definitely got warped into something I didn't mean for it to get warped into, and I didn't give a fuck for it to get turned into that. It definitely got into a lot of a circle jerk, and it was just too much goddamn caping. And it should never get like that. Definitely, I understood exactly what you're saying because if a man chooses a woman, that's what he chooses. Then yeah, she's going to pick that man, and that's what she chooses to actually pander to. Just like the man, he gets with a woman. It's not for me to judge what that's what he wants. That's what he wants. It seems like a lot of people feel like they have opinions on other people's emphasis of lives, but they're not living in that same standard of the bubble of like we supposed to give a damn. This is why I said the internet, this microcosm space is a waste of time. It doesn't do anything. It hasn't changed anything. It hasn't got any kids out of custody care. It hasn't helped anybody holistically. This is a waste. So again, this is entertainment. That's all it ever could take it for. Um, but when you talk about that as the pick me thing, just like Mrs. Chantel, she picked, she was entertaining bad quality men, and she made a life decision that hey, this is not fortuitous. Just like different people on this panel, they made life choices and they changed it up. Doesn't I mean they pick whatever they choose. I hear a lot of men complaining about women choosing the bad guys, or they don't choose the good guy, or they say that they're a good guy. But I'm like, if you're the good guy, why did she choose you? But then they get with a woman, but they don't marry the woman. But I'm saying, so were you ever really the good guy, or you just were saying that to the masses? You understand what I'm saying? Like these kind of conversations are coddled for ego. Like they're not serving anything. They ain't done anything. That's all we heard on this panel, where a lot of men kept on saying they were wrapped around egos and people with traumas. Like that's all this shit has done this for 4 hours. So this is why I said this is a caping conversation. It proved me right. It proved me
One
right.
thing I just thought of while you were
I disagree.
on why
Yeah, I'm just sitting here like,
Yeah.
Both were keeping. You both were keeping hard. Everybody.
But who are we keeping for? Who are we keeping for?
Oh, let's not go there. You.
Oh no, let's go there, because here's my thing, right? First of all, me and Melody disagreed while on this panel. Me and GC disagreed many times while on this panel, right? Me and Stoic One disagreed while on this panel. Melody disagreed with at least one of the British people at least one time on this panel. So my point is, right, is that even though we state our own opinions, and sometimes our opinions align with one another, with other people or multiple people on the panel, sometimes we're standing alone and we're the only person who's agreeing with our own individual point, right? But somehow we're caping for the general manosphere, because as long as there's one general man in the manosphere somewhere who agrees with us, then we're caping for the men. Like that doesn't make any sense.
So
logically, it just doesn't.
So let's get it at this. So you definitely were caping for GC. You were doing that hard.
When?
Everybody mute up. You did allow him free range to do a lot of shit on here, but you were definitely jumping on other men. I'm not going to lie about that. You did that.
No. When?
Okay, hold on.
Name something.
Okay, so
because the only thing I did was GC will sit on the panel for an hour and wait his turn and interrupt nobody. And as soon as he starts talking, he'll get 3 words in. No, it's true. And then as soon as he gets it's true. You're not watching him. You were doing your thing, and that's cool. But we're moderating the panel, so we got to watch things. And so I'll watch it, and then he'll start talking. He'll get 3 words in, and 16 people will jump in. And now we're 25 minutes into everyone else debating, and GC hasn't finished. He didn't even get halfway into his point. And I stopped people from talking over GC. I saw people from talking over Melody. I saw people from talking over you. I saw people from talking over Stoic One. I saw people from talking over lots of people, because people do that. They get passionate. They get hyped up. They want to jump in. They want to stop everybody. And it's our job as moderators to be like, yo, one at a time. Let this person finish their point. Let this person waited their turn. Even Melody cuss me, tell me what she needs to finish her point. So I'm like, dude, we have new people on the panel, Melody. You need to shut up now, right? And she was like, when I'm done my point, thank you. So I mean, my point is though, right, is we have to do that as moderators, because we have to watch the people. New people are coming on all the time, and they don't want to sit there for an hour to not say nothing, and then they finally get to talk for 2 seconds and they get cut off right away. Come on, and I did the same thing for you.
Give me the 3 F's, Melody. What were the 3 Fs?
What you talking about? Fit, feminine, and friendly?
Okay, so when the men were talking, how many times did you think you cut off Todd?
That I cut Todd off?
No, not you, Ruby. How many times did you cut off Todd?
Oh, remember, I'm not part of the Pickmes sphere.
No one has
ever, the women, no one has ever put me in there.
You follow after the ideologies. So now,
do I believe in red? No, I support pure red pill ideology, and nothing in pure red pill ideology suggests that I need to sit there while people are being dumb and allow them to be dumb. Otherwise, somehow I've missed reality. Nothing says that in red pill ideology. Explain.
Okay, so let's get this out.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying this red pill. Mind you, you have men that have been coming on this panel, that have been coming on this panel and say, listen, I don't believe in none of that shit. You actually had 3 men back to back.
Yeah.
So they've been coming on here saying they don't believe in it. However, pushing your ideology, as well as other people say, yo, man, like, we don't like you pushing your inferences of ideology or preferences on us. We like what we like. I've heard multiple men say that on this panel. And you
so doesn't that suggest we're not caping then? See, that's the whole problem with what you're saying, DMT, is I'm saying I support pure red pill ideology. It's something I believe in. And you said a whole bunch of men came up on our panel and said, I don't believe in that shit. I don't support that. And I don't appreciate y'all pushing those ideologies I don't believe. So therefore we can't be caping, can we? If we were caping, then the men wouldn't be complaining about what we're saying or what we believe, would they? That's why you're bad at those.
So when the guy Todd told you about his scenario, and told you about all that other stuff that was happening to them. Now, mind you, I had to say, Melody, did I not have to say reset, stop, reset? And then Melody did say, yo, reset, stop. Like, she had to tell you to chill out because y'all were going in on the man about y'all don't know his financial situation. Like that, that literally did happen.
No, it was irrelevant to the point. He kept trying to make it about his financial situation, and I was saying, listen, and because I watched multiple people do it, and there's multiple stories of people doing it. Guess what? They're separated because of the pandemic, as he said, and guess what? They sat on their hands for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. My tenant just married his wife in December after 3 years of being separated by the pandemic. No, I'm not done. The point is, the point I was making, and I'll still make it to this moment, is that man kept talking about, but I don't have the money to fly there. I don't have the money to fly there. I'm like, the fact that you have to fly there and see each other constantly, otherwise you break up, is my point. My point is that if she was that spectacular, and if she was that ride or die, neither one of y'all would need to see each other. You'd be fine on Zoom until you could get back together. Because you didn't even last 2 years. You didn't even last 2 years, so it couldn't have been all that special. She couldn't have been all that wonderful and golden. And the worst part about it is he had to travel 6,000 miles for a woman who wasn't even worth a 2-year wait. Come on now. You can't say that, the quality of women's so high when you have to drive 6,000 miles for a woman who wasn't even worth a 2-hour or a 2-year wait. Come on now. Come on.
Hold on. Listen to you quietly. I didn't say nothing. So your point was on that trajectory that the man tried. He never talked anything about his financial situation. But literally he said, I was going over there for school. Now he told y'all about the situation, which that is not for y'all to judge. Oh, listen, you talking about your situation and somebody else's situation. That don't got jack diddly squat shit to do with that man and what's going on in his life. That's why I said the internet is a weird place. But people think that what goes on one person's household reflects that of the other man's household. He said, hey, I gave it a shot. We tried. It drained us. Some people don't got it like that where they can keep on going and going and going. But see, here's this. Y'all say that fit.
That's what made it a bad example.
Well, right. No at all. That
was his example of all the wonderful women in the West. That was his example. It's a bad example, bro. I broke it down and he didn't like it. Okay, but that was he brought it up, not me. He did it.
Okay, so he said he was saying that, listen, he found a Western woman that he was trying to marry. Literally, he kept on repeating that. Why didn't you look at that? He said, I found
because he didn't marry her. It's just like when women say, oh, I'm totally marriageable. Of course, high value men choose me. I've been engaged 4 times, but they've never been married once. So guess what? Until you've been married, you can't say that a high value man would marry you because no one has yet, right? That's the problem. You can't say that woman was marriageable if you wouldn't marry her. That's just what it is. You know, sorry, you didn't marry her, therefore she's not an example of being marriageable. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you walked into my trap like that, because when I was talking like that, saying that, hey, about the hypocrisy of people talking about traditional in marriage and that they've never done it, all of a sudden, oh, BMT, you can't be saying stuff like that because there's nobody else on the panel that is. I'm like, okay, same energy. Keep that same.
When did I say that? When did I say that, BMT?
No. I said that about my relationship, and then I said, hey, people who are talking about traditional, talking about marriage, talking about X, Y, and Z about the family, but they're not walking that walk. That's pretty that's some hypocrisy. Because you're not.
And so I didn't say anything about that, right? It had nothing to do with me. Actually, that was a debate the men were having with the men. So that had nothing to do with anything that me or Melody said. So how were me and Melody caping when the men were disagreeing amongst each other? What did that have to do with that?
Hold up. Because somebody said something pretty disrespectful to the host, and y'all stopped it, and I agreed with that. Yeah, I agreed with that. Somebody asked something very disrespectful about her personal, and I agreed with that. So I'm like, hey, what you do to one, keep that same energy for all. You remember just like how it went for you and Danini, and I said, yo, stop. Like, let's not go down that path. It's like the goalposts be switching up.
When you're saying that it's switched up, but again, how is this an example of me or Melody caping for anybody?
I'll tell you what. Let's do our conversation about this off screen. Okay, can we do that respectfully? Let's let us finish up the show. We'll do this conversation off screen respectfully.
Okay.
I do have one thing to say. After listening to you, I did think of one way that the Pickme sphere does make men weak. I've actually criticized this before. Is the Pickme, in the pursuit of holding women accountable, it seems like not even just the Pickme sphere, the Manosphere in general has kind of let men off the hook of being accountable themselves. It's almost gotten to a point where men act as if they can get whoever they want. They just don't want anybody. And so they put the onus on women to improve themselves and become pygmies and make themselves quote unquote desirable. Then we'll want you without ever contemplating whether or not they themselves are even desirable men. And so, yeah, in that sense, it's almost made every man feel like he's like any rejection he's felt from the opposite gender is unwarranted, and that they don't need to engage in self-improvement. I don't want to say that entirely, because there are sectors of the manosphere that do teach self-improvement and people who did. But even some of those people who did, you notice their content has shifted more towards women blaming, women bashing than male
accountability,
improvement.
Right.
Let me ask you something.
It used to be about be on your purpose. Now it's about like don't mess with single mothers. Don't mess with.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Know-It-All. Is it possible for a man to be on his purpose and then find that there are not enough pygmies available?
Yeah, that's possible.
I think that it's not only possible; it's commonplace in the West. Would you say that there's any room for improvement for, say, Michael B. Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably smaller room than the average man, but sure.
Yeah, it's very minuscule. Would you say that there's much room for improvement to, say, Will Smith?
Yeah. Actually, in his case.
Yeah, and what is that? Well, okay. Let's go there for a second. He's not with a pygmy. He's definitely improved himself in many ways that I haven't, and no one on this panel has. However, he's not with a pygmy. Now, the flaws in his being is him adapting to an environment that has very few pygmies. He has settled, Mr. Know-It-All, for in a lot of different ways, which is the things that he should improve upon. Having reasonable standards and not giving in to what's readily available in the West.
He picked a wife that didn't want to marry him. That was a fool.
I mean, that's the thing. It's not like Will Smith couldn't have got a pygmy. He could have got anyone.
He could have got any kind of woman that
he picked her. He picked her because that's what he wanted, not because he settled. Will Smith didn't have to settle for Jada Pinkett. He could have been with any woman he wanted.
Okay, like who?
Name a woman.
Well, I've named my ideal, but
yeah.
But no. What I'm saying is pygmies are so few. Pygmies are so few that I don't think you could name one that would be a proper fit for Will Smith.
Michael B. Jordan chose Lori Harvey. Like he chose that.
Well, there's more than one. There was a couple women who recently been in the news for talking about the fact that they wanted him.
Celebrity. Why does he have to be with a celebrity first?
It doesn't. It doesn't. My point is that we live in a place where it's easier to just name off inadequate women than it is to name adequate women. For example, like I could just spat out Glorilla, Lizzo, Gabrielle Sidibe, Oprah Winfrey, what's her name? Whoopi Goldberg, like Nia Long, basically anybody.
Wait, what's wrong with Nia Long?
Everything. Anybody who's a cast member of Set It Off, Queen Latifah, Vivica Fox, what's her name? Jada Pickett, who is his wife, and the third chick who was high on her debut with Tyler Perry. So the list can go on and on. You see, it's a lot easier, and that's because it's a lot more of them, of poor quality women, than it is available ones. However, it's also easy to spout out lists of men who maximize or near maximize their potential and availability and quality. So the argument is one-sided because the problem is largely one-sided. We can create a straw man of a nigga that lives in the basement without actually being able to mention any nigga living in his basement, making that argument. However, the problem is clear. Our culture, as Stoic said, shout out to him, does not produce a large quantity of quality women.
Facts. But real quick,
It may
before we
not be
go
a large
on,
quantity, but that
before we
doesn't
go
mean.
on,
You say y'all
before
go.
we go on, let me just read the super chat. Thank you, DJ Nat, for the $5 super chat.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you. He says, for the entertainment and foolishness. Yes.
That's
Thank
funny.
you.
I
We
feel like this is like the first super chat he's done in like a long time where it wasn't just taking
I
a shot at
know.
me, right? Like normally it's just taking a shot at me. So thank you, DJ Naf, for just talking about everything generally instead of me.
Like I said, Mr.
We
Know-It-All,
appreciate it.
you have a point, Mr. Know-It-All. Like, it is room for self-improvement. Like, anybody can make self-improvement, but like going to, you know what I'm saying? Like going to where you feel safe rather than, a doctor, when they're doing rehabilitation, after a while, you got to start getting on the bars and start pushing yourself to walk. You understand what I'm saying? Like, can't sit there in that wheelchair. They're going to be like, hey, man, like, you got to will yourself to walk. Some of these guys, I get it. I know one guy, he got a divorce, got on his job, did contract overseas, came back, got a house. He's getting married in I think 2 more months. He's getting remarried. Like, that's his choice. Like, I can't tell the man what to do, but that's his choice on what he wants to do. Versus some guys, they're just on the blame game. Just like some women, they're on like, these men are broken, this and that. Like, you choose to shop for what you think you want versus what you actually can go for. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want healthy food, you're going to pay more. You're going to actually put more effort and probably go to like a Harris Teeter or Publix or a Kroger, somewhere where there's quality of what you want. But if you don't want quality and you want to just get the slop, then hey, that's your choice. Nobody's forcing you. That's why I don't like when people take off this accountability and say, well, you didn't have a choice. Like, nah, man, like, people are choosing what they want to indulge. Like, let's not play this game. Like, we're grown.
I mean, Michael B. Jordan could have been with Lupita Nyong'o probably.
That could have happened. Yes, that could have definitely happened.
Lori Harvey. So
yep, he could have got Lupita. Yes, he could have.
Yeah,
that was a good call.
He could have probably got Lupita, and he chose what's her face. So, you gotta hold these guys accountable. They don't nobody's making them pick these type of women. And now what's his name, Damson Idris or whatever is now with Lori Harvey.
That's his friend too. That's his friend. Yep.
Yeah, you telling me that guy can't get anyone besides Lori Harvey?
No, I'm not saying that at all. And only Lupita knows if Michael B. Jordan could get Lupita, and only Michael B. Jordan knows if Michael B. Jordan's want Lupita. Nevertheless, I'm saying that there exist men who are self-improved, and there isn't a lineup of pick-me's available to that man, Lupita or otherwise.
Let's be honest with men, okay? Men put beauty above everything else.
It is above everything else.
No.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
If beauty was above everything else, then props to getting Lori Harvey. We'd be giving people
beauty is above everything.
Harvey.
Beauty is above everything else.
However,
a quality woman should possess both.
King is looking so crazy. Like, what?
Nah, bro. I disagree.
Yes. And you see, everybody listen good, because that's the effing problem with black men. The fact that we feel that we have to sacrifice something and offer everything. Ain't that a bitch? Michael B. Jordan is handsome, wealthy, and he's a man of status.
Yeah.
No. Understand this. What compromise do a woman make when she get with Michael B. Jordan? A man has to say he has to choose between beauty or just a decent personality. F that. No. If you have no. If you have the man, listen to me good. If you have the entire package, then you deserve the entire package. If it is not available, then there is something wrong with the community that is creating packages. Let's be clear.
It is available. He didn't choose it. He just mentioned Lupita Nyong'o from. I don't know her in real life, but everything.
She's heavily conservative, bro. She's heavily conservative.
We don't know her. We don't know
Lupita. Oh
wow! But most of all, we don't know if she was into him or if he was into her. The point is that a man has a right, dare I say, a duty to demand a beautiful
Okay,
woman
but GC,
if
you just said
he
it.
improves to his maximum.
GC, you just said it. If he wasn't into her, then who's to blame that he's not in to quality women? And we're obviously judging all these women.
If he's not into her, then she's not a quality woman according to his definition.
Calm down,
Okay.
GC.
Well, then, if Lori Harvey is a quality woman and Lupita Nyong'o is not,
I didn't say
whose
Lori
fault
Harvey
is that?
was. I didn't say
Lupita's
Lori
worth
Harvey.
more money. She's
I
worth
didn't.
more money.
I didn't say that Lori Harvey was a quality woman. I'm
No, I
saying
said- I
that.
didn't
I'm
say she
saying
is.
that
I'm
it
saying-
is perhaps
I'm saying if
according to
he's
him
not in
that
to-
she is not. What
if-
I'm
if-
saying
if-
is that in the West, men have to choose between ugly or ugly personality because of the low quality woman that's developed in this motherfucker. That is what I'm saying. You know, it's unfortunate but true. But what it's not is Michael B. Jordan's lack of self-improvement. That's for damn sure. That is not what the problem is.
Oh, I didn't say that was.
Well,
Michael
that's
B.
good.
Jordan's problem.
That's good. Understand,
I didn't say
and
was
that
Michael
and
B.
that is
Jordan's
why I
problem.
talk how I
said that
talk.
other men's
Something
problem.
is wrong with the pool. It's
I said
not
that was
something.
other
It
men's
is. It
problem.
is not. It is not something.
When you
It's
have
something is wrong with
GC,
the pool. What?
GC, there's
What?
nothing wrong with the pool. When you
Everything
have
is wrong with the
industry-
pool.
When you have industry pass-arounds that go from one celebrity to another celebrity.
top.
These men knew this woman was with this other guy. These men know these women are gold diggers, and they still pick them. You
And still pick them.
Once again, if there was a bunch of virgins that looked like Lori Harvey out there, then he would have picked that.
Why did he go to Africa?
Absent that option, Mr. Know-It-All, he picked what was available to him in a shitty pool.
Bro,
What I'm
so
saying,
he's gonna go to Africa,
what I am
and
saying, fellas,
gonna go to
is
Canada.
unfortunately in the West, a man has poor pickings. He has
No, he
poor
doesn't.
pickings.
So what you're essentially
and
saying is that
even an
Lori
improved
Harvey
man
is the
has
best
poor pickings.
choice. So you're
Brad
essentially saying-
Pitt had poor pickings.
What?
The handsome Brad Pitt had poor pickings, and that's why he's single now. Leonardo DiCaprio
Brad Pitt got Jennifer Aniston. What are you talking about?
understands that he has poor pickings, and that is why he is in this situation. See, improved men, people are like, oh, it's a matter of improvement. That is bullshit. Improved men have poor pickings.
Brad Pitt had Jennifer Aniston, and also he also had the other girl. What's the other girl? Angelina Jolie. The two top actresses in Hollywood. How did he make a poor pick? And he had the top of everything. He literally
because
had
both those bitches are crazy.
That's he chose, but he chose that shit. He chose that shit.
Trying to tell me that if Brad Pitt went
both
to
those
his
bitches
local
are
bar,
crazy.
he couldn't have picked a regular chick out of the
He
bar
could've.
who was comparable in looks to those women and who would have bent over backwards to be with him. You're telling me?
Well, if he could have, he
done that?
would have, but he didn't.
No,
So that should tell you
that's what I'm
something about
telling
the
you.
pool.
And that's my counter argument. Is not if you said
Okay,
if he could've,
okay.
he would have.
Okay.
You're
fellas,
removing accountability
fellas,
from the man.
fellas,
That's the
fellas. I'm gonna put it
accountability I was
like this.
talking about
I am
earlier.
going to put it like this, fellas.
You're saying that these
who are
men
listening.
don't have accountability.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
If it's a matter of improvement, then improved men would have better options. They don't. Here we are.
They do. They have all the options. They're just not choosing well. They have every option available to them. They could go and find them a woman who's a chef and knows how to cook. They could go find women who will do anything they say. I mean, they could find any type of woman, and they chose these women, right? By Michael B. Jordan choosing Lori Harvey, you're essentially saying that Lori Harvey is the best of a bunch of shitty options. You're essentially saying she's the best woman if Michael B. Jordan couldn't do better than her.
And everybody knew about her. Everybody in the industry knew about her.
Yeah, she's an industry pass around, and he still tried to wife her up.
Nah,
he tried to turn a hoe into a housewife.
Can't feel bad for that guy. Can't feel bad.
He made a bad choice. He could have chose anybody.
Even Future.
And I bring up Lupita because if Michael B. Jordan really can get any woman he wants, he should have been able to get Lupita.
But Lupita,
if he can't get Lupita, then that refutes. That essentially means that he doesn't have as much selection as. I mean, who's Lupita dating at the time? At the time they were doing the movie, I understood she was single.
She was single.
If a single woman's like, yeah, I'm not interested in you, Michael B. Jordan. Well,
she was making money. She was doing movies, and she also was winning awards. And she's heavily into her family.
And from all public perspectives, she's understood to be a good woman. I've heard no complaints about Lupita from anybody. She's not an industry pass around. She's talented. She's modest. She's intelligent. She's friendly. She seems to be friendly. That's who he should have been trying to get if he really cared about having him a pick me. That's another thing we need to acknowledge is not every man in society is on this pick me shit. Not every man is really saying they want pick me's. A lot of dudes are chasing modern women.
But I think there's also, I don't even think that necessarily. I think a lot of men do want to pick me, but I think that there's multiple different groups of what pick me is, right? Like there are some men who really want, like they don't just want a woman in submission to them. They would like that submissive personality overall, right? And they want different types of qualities. They want a woman who stay at home and blah, 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 and all these things. But then there are other men, right? And they want a woman who is about something, like who is, she might be in submission to him, but she actually has a more powerful personality, and maybe she's really great with business and she runs stuff, and they really like that, right? Like they want her to be in submission to him. Don't get me wrong, right? Like that underlying basic is the same, but when you're talking about the personality types or the looks, differ. So I think it's not as, cookie cutter as it kind of feels in the space when you're talking about it. Like, oh, everyone wants this, the pick me chick, and that's it. And it's like, I don't know. I don't even think the majority necessarily want the pick me chick or idealize it, even if they should or not. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that I don't think even the majority do. So I think that makes it even harder for the average pick me chick to get picked, to actually get married, because if you're a good traditional woman, you're not just, throwing your pee all around, and you're not just like if you're not competing with the modern women, then you basically blend into the background in a lot of ways. And a lot of good women have had that complaint, myself included, is that if you don't want to plaster yourself with makeup and wear slut clothes 24/7 and the hooker heels and you will blend into the background, and you won't even get the consideration for someone to know that you're a good woman, because the first thing is the eyes, right? Yeah. So
which is exactly my point. If men really wanted pick-me's, you wouldn't be blending it. That wouldn't be the background. That would be the foreground. If men were tired of the women in hooker heels, the conservatively dressed women wouldn't be in the background. That would be considered the foreground.
Right.
But the fact that it's considered the background means that men, I don't give an F what they say otherwise, it's the beauty. And they will let a lot of character traits slide if they can get someone who has a certain look. They will let a woman be, disrespectful. They will let a woman be
crazy as hell.
Crazy, whatever. If she has the looks to back it up. That's why these industry pass arounds can do this. They can go from one guy to another because they look good.
That's true.
These guys don't care about their reputations. They don't care about their past. They don't care about their toxic behavior. They care about how they look, and women know it. Lori Harvey knows it, and I guarantee you, when Lori Harvey's thinking about self-improvements, it's looks-based, because she knows that's her meal ticket. I got to be the best-looking woman out here.
Yeah. Isn't she the one who lost like 12 pounds or something, and she was talking about it? Like, isn't that why the sisterhood was dragging her? Because she lost a little bit of weight and she was already thin?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but she knew she don't care what these women want. She knows what the men want.
Right.
She knows what the men want, and she presents herself in such a way that quote unquote high value men are at her heels.
I think one of the things about it is, and I recall this correctly, women were saying
whoa.
What's that mean? So women were saying nobody wants to be the basic bitch. Excuse my language. Women were saying that, and they were like, being the good girl the modest girl, the church girl, it ain't getting me no wins. The men aren't checking for me. They're not respecting me. They're choosing the fast lane. And then you had it where in the same space, people were saying, uh, the taking a girl out on a date and not just taking her out to eat and all that stuff. She's at least be willing to bend over on the couch. But I'm like, well, if she's bending over on the first date, well, damn. I mean, who else does she do that for? I mean, we had a saying when we were coming up. If she's willing to go raw with you with no type of resistance, bruh, you ain't the first one to climb that mountain. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, people are looking for the easy wins. And I get it. You want the easy win. You want the least resistant win. But I can promise you somebody else got there. They say that, and we're seeing this happen a lot. As I said, like, people are choosing what they want to choose. It don't matter what you say. If that was the case, with all these disastrous horror stories, people would have been choosing the so-called good girl. They would have chose the Derek Jackson wives. Oh, what I forgot, men were dragging Derek Jackson's wives just like the women were. So I don't want to hear that story about the Pickmes are being chosen like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you get picked up, you get picked up on the draft. You get picked up on the team. But then again, that doesn't guarantee that man is going to stay faithful. That doesn't guarantee that she's going to be faithful. She's going to stay. Like, ain't none of that a guarantee 100%. So looking at some of these conversations and people saying you got to do this, you got to do this, that don't mean that person won't care. Or, you know what I'm saying? People do whatever they got to do just to get the check, the bag, or just to get you to where they want to get you to have a familiarity. We got to start actually doing the proper vetting, which people really don't do. Men and somebody start talking about abstinence. Men get looked at as weak, lame, and gay. Women get looked at as, oh, hell no, I'm not wasting my time with this woman. Like, women don't get respected for being a virgin. It's not looked at as a respect. If anything, they look at it as, don't deal with that woman. But when you go over abroad, when you start dealing with men, let a man say I'm a virgin to a woman. They're gonna think there's something wrong with that dude, or he's something wrong off with him. So, like, a lot of these conversations, I get them, but again, baby mamas, a lot of women have picked me for a lot of dysfunctional men in society and allowed them to get away with a lot of shit versus that of actually letting the man the hell up. So that's the only thing that's the thing I got to say back to you, Mr. Know-It-All. So let's wrap this up, man.
All right.
Yes, I was going to say that.
Yes, please, can we go final thoughts?
Yeah,
Please.
so we have two
Final
more
thought.
final thoughts. Let's have Blue TV. You there? Blue TV? He's probably asleep.
Be sleeping.
Let him go.
Stoic.
Let him go.
Stoic went already.
Did he?
Yeah,
Okay.
he went
So
already.
then,
Game Changer, did you do your final thoughts?
Yes, he did. He did.
No, I didn't actually. I was responding to Mr. Know-It-All. So in closing, I want to say that, if you're with a fat girl, then cut off your dick. Because if you ain't fucking Pickmes, you ain't fucking shit.
I love that saying.
short, sweet, to the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, honestly, I swear to God, Mr. Roots, he doesn't even mean to do it, but I'll hear him humming it sometimes. He'll go, younger heart, and he knows it, right? He hums it to himself. It's like,
Oh my
I'm like,
goodness.
are you singing Game Changer? Singing? It's like, oh my God, I did, didn't I? And I'm like, you did. You just sang it. Why are you singing that? It just got in his head one day, like a year or so ago, and now he just hums it to himself. Game Changer, you're very good at making catchy things like that people just remember. You're very good at it.
Why, thank you.
Yeah. Say it again, GC.
If you're with a fat girl, then cut off your dick. Because if you ain't fucking Pickmes, you ain't fucking shit.
Period.
All right.
I heard that, right? All right.
Yep.
So,
Killer Swag. Did Killer Swag go? I don't think Killer Swag went. Poor thing's been waiting.
Killer Swag
I went already.
Did you go?
So,
they gone.
Let's
Okay.
just do
BMT.
BMT, and then you, and then me, and then we're done.
And then we're done, and I'm running away.
Run y'all best channel the best way y'all can. I am convinced. Y'all run y'all best channel the best way y'all can. This is not I don't know what the hell this channel is, but it's definitely
Oh
something different.
no, this channel is Sweet Melody Media.
Yes, yes.
The
Yeah,
segment is live and
live and
upfront.
up
We
front.
do our segments together, but that's what the channel is. So
Mm-hmm.
just so you know.
Good. You have a good channel. You and Ruby have very interactive conversations with people. That that is it.
Like, thank you. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yes,
But
thank you.
I'm gonna BMT. What's your final
No,
thoughts?
listen. I just think I don't think I can tell men is listen. Getting a pick me does not mean that she's a good woman. I mean, that doesn't guarantee that. It's a false. That's a false narrative. Just like people saying that they're a good guy or that they are high value doesn't mean anything. They can still be a piece of crap. Um, y'all gotta understand accountability is across the board for men and women. You choose what you choose. Your preference is your preference. Um, don't get comfortable going into these channels and panels and you know going to hear what you think you want to hear. That's not healthy. It actually makes you weak, coddled, succulent. That's why a lot of these women have come to these spaces and run up a bag on a lot of these stupid men, and we see
Mm-hmm.
it all the time. And I guess y'all were agreeing. They were agreeing with y'all, but they used your talking point, got their bag and dipped. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you got one that just hit 1 million. So I mean, I don't know, man. The women that play the pick me game, I don't know. I mean, just be careful playing it with those women that just call girls online. I'm ready to go, man. I'm ready to go.
Well, thank you, BMT.
No problem. No problem.
Just let you know it's not a game.
It
You
is a
know, some people make it a game. Like those chameleons, they make it a game. But some of us are just called pygmies for being natural, our natural selves. No, seriously. Some of us I get called a pygmy all the time because I'm just naturally me. You know, this is who I am. I'm not this crazy chick that want to argue all the time. I'm just quiet most of the time, and I'm called a pygmy. You
why,
know,
why why are you here, Melody? Why? You know what? We'll say that
why
after.
am I here?
Yes, after the show. We'll say that after the show.
No, you can ask me now.
Go ahead, answer, Melody. Why are you here?
Why am I here? I'm here because first of all, I love you guys. Like, for real. I like YouTube. No, seriously. No, that's one of the main reasons why I'm here. Okay. I love black people. I love my people. I want to see us do
Oh,
better. Hold on. You said you want to know,
Yeah,
right?
let her finish.
I love my people. I love my black people. I want to see us do better. I want to see us actually in relationships. I don't want to see our men leave us for other people because we're not submissive and we're not feminine. We're not taking care of ourselves and we're going outside in PJs and we're not getting our hair done or doing our hair. I don't want to see that. I want us to be together. I want black people to be together. I want us to love each other. Um, yeah, that's what I want. So I just want to have these conversations and hopefully there's women listening, young ladies. I'm not talking about us, I'm talking about the younger generation. Hopefully they're listening. Hopefully they can get it together, so the men won't leave. So we can all get along. Hopefully one day that'll happen. But yeah, I do love having these conversations with you guys. I do. And that's the truth.
okay. I
Mm-hmm.
will
That's
take
why
your
I'm
word.
here.
I will submit that to the group. I will take your word for it.
Yeah. And another thing, I feel some type of way. You said 9 people had a meeting about me. That that was a little weird. That was a little strange. Y'all all just sat there and had a meeting about me. I
Well,
don't know.
Ruby told us about the Pickme spear. Then we had to look at all the names in this goddamn Pickme spear, and we had a question like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully I didn't say anything too bad about me.
I'm here to.
Mhm.
I'm here today. I'm here today.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you guys. Seriously.
Well, okay, listen. I'm gonna address the very last thing you said. It's gonna be the first thing I said because I said on BMT's panel as well. You asked Melody why she's here. I'm gonna answer that question anyway, even though you didn't ask me.
I was
Um,
actually. Go ahead.
oh, you asked me too. Okay, I'm gonna ask. A lot of people know, but I guess a lot of people who've been here for a long time know. Um, the first reason why I was here, I didn't even know YouTube did stuff like this, had these types of discussions and whatever. Kind of found it accidentally with the natural hair movement, actually. And then from there, I was trying to find out what the word MGTOW stood for. Like, what does this mean? And that brought me to eventually to BGS's channel. It was the first place I could find that would just give an answer. And if you in the comments, if you were just genuinely asking a question, people would genuinely answer you instead of just attacking you for being a woman or having ovaries or slut shaming or whatever, even though they don't know you. It's really weird. It was a weird thing. I had never heard of the manosphere, white or black. I had never heard of the word MGTOW, men going their own way. Didn't know what the hell that meant. Didn't understand. I had never heard of any of this. Literally none of it. And it was BGS. BGS just happened to actually be live at that time, and I went, and that's how I kind of met people there. And why was I available to do this suddenly? Why didn't I know YouTube existed before? Well, because I was busy in school, and I got this back injury, and I suddenly was unable to walk. So seriously, it felt like my brain and my brain cells were dying, and I needed to go somewhere that I could like stimulate my brain. And this was the only place I could find on the internet where people cared about facts over feelings, where if you didn't bring evidence to support your claims, you weren't allowed to make that argument. Because then you were just being emotional. You were just being like a woman, just being emotional. Where's your facts? Where's your statistics? Where's your proof? Where's your research? And so since I was from a research, background, I'm like, yo, this is perfect. It was like, a dream come true. So that's really what had me like stay in this space, right? But as to like, well, but why would you want to continue engaging? Well, psychology, neuroscience, and behavior. This is why I got into the field to begin with, is to speak to my community, to learn about my community, to help my community. And, it's kind of like a perpetual cycle. We're learning more and speaking more, debating more, and getting more informed helps me help others more. And I've actually helped a lot of people. I help them behind the scenes. I don't ask for credit or money or whatever, because it's not what I'm here for, is to make money off of this space, or off of the men. Why am I here about the men? Well, it's very easy, because if you were to look up classicruby.com, you'd find out I've been dragging feminisms online since 2005. So it'd be a little hard to go to the feminism sector and support them, especially because I don't believe in most of what they're fighting for, or I think it's, well, you could watch my content and find out. But the men, when you listen to a song like Brother, Black Brother, Smart Brother, I will never try to hurt you. See, every time I say the line, I get teary, because I think it is so miserably sad that as Black women, we had to write a song to Black men. It's like a love song to Black men. Black men have been writing love songs to Black women for decades. And when we write one, we have to put in there that I would never try to hurt you. Like, we have to try to, that's how bad things are for the Black man. That, like, to show you that I'm different than the rest, I'll put in there, I will never try to hurt you. You know how messed up that is? You know how devastating that would be to live that reality? And it makes me so sad that so many men are living that reality and don't really have anybody on their side, whether it's family or a relationship or like what, they just don't have any type of real support system, right? That's why a lot of my friends I do have a lot of male friends. I have female friends as well, but I have a lot of male friends, and I've been that family for a lot of men whose mothers turned on them just because they were men, who starved them when they were kids just because they were boys, but the girls were treated better and blah blah blah. So I've been watching a lot. I help men fight for their kids, and I watched men almost have that custody, and then they believed what their baby mama was saying and didn't go to court, and she went to court, and that's it. Now they lost it. And I've been helping men for a really long time because that's what tugs at my heartstrings and makes me care. So that's why I'm here. And I don't like fake ass, say chameleon ass people. I don't like them, because to me, I do think it's destructive towards the men, right? The the women who are lying to the men, it is destructive to the men. The women who are making all these men into virtual simps is destructive to the men. I absolutely agree with that, right? But that is different than just being a good quality, traditional minded woman who believes men should be the head of the household and whatever. And you're here to have discussions and to voice your opinion and to let the men know this is what good women think. This is what their perspectives are. This is what they would do. This is how they would handle that situation. This is how you could spot the difference between the good woman and the faking chick who's just trying to get the ring and all your money and ruin your life. So, to me, I'm like, I do think the space has value. I think it's very easy for the manipulators and the liars to get in because men can't tell the difference. And oftentimes they're going to like the ones who are the fakest the most because those ones are willing to repeat all of your words back to you verbatim and do it showing, looking super sexy and da-da-da and da-da-da-da, right? Because they're lying. And that's a difficult thing to contend with. So I get that. But it doesn't mean that the general idea of the pick me or the good quality traditional woman who's here to support men's rights and to support men's movements is destructive to men, or that all of us women are mothering the men. Because if you're a good quality woman, you wouldn't be mothering the men because the men wouldn't want you to. So, and if you were to start acting out of pocket like that, well, then guess what? The other men will school you on the fact that that's what you're trying to do. And if you're a good woman, you'll take that correction and you'll fall back on that and you will learn how to comport yourself differently. So that way you're being supportive and understanding or voicing your opinion without infantilizing the men that you're speaking to, without coddling to the point of disempowering the men that you're speaking to. So I just think overall, unfortunately, the sector is being, and I mean, there are good women besides Melody, maybe not all of them I would, go to the map for because I don't know them like I know Melody, but there are some that I would still go to the map for. And I would say, no, based on what I know, I think they really are genuine. They're not just here to make a quick buck. And, I think that is a good force. I think that it can definitely be a balancing force. And some men even need that force because they're never going to get exposure to good women so they can learn the difference between a good woman and ratchet nonsense or whatever it is because they've just never seen it otherwise. So you need exposure therapy, you need these types of things, and the internet is a place for that. So overall I think that the space is a force of good, as long as it isn't being used and manipulated. And for as long as I'm here, and for as long as I've been here, I have worked diligently to at least inform the people I know when I see the fake assery, when I see these chicks who aren't on the up and up, who are trying to use these men and da-da-da. I'm not listened to, but I try. So, it is what it is. And that's all we can do. And I feel like the Pickme sphere, if we can get it to a place where it's relatively free of manipulative chicks, would be a really good place, because that means that there's somewhere that the men can trust. Like that's a group of women, and the women can say, yo, don't trust this chick is fake, or dude, I looked into this chick's background. If you go on a date with her, she's gonna Me Too you. She's done it before, she'll do it again, or whatever, right? Because women pick up on those things from other women more. So I think it could be good. I guess we'll have to see as it keeps developing. I don't think Pearl and her ilk should be at the top of it or leading it or whatever. But, I do think it can be a really good thing. And I do think for the most part, having these higher quality women, femme sapien, whatever, in this space has been a good thing. I think the things that have been a bad thing are not us. It's not the women. There's other factors.
Yeah, it's really not the women. It is some women, but not all women. I know I'm sincere. Like, I really love Black men. Honestly, I don't even have, I know you guys were talking about earlier women not having women friends. I don't have any friends that are women. And my reasoning is because women don't like me for whatever reason. Maybe I'm too nice. I don't know what the reason is, but I never got along with women. Even now in my adult years, I just don't get along with them. I don't trust them. They spread rumors, grown women in their 20s and 30s spreading rumors. You get a boyfriend, they want to tell you he ain't shit, leave him alone. A lot of them are single, so they try to sabotage your relationship, or they try to sleep with your man behind your back. This is the type of things that women do here in the West. And I've been through a lot. Like, a lot of people don't realize it, but the reason I came to this space is because I've been through a lot. Like, I found this space through Rashida Strober. Um, and I saw GC. He was the first person I saw. And from there, I just started following him. And I'm like, wow, these people really share the same thought process as me, But when I try to speak on it to family members, they look at me like I'm crazy. Oh, what are you talking about? You sound ridiculous. You're self-hating and all this other stuff they like to put on you. But it's not that I'm self-hating. I don't hate myself because I feel this way about Black women. I just never really got along with Black women. From elementary school to now, never really got along with Black women. Black women have treated me so bad in my life, even at work, everywhere. Women, I've had friends sleep with my man. Like, they're jealous of you. You guys go out. If you get more attention than them, it's a problem. They'll talk behind your back. I had one friend, someone I thought was a friend, tell a guy, don't mess with me, and spread rumors about me. Like, this is the type of things I've been through with Black American women from here. And I just don't trust them. I never did. And every time men talk about these women, I'm like, wow, I went through that. Wow, that happened to me. Wow, she cut my hair. Wow. It's so much that I've been through. I cannot trust them. Never had a sisterhood with them, So that's really why I'm here, because I understand what you guys are talking about. I do.
I feel you.
So that's one. Who's that?
What? Why are you letting you people up, Melody, man? It is after 3 o'clock. I need to go to bed.
I had to come on. I'm sorry.
Real quick,
You woke me up from the dead.
If I could say one thing before I go, real quick.
Mute up.
This is how I would sum up this conversation we've had today. Men in the manosphere don't just want Pickmes. They want Pickmes that look like Lori Harvey. That's why they go fishing for all their women in the foreground. We were talking about women in the foreground in hooker boots. That's where they go fishing for all their women in hopes that they snag one with the personality of a woman in the background.
Yep.
And their failure to accomplish this, they now relegate all Pickmes as being unicorns when they're all just in the background. All right, later on.
Yeah. Newsflash: men like beautiful women. That's well behaved.
Thanks. Well, listen, we are about to shut down. Marty had a question, I guess. But keep it short, keep it respectful, and it has to be about the topic. There's a very bad echo. So
Yeah, I got to figure out. That's probably on, I don't know, maybe on my end or something. On some certain streams, I get an echo, certain I don't. I got to figure that out. But I had to wake up from the dead because and no, I'm not disrespectful. So Ruby, what's going on? But I do have issue with a little bit of what you said. Okay. And I do believe her when she says she supports, the Black manosphere and, facts over feelings. But I had an issue because I know where she stands on trans women. Right. So my question is, it's like, if you really support Black men, how is supporting trans women helping Black men in any way? Number two, just for, kicks and giggles, if we're talking about Pickmes, the question would be, can trans women also be Pickmes too? Like, How does that work? Because I just don't see how this helps us in any way when we're blurring the lines that way, when clearly medical, if it's facts over feelings, then that shouldn't even be like a thing. So if we're going to really support the space and say facts over feelings, I'm with that. That's cool. But it has to be universal. It just can't be what we feel works for us in the moment. So I'm going to be factual on these ends, but over here I have my opinion. So I'm just going to make that factual when it's actually not. So if we're going to stand on truth, let's stand on it 360. That's all I'm saying. So I'm just a question on top of all that. How can trans women be pick-me's? And see, the thing about it, see, let me just say this real quick. See, the thing about this whole trans women thing is I know you're an advocate for it, but here's the thing. You women who support this, y'all say trans women are real women, but every single time you ask one of these women, if the guy that you're dating, if you found out was dating, sleeping with a trans woman before you, what would be the outcome of that every single time? It would be, oh, I'm not going to be with him. He's gay. So what is it really? Are trans women really women? Unless it's your man that's fucking them? Or are they not? It's a simple question.
Do you want to answer that, Ruby?
No, of course not. It's final thoughts, and I already made a very blanket statement that I'm sure everyone heard, that I'm not having that discussion in any context, period.
Because you can't.
No, I just honestly don't care to. Although I have had it on BNT's channel, so go figure. But no, not gonna. So
you can't.
Yeah, we good?
Yeah, I'm good, but you can't have the discussion because whatever you're going to say makes no sense.
Okay, perfect.
It's not perfect. No, we're good. We're good, but your point stands on nothing.
It sounds terrible to the people in the chat.
I know.
But Marty, you have anything on the topic?
No, I just really, listen, sorry for the echo. I don't know what's going on, but listen, if we're going to stand on Black women, we're supporting the space, that does not help us in any way. I don't care what your personal feels are, your family members. At the end of the day, you ask any Black woman out there, would you date a person who used to date a trans, a man? If you found out in college he was running around with trans women, y'all would instantly say he's gay. And that's a contradiction right there, because how could you date a real quote unquote woman, and then when you find out, now you think that this guy is gay? So it's like you're having your cake and eating it too, and you're playing to both sides, and you're playing to a side that doesn't actually help men. But you're in the space championing facts over feeling. I support the men. I'm just saying you can't have it both ways. Now I understand you can't have this conversation because it's 3 a.m. But no matter what time it is, no matter where I'm at in the globe, I'm going to call bullshit when I see it. So
say this, Marty.
that's just it.
She don't want to really talk about it, but I'm gonna say this. She stands where she stands. She said that trans women are women. It's no getting around that. That's
but
how
you
she
can't
feels.
stand in two places at the same time. You can't stand with the men and then stand with the not men and say that you're supporting the men, because us men who are straight, you can't ungay is what I'm trying to say. There's no, in the Black community, you cannot say, oh, as a man, yeah, I mess with trans women, but I'm not gay. There's no ungay switch.
I think that word is gonna mess us up. Just say G-man.
Okay, my bad. But what I'm saying is we can't have contradictions here. If we're going to stand over facts over feelings, then it has to be all the way around, even though it's uncomfortable for you. Just because you feel a certain way, it's not a fact. You know what I'm saying? There's a biological man and there's a biological woman, and you women make it so because the minute you find out your guy used to mess with a trans woman, the guy that you're messing with is automatically gay, and he cannot ungay, no matter what he says to you.
He's repeated the same sentence like 4 times.
I can repeat it to the hills come home. What I'm saying is true, and no matter what you say, you can't defend it.
Final Thoughts has gone on like an hour and a half, Melody. So
doesn't matter. I'm standing on fact, and you can't dispute my facts.
I actually don't really care what you're saying at all, Marty.
It doesn't matter. If you're going to be in this space, you're going to have to stand on something. You just can't come in here and say what you want. Stand on facts.
Melody,
All right,
Again,
let's
as
shut
you
it
know,
down.
my hip and my SI joint is dislocated.
That's your
We were not
problem. That
supposed to
sounds
run
like a you
this
problem. Stand
long.
on facts.
He
Stand on
doesn't.
facts.
Okay,
We weren't supposed to
Marty.
run this long, and the fact that you let him up after Final Thoughts was over is already an issue because, as you know, we're having some issues with the StreamYard. Girl, I'm really trying to
Cool.
hang
Just
in
have
here, keep
facts
it
when you
right.
speak it in the space,
So,
though. That's
Well,
all I'm
we're
asking.
gonna
Just
shut
have
it
facts.
down. All right, we'll talk about that another time. But she's not gonna want to talk about this
No matter if
topic.
she wanted to talk about it, I would
So,
destroy her. It's simple.
okay. But thank you, Marty, for your final thoughts. Thank you everybody for their final thoughts. I'm gonna give mine. I'm gonna say this real quick because I know Ruby gotta go. So thank you everybody for coming. Make sure you guys subscribe if you haven't already. Also, hit the like button on the way out. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna leave it at that. All right, but good night, y'all.
all right. Cheers, y'all.
Cheers.
Cheers.